We're off to a great start. Good morning, every single person out there watching the Arena of Valor International Championship English broadcast. My name is Amir. I'm joined here by Esports TJ, and time zones are a thing that exists that I have a full and complete grasp on. And we're here live just in time for Game 2 of our first series of the day, which is going to be Nova Esports.
It's all right, Paul. I understand why you did it. I understand why this broadcast had to. We couldn't show Game 1 because it was a bit brutal.
It was. I mean, we actually saved a lot of people.
Yeah, it was
pain.
a public service.
It was.
Team Flash looked really good, and for this draft in game number 2, Nova Esports have gone mad again. They have a Zuka in the sideline, and they specifically let Elsu through.
Ooh, that is certainly something which will. Oh no, that actually shouldn't be a thing at all. So we're about to get into this game right now, as I realized that I had forgot to update the clean feed from day number 1. But you know what, guys? We have it now, so let's get right on into it here in just a second as we get into our second game, our very first game of the day. And let's get into it. As Grizzly Q is already deciding that he wants to make some friends over on the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, Team Flash already able to find a kill. Grizzly Q going down in the jungle. And this is one of the things you have to worry about because the Elsu enables it. And you might be like, wait, Elsu's on the other side of the map. You're crazy, TJ. But because he's able to find such aggressive positioning with especially his sentries, he gives the team almost an extra roaming support while playing from sideline, so they can afford to play more aggressive across the map. And if you watch any good team play with Elsu, they'll do this.
Oh, absolutely. And basically what it does is it allows your support to be innately even more aggressive. So Pro E, oh no, watch what's going to happen as he's able to play hyper aggressive on this Crest, because you have Elsu as the backup to keep your junglers safe. So this just allows you to continue to snowball these aggressive plays. Watch how they use this Crick.
And they also have a focus down to the Spirit Sentinel in a moment as ADC grabs it, and it's going to be Nova Europe badly behind in economy in the first 2 minutes of the game. Not insurmountable, but certainly a bad start.
We are going to have to keep an eye on Vex as this progresses. Obviously playing on that Lindis, one of the most highly contested jungles right now, but another highly contested jungle has to be this Cricknack, so let's keep an eye on ADC here as he progresses. Nice play there.
It felt like Nova were sacrificing the Lindis, or were sacrificing the Elsu specifically to get the Lindis. And they did. They did get Lindis quite early on. They did also get Roxy and Alistair, all of which are considered power picks. But I still feel like they lost this draft because Team Flash were able to get the counters, a strong engage comp, and the best backline in the game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at the engage we're seeing right now. iFlex is trying to do this 2v1 up in the top lane, but just the sheer collapse potential from them, instantly obliterating him. 2 kills to 0 already, and a 1k gold lead.
Now Vex will bring down the might of his anger towards the bottom lane. They have an Abyssal Dragon, and they want to bring themselves back into the game with it, but it's all going to be on Grizzly Q to stall out, as Flash, I think, has everything they need.
They are going in with this Metamorphosis, not quite able to secure themselves any picks. Unless the snipe comes through, Coco needs to be oh so careful. They can see the Tracer Fire on that, and making sure that they're not going to get picked off as the wave pushes into bottom. Nice actual hold there from Nova Europe. That could have gone so much worse for them, even though they do lose a tower in mid.
And the mid lane is still pressure for Team Flash. They do still get that tower. They do still find more ground gained elsewhere.
And that's, again, the mark of these fantastic, actually the hallmark of these fantastic Eastern teams. We see another pickup there onto iFlex. Again, traditionally, this is the lane that Roxy should win over and over. And it seems like Team Flash have identified that because they are immediately looking to shut him down. And that's another tower taken.
Well, they're not just taking a 1v1 in lane, because that's kind of the meta, it feels like, in European and NA, and these Asian teams are better than that, to be frank. They're constantly rotating 2-3 people over to that lane, and making sure that you are going to lose the 2v1.
Well, now we see Pro E. Oh, man, I cannot believe he sustained through all that. Absolutely wild. They are just so far ahead at this point that he's able to just take the brunt of that damage. That's absolutely wild. That jungle invade completely uncontested.
He also had what I call creative backup, because there was no way for anyone to actually get there to help there. Nova did a really good job of it, but by using the Ethereal Pulse, XB was able to make sure that there was no way for Pro E to get fully focused, because he was just strafing back and forth, and he's doing so much damage that any of the lighter weight ADCs that could have genuinely killed their tank would have had to bathe in the Ethereal Pulse.
Oh, absolutely. That is not a place you want to be at all. We've seen some stellar Kali play already. Oh, I love the 360 from Datko as well, just for the record. Like, every single time he throws that snipe, I need to see that 360. No scopes.
Well, it's sick tactics too in Virum, because they're able to, in using it, hide the direction of the Tracer.
Absolutely. Oh, the snipe almost connecting there onto Coco. Pro E really wants the Zuka kill. Come on and slam, and welcome to the jam, he says, taking him down there in the Dragon Lane. What a play from Pro E. This guy is...
He's still going.
What is he
Where
doing?
is he going?
What is he doing? Oh, no.
I legitimately don't know where he's going. I think he was just stalling out so Gao could do this. That's gross.
No. Going in on Poseidon, that's going to be the target. Doing such a good job of body blocking for Gao as well. Being that frontliner his team needs and deserves.
That was gross. Because he's so far ahead, he knew he could just run through the enemy jungle and get positioning information, and there was nothing Nova Esports could really do about it, because they didn't know where the rest of Team Flash were, so if they full engaged on the Metamorphosis crashed, they would have blown a lot of major abilities and, well, lost. So they had to just let him gain intel. Now, they didn't actually lose anything to it, but it was very scary, and that exercise of control allowed Team Flash to convert into a pick of that Abyssal.
Yeah, it was a really solid pickup here from them. They're up 4 kills to 1 and 3k gold, or 2.5k gold at this point. It's not out of the woods yet, or sorry, this is not insurmountable. We talked about this yet for Nova Europe, but the way that Team Flash is playing, it's not only... They look like they're having fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, that second 360 was unnecessary.
And that's
Let's
why he
just
missed.
say that.
It's hubris. It cost him.
Well, they wouldn't have gotten the kill anyway. I would like to talk about, because we did come into this a little bit late, Team Flash, if you're not aware, if you're like, who is this? Why are they so good? They're the top team in Vietnam. They won the Arena of Glory League. They finished the finals 4-1. And most importantly for me, I was really looking forward to watching some XB gameplay, because he is an 8.93 KDA in his league.
That is like 5 too many KDA. And we're seeing just some fantastic rotations once again. If he's set up like this from the rest of his team, no wonder his KDA is so high. Gao and ADC, this combo has been oh so destructive. This is exactly what we like to see here. Utilizing that Crick Knack perfectly, having that Omen to help sustain it, because that's often where Crick Knack, he falls short. He's all about that burst, but if you can keep somebody locked in the cage with the Crick, oh baby.
This is a very defensive build and use of the Omen. They're using him as an off-tank, which is really fun to see, because that's always where I felt late-game Omen has excelled.
Oh, absolutely. He's able to split push, do that great individual damage, get into the backline, utilize his untouchable to just deal so much damage to a key carry while locking them down. He is the perfect late-game assassin.
And look at this wave cut. Pro E pressing in. iFlex can't get close enough to clear wave. Flash take another tower. Very nicely done.
Nicely done. Instantly rotating. These ethereal pulses, too, have been oh so destructive, especially as Coco is getting pushed back from that drone drop as well. I have to look for Poseidon on this Hailster. This could be the start of something.
Perhaps, but it could also be the end of something. This is Nova Esports up against the wall. If they lose this game, their chances in the AIC are over.
They need to come out and make something happen right now. They are down. This is, of course, Game 2. We unfortunately missed Game 1, which we'll get to after this. But Game number 2 right now, they need to make something happen off the back of this Great Nature's Realm, but an even better Metamorphosis finding
Metamorphosis!
Absolutely disgusting play there from Pro E going in and finding a secondary kill here as well. Should I say, oh baby, a triple, as that is 3 down for Nova Esports. This tower as well is under threat, but they're instantly looking towards the high ground. Both side lanes are going to get pushed out.
That was such a slick Metamorphosis, both enabling his team's retreat with the speed boost effect of the Metamorphosis wave, and being able to stun out the dive onto his backline. Brilliantly done, and like you said, it might have just cost Nova Esports the game.
They thought they had such a great position. They thought, oh, we got this. They're going in. We have this Nature's Realm. We're splitting the fight. And then Pro E's like, no. I'm going to actually split this fight. Let's get it together, guys.
To show you the power of Crashed, I sawed this fight in half.
Well, I mean, that's the power of the Crash. Not only are you this tanky frontliner, but you have the ability to initiate like no one else. You even allow your team to fall up in the back. Oh no, like exactly this. Poseidon forced to flicker out, taking so much damage from the snipe and the ethereal pulse. Grizzly Q's in the thick of it as Pro E's going in. These snipes are absolutely raining destruction on Nova Europe.
They have to play back, but they do have the capacity to. How do you get back in this game, TJ? I know you're begging me to answer. Well, it's hard, but Nova do have a decent late-game composition. Rely on Coco as your initiation now, and focus on scaling Vex. However, Team Flash have no interest in waiting that long. They're going to just focus on the Dark Slayer. You need to survive this, Nova, and you need to survive to probably around the 15-minute mark in order to have a path back into the game.
One of the things that I'm liking a lot about Team Flash is that some of the other, top teams, even looking at, some of the top teams out of town, they play a little bit more passive, but we're not seeing passivity here. We are only seeing hyper aggression. They do not stop as they are just pushing so much aggression. I think this is because of the fact that they have the Elsu, they have the Kali. They can continue to support these pushes like no one else as they go in here onto the high ground, half healthing Coco and Vex respectively.
This should be game. The odds of a defense working out here from Nova are slim.
This is going to be it. Nice Agony's Grasp to try and go in the back. We do have the pickup, but Coco is going to trade his life for it. Coco goes in. Gao is once again going to be the target. Nice Redwood Rush, bringing everyone back underneath the core, utilizing their structures perfectly. Poseidon's going to be the target. That's going to be the pickup onto him as well. Grizzly Q's going to push back, and this is still 4 members alive for Team Flash.
But given their low HP, they have to retreat. They have to cycle. They're going to have to play it a little bit more passive because they don't have the reset.
Well, they do have a second wave of minions, though, as Grizzly Q is going in once again. This ethereal pulse is ripping him apart. It is only Vex left alive. This is the hopes for Nova Esports left on the line right now. Vex needs to pull off the defense of his life, but it's not going to happen. That's going to be GG. Team Flash take the series 2-0.
And Team Flash knock Nova Esports out of competition at the AIC 2018. Very strong performance from them. And that continues our record of the top teams from each region winning every single game. All of the protected teams that have come in for Stage 2 have won their first match.
I mean, to be fair, there was a reason they were in that protected status. They came in such a solid position from a solid region, and it goes just to show here that when you have the infrastructure behind you, you're able to produce some incredible teams. They even have these sick jerseys too to boot, I must add. Just going in, shaking hands, all smiles, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good sportsmanship all around. I've been around the Nova Esports team for long enough to know that they know when they have lost a game fair and square. So, let's take a look at the stat line. I highlighted XB on paper, but it was ADC who really did what he says on the tin this game. Opening up on the Cricknack with a lot of early game damage and then fitting well into his late game role as an assist generator, while Gao shifted to become a frontline tank and Pro became a sacrificial lamb that opened up the fight for the rest of the team.
So we're going to have to decide if it's Pro or Pro E, because I'm on this, however you pronounce it, I'm on the Pro E train, because that guy
yeah, but when
was
it's esports
sick.
With a capital E, you don't say esports.
Esports.
If you're Italian. XB doing 38% of his team's damage. That's insane.
That was some pretty impressive figures for sure. All in all, just a solid game from them here as we finish up our first series of the day. Wow. What a start.
Yeah, I was sitting here watching it. And like I said, obviously we never wish for issues, but I was a little bit happy that we weren't able to broadcast that first game because I was thinking about how sad you would all be, Twitch chat, and I felt like I was doing a public service.
Yes. Again, I apologize to the whole crew for missing that first game. Again, time zone things shifted, and memos were missed. But I'll have you know that I successfully got this stream live within 4 minutes of being a conscious human being, and I'm proud of that. I mean, that's not something to be proud of, but I'm also
He
really.
woke up. He woke up, and I have no idea what happened in between him waking up and the stream going live. But that time was 4 minutes between him waking up and going, "Hey TJ, did I miss a memo?" and the stream being ready to go.
You know what? Actually, my most proud fact in all this was that I actually got pants on.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Are they sweatpants or are we talking jeans?
No, nice jeans, man. You gotta feel like a champion as you get into this. And who else feels like champions? Team Flash after that last game. Their performance was absolutely dominant. That segue. Look, I put my pants on one leg at a time. I'm only human.
And if you want to talk about people that could feel like champions, that was a little bit sloppier. Our second game of the day will be J-Team versus Alpha Red. That will be our hypest match yet. I can't wait for J-Team to face some serious competition from Alpha Red. Our second match coming up right after this.
We will see you guys in just a second. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
บุรุษที่ชั่วร้ายผู้เปี่ยมด้วยอำนาจเขาปกครองประชาชนด้วยความหวาดกลัวภายนอกที่ดูดีกลับแฝงไปด้วยความบ้าคลั่งอยู่ภายในจงอย่าเผชิญหน้ากับเขาเพียงลำพังเพราะชั่วพริบตาคุณจะกลับกลายเป็นเหยื่อของคมดาบมัจจุราชพุ่งฟาดฟันจากข้างหลังวันแห่งการพิพากษาเคลื่อนเข้ามาพร้อมตุลาการนามคิวเลนจงระวังตัวไว้ เพราะเขาอาจอยู่ใกล้คุณกว่าที่คิด
Meet your maker.
ในค่ำคืนแห่งการเฉลิมฉลองขององค์กร Shadow of Hand เอมิลี่ตัดสินใจทำในสิ่งที่ไม่มีใครคาดคิด การทรยศเพื่อปลดเปลื้องพันธะจากองค์กร แม้จะอันตราย อาจต้องแลกด้วยชีวิต แม้ว่าสิ่งที่ตามมาจะเป็นคมดาบนับพัน แม้ต้องผ่านเส้นทางแห่งความรุนแรงแต่เพื่อนำน้องสาวกลับมา ต่อให้ต้องสังหารคนทั้งโลก เธอก็ยอม
Are all against me, I'm ready to go. Burning it down, they ain't noticed till the temperature rose. Bless the energy, then we erupt in a blaze. Mama save us, I swear the baby's lately crazy these days. People dancing like they warriors, use the passion. I got my head in the clouds, intergalactic. I'm on a venomous prowl, ready to snatch it. Are you prepared for it? Then let it happen. Warriors.
บ้าที่สุด เจ้าบ้าแอคนี่มาหาว่าฉันใช้ไม่ได้ เดี๋ยวฉันจะหาทางออกจากป่านี้ด้วยตัวเองให้ดู แปลกจัง เหมือนเพิ่งเดินผ่านตรงนี้ไปเองนี่นาต้นไม้ต้นนี้ดูคุ้นจังเลย บ้าที่สุด หลงทางอีกแล้ว ตั้งแต่ได้อ่านจดหมายการผจญภัยของพ่อกับแม่ ฉันก็ได้แต่อิจฉาพวกท่านมาตลอด แล้วก็ได้แต่หวังว่าเมื่อไหร่ฉันจะเป็นสุดยอดนักผจญภัย แถมยัง หาเจ้าชายในฝันไม่เจอเลย หรือว่าฉันจะไม่เหมาะกับการเป็นนักผจญภัยกันนะ
เจอตัวสักทีร็อกซี่เธอนี่ขี้งอนชะมัดฉันแค่ว่าเธอได้นิดหน่อยๆถึงกับต้องเดินหนีไปเลยหรือไงรู้บ้างไหมว่าฉันเป็นห่วงแค่ไหนฉันต้อง
เธอคำบ้าอะไร ฉันกำลังว่าเธออยู่นะ อยู่ๆก็หัวเราะออกมาบ้าเปล่า แค่คิดว่าถึงฉันจะหลงทาง แต่นายก็ตามหาฉันเจอตลอดเชอะ ก็คนมันเท่ ก็คงเป็นเพราะว่าเราเป็นคู่หูกันสินะ
The spirits of my ancestors guide me. You have no idea.
ยามคมดาบลิ้มรสเลือดจากขุมนรก ดังความมืดที่คลุ้มคลั่งมุ่งฟาดฟันมิกสัญญี พวกเขาคือวีรบุรุษแห่งกลียุคตำนานของเหล่านักล่าปีศาจผู้รับพรจากนรกและคำสาปแช่งจากสวรรค์ เลือดเนื้อที่เสียสละเพื่อคำสรรเสริญที่ไร้ราคาคือช่วงเวลาที่ดีที่สุดของพวกเรากระทั่งกองทัพฟอร์เรนได้ปรากฏผู้คนกลับเคลือบแคลงในเกียรติของพวกเราแม้ท้ายที่สุดจะพิสูจน์ด้วยชัยชนะในสนามรบแต่กลับต้องแลกด้วยชีวิตของเพื่อนพ้องผู้ที่ยังรอดต้องอยู่อย่างซ่อนเร้นแม้มีอาจคงไว้ซึ่งฉายาเรียกขานนามแต่ข้าจะไม่ยอมละทิ้งเกียรติของนักล่าปีศาจแม้มันจะเป็นเส้นทางแห่งการดับสูญแต่ข้าจะขอตามล่าเหล่าปีศาจตราบจนวันสุดท้ายของชีวิต
No sense in running from me.
เอเบิลเป็นเผ่าที่คอยปกป้องพิทักษ์ผืนป่าที่ซึ่งอิฟเน็ตได้ถือกำเนิดตลอดชีวิตของอิฟเน็ตได้ฟังเรื่องราวมหัศจรรย์มากมายเกี่ยวกับโลกภายนอกผ่านการบอกเล่าของเหล่าสัตว์น้อยใหญ่เพื่อเติมเต็มความฝันอิฟเน็ตตัดสินใจออกเดินทางแม้จะมีเสียงทัดทานมากมายจากคนในเผ่าระหว่างการเดินทางอิฟเน็ตได้พบกับเผ่า Shadow Forest ซึ่งกำลังถูกรุกรานจากเหล่าอสุรกายแม้จะรักสงบแต่เขาก็ไม่อาจละทิ้งผืนป่าและพวกพ้องอิฟเน็ตตัดสินใจหยุดการเดินทางชั่วคราว
ผืนดินและพงไพรจะปกป้องผู้บริสุทธิ์และฝังกลบสิ่งชั่วร้าย
Life is all about growing.
Hanzo, Sanjo! This is my turn!
Who will rise to my challenge?
Goddess nor ghost. Guess, what am I?
แย่แล้วพายุกำลังมุ่งหน้ามาทางหมู่บ้าน ฉันต้องหาทางยับยั้งโอ๊ยไม่นะ แล้วฉันจะไล่มันยังไงล่ะทีนี้ ไม่ได้ ฉันจะต้องไม่ยอมแพ้ ฉันจะต้องหยุดยั้งภัยพิบัตินี้ให้ได้
I defend this world.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the English language broadcast of the Arena of Valor International Championship. My name is Inverum. I'm joined here once again by TJ. It's a pleasure to be. It is you.
Hi.
Hi. How's it going, buddy?
I'm excited. I had to check that I was really here because this is J-Team versus Alpha Red. And that might be the most exciting match to date.
Yeah, this is going to be a match of epic proportions. J-Team had a chance to see them play yesterday, and yes, up against a squad who maybe was going to challenge them a little bit less, but still, overall, some fantastic
this is
play.
fun. This is fun because the last season of the GCS, J-Team came in second to AHQ. The last season of the RPL, Alpha Red came in second as well. So these two teams on paper are on par. If you assume that Thailand and Chinese Taipei are equivalently skilled regions, which many people do, these should be two equally matched all-star teams going blow for blow.
Yeah, this is going to be a certain... I mean, again, not only just given the history here, but also just given the fact that both of them are in such competitive regions. Like, any single time these teams play, it's against the best of the best. The idea of iron sharpening iron. The more you play against these solid rosters, the better you yourself become. And this is not only going to be a test of these two individual teams, but also a test of, you know, all the squads that had to fall along the way for them to get here.
Yeah, it's like you say, a measuring stick for the region as well as these two teams. Both these teams have AWC veterans on them. Both teams are used to international play. I can't wait to see what happens.
All smiles to start things off. Alpha Red looking excited to get on into this. I love it. I mean, you can feel the positive energy coming off these guys already. They are here to play, and a little bit more stoic, a little bit more serious over on the side of J-Team.
Well, J-Team have something to prove because I think they are still They are still the best team from Chinese Taipei, but they got invaded. The Koreans came in and took their regional championship, so they kind of are looking for a second shot at AHQ here and a chance to prove that they do deserve their own regional title.
Yeah, it's quite a statement right there. The fact that the Koreans are doing as Korea tends to, coming in and absolutely dominating at any respective esports stage. As we get into our draft for game number 1, Elsu is going to be making it through. We're starting to see this. The Raz and the Valheim getting a little bit higher priority here. Look at how fast these picks are already going through. Ignis, Richter, get him out of here.
You don't let Star run Rams, so that's an obvious ban. Also, Valheim is very, very good into this specific matchup, and it means that you're going to get Elsu. The trade for that is you let Lindis through to J-Team, which may hurt them more than getting Elsu befits Alpha Red, but they feel it's very strong. They also are prioritizing getting First One in their jungle an advantage because he's a star on that team. That's why that Cricknack comes out so quick.
Neil's going to have his work cut out for him on that Lindis, but going up against the Cricknack. Definitely going to be a challenge. All going to be about that matchup right there, and which one will be able to assassinate the other. If Cricknack can go in and kill the Lindis, it's going to be a good spot for Alpha Red. However, if J-Team can sustain, keep him alive in these fights, going to be something to contend with.
First One is actually... These are two of the best junglers in the world.
Yes.
We've seen Neil in play already. First One had a 7.34 KDA in their game versus ALG, which I think is a good watermark. This is what they'll do to any team that comes too close, and I think this should be one of the best head-to-head matchups in the jungle we've seen yet.
We'll be keeping an eye on it for sure, but we have to look towards the side lanes as well. Malik already being picked up here for Alpha Red, Omen being denied, but a lot of mages also finding their way on the ban table here, as Alistair and Natalia are going to be removed. I love this Natalia ban, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're making sure that NT can't get Natalia, because he definitely showed his strength on it during the groups, and I'm sure they have research going back further than that. They're also getting rid of Alistair, because it's another backline static mage, and the composition that Alpha Red are building really looks to enable a backline. You can see though they've made an adjustment. Instead of going full backline, they're actually now having a little bit of dive and a little bit extra damage. So with the Annette, they're going to be able to reposition anyone trying to pressure their backline, and the Flash will do extraordinarily well as well, because he can get onto that Lindis. So it's now a double dive game. Which team can shut down the opposing team's Lindis or Elsu?
I love this. So each one has that squishy person at the back they have to defend, but the support's jobs, they're going to have to work it out for them here. The Hurricane Walls are going to have to be on point. The Nature's Realms are going to have to be on point. But here's the thing, is that each support has this big mass AoE ability that's going to be creating space in these fights. How the teams play around that, I think, is going to be a huge dictator of who wins these team fights.
Well, they also both have a side lane that will help them. You have the Crest coming through in the side lane for J-Team, and you will have the Mallet coming through in the side lane for Alpha Red. So there's an extra defensive utility option for both teams, and on Alpha Red, that's going to be doubly important because their Mallet is really their only tank.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be the strong frontliner there for the squad. But we've seen Malix just survive, just sustain through some times where they have absolutely no right to. So we'll keep an eye on that as we're about to get into our very first game here, match number 6 here at the AIC group stages. Our second sort of group stage, you could say here.
Stage 2 of the AIC groups, live from Thailand.
Live from Thailand, yes indeed. Also, I have to say, all this augmented reality stuff is absolutely like the coolest stuff I've ever seen. Just for the record.
They do it all regular season for the RPL, and they do like these big panning. They do the same like cityscape stuff they have now. Obviously, it's changed for the AIC, but they do these big panning shots over the augmented reality cityscape with giant Raz standing above it. It is sick. I agree.
Well, let's see if one of these teams can tower over their opponents here in game number 1 and get off to a dominant lead. Segways are the best.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with you today.
I know.
Something about the lack of sleep.
I came out of the gates firing.
Into it.
Rolled out of bed and into the puns. That's how we made this work today.
Now, Ben is already playing really aggressive here, and I'm not really sure about that, but Alpha Red don't have the early game damage to punish him. But you can see that already vision is very important for J-Team, because they want to be able, especially using Benny, who's a very aggressive, one of my favorite supports to watch, he's going to be constantly trying to ensure that they know where the squishies on Alpha Red are, because they need to fight an Elsu in vision control, and that is difficult.
Well, because they're already at a huge disadvantage because of the nature of these sentries, and it's going to allow the support from KSSA to really just play a lot more aggressive, a lot less defensive. But speaking of aggression, up in the top lane, Taos is under a lot of threat as Benny is coming in. One more auto is going to make it happen, and that's going to be first blood.
Benny able to sweep through, and that's a major opening pick. How do you fight the Elsu? Well, he shut him down early. NC will look for revenge.
Going in, trying to find that there, not able to do so. Great Aquatic Shield there from Wins, able to keep his teammate alive. Level 4 has now been reached for Kriknak. And this, of course, as we know, is when things start to get scary as you like to drop the drones.
Yeah, so there's a 2-phase plan. It's like a rocket ship launching for Alpha Red. Phase 1, the boosters, if you will, is first one. The early game Kriknak is going to be scouting. Then, once we get towards the mid-late game, those rocket boosters are going to fall off, and the actual shuttle is Taos. So Taos needs to be enabled.
Yes, watch for that here as we have the first Abyssal Dragon being picked up now for Alpha Red going in, and now the shotgun to Benny as well. First one in the back trying to chase us down. This fight has split insanely as Taos is still throwing in these snipes. Somehow left alive, uncontested in the back of that fight, and able to do so much work throughout all of that. NT, though, getting hit by that blinding light, but able to pick up the kill onto Neo as the rest of Alpha Red is invading here onto the jungle, brushing out this blue as well.
So you see Alpha Red don't yet have their entire team online. Obviously, Towns isn't doing... You might be like, that was a lot of damage. That wasn't a lot of damage for Elsu. That's early game damage for Elsu. So he's not yet really that useful in team fights or at wave clear. So instead, they're relying on first one to carry their early team fights, and so far he is. Now the focus needs to be make sure Taos gets into the mid-late game and starts to shop and do about half people's HP with every shot.
Well, he's going to be reaching that point fairly soon here as well. We have to talk about late game flash too. You cannot undervalue that. The fact that there's so much natural synergy there with the ult and the snipe, bringing everybody together with that cyclone and just having everybody line up for those snipes, not to mention the back of these wind cuffs too. You're just setting it up right now for Taos.
Yeah. They have a ton of AoE group tools and a ton of AoE punish tools, and that's really fun synergistically.
So we'll see if they're able to make something happen with that. Oh, nice bait there onto the Nature's Realm from first one. That was absolutely huge. That's 2 ults baited down here in the Dragon Lane.
Yeah, and both of the major support ultimates as well. I think they'll be up in time, but it is definitely going to be a scaring next few moments. This wave should get pushed against the tower.
I love how Wins is like making Tao's pick. Oh, do you want to shoot the minion wave or do you want to shoot me? I love that decision making there from him, his positioning in this lane matchup. It's the small things like that that really just elevate these players to that status of, oh my, they're some of the best in the world.
First one, playing near Taos as well as kind of his bodyguard during the early game. I really like that group. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense on paper, but remember that the burst mobility of Elsie was some of the best on any character, so he doesn't necessarily need an extra disengage tool, a tank to take damage. He needs someone to be enough of a threat that you're not comfortable taking a long, drawn-out chase battle against him.
That's going to be absolutely key here, but I have to say, speaking of long drawn-out battles, that Abyssal Dragon stayed alive for so long. Actually, to get leashed in the midst of all of that, that was really just KSSA walking into the midst of all the foes and being like, hi, I'm Nanette, nice to meet you. I'm just going to totally reset this fight. Easy peasy, thank you so much. And really, I feel like Benny, we talked about the Ebeniath yesterday on day 1, but it's been a lot more lackluster so far here in day 2. I feel like these Nature's Realms have been baited out every single time.
Well, there's something to be said for the quality of the competition they're playing against. Sorry,
Ouch.
ALG.
Ouch.
Because there's a lot of high mobility characters being used to bait out these Nature's Realms. Consistently, people are getting close and then ditching them. And the right thing to do in a situation where a squishy steps too close to you as a Ybenith is to go ahead and ult and find punish.
Well, Yuzon is doing a good job of punishing this lane right here, dodging up the shock from Shadow as well, and giving J-Team the ability to move on into this Abyssal Dragon, pulling the rest of the team back. Alpha Red have identified the fact that, look, we probably can't contest this too much. I might have spoken too soon, though. But no, it is actually Taos just getting pushed right on back. The Hurricane Wall is there, nicely done. They're all lining up right now. Benny might have gone too far.
Yeah, Benny has gotten too far. He'll be scared back. Taos can't quite land the snipe. In the meantime, Alpha Red tried to gain pressure onto the top tower and were unable to do so, but they do have wave clear.
NT? NT, you got? He almost got that kill. That would have been absolutely insane. That was, like, trying to stick around. Alpha Red there sniped that out. That was a really, really nice metamorphosis to stop Taos from actually picking up and sniping that Abyssal Dragon. And I mean snipe in the quite literal sense of the word. And now Wins is in a terrible position. He's actually just going to get picked up.
Whew. Nicely done. NT with the Cyclone to make sure no escape is possible. The bot lane tower will fall, and they can put so many... Let's talk about rotations again. The reason that you can have 3 members of the team down in the bot lane is because first one just cut wave twice up top. This is the first wave that got past the tower in 2 cycles in the top lane, and Alpha Red are rotating back an extra player to make sure that it's managed.
This is actually really good decision making here from them. And look at the way they're able to keep the Spirit Sentinel in range. They're making sure they're able to get that additional buff going on into this as well. Really solid. Actually, Alpha Red has been impressing me so much right now. They are ahead 2k gold and just in a really, really good position overall. And as you said, it's all about how they thought out this draft. They have early game, they have mid game, they have late game. Every single person has a role, and they've identified that role. First one's like, look, I'm the star right now. I need to be the priority. I'm making this work. But Taos and NT, they've identified that, look, we're going to be the ones to ramp up online in the late game. Their synergy is already starting to show.
And you can see that by how the build looks from Taos. He's not prioritizing early damage. He actually went for the flashy boots first so that he can just spam snipes early game, and he'll worry about making them hurt later.
Well, he missed one key snipe there onto that Superman, which would have been the critical kill, allowing J-Team to actually secure that kill and walk away scot-free.
Not sure. Oh, NT. I'm not sure about this. He'll be able to get away, but Benny is making the right choices here on mid to make this so scary for Alpha Red to hold.
There's a nice Cyclone there. Going to be... Oh, I like this. Holding the snipe off to the side, looking for this Abyssal Dragon. Not quite there in time to snipe that out, though. KSSA not able to do it either, which means that is 2 Abyssal Dragons going the way of J-Team. That's, you know, if you're looking to up your LSU game, make sure that you're not keeping that red tracer dot on the target and letting all your enemies know exactly where you're sitting.
And that's
Use
why,
on?
if you thought they were all just being flashy, that's why all these LC snipers, when they're not in stealth, are doing exactly that.
Now up in the top
What's
lane,
up
the
for
collapse
Shadow?
is going in here onto Shadow. Ooh, nice CC chain, though, coming in from J-Team. The Nature's Realm on the back with the stun is going to go through. NT is going to try and get a counter kill of his own, but not going to make it happen.
Shadow was so stunned for so long, it was terrifying. He almost got away, though, and he did enough that the wave wasn't able to crash against the tower. And now Alpha Red have an opportunity, a chance to hold this lane.
Oh, but NC might have gone a little bit too far forward there as Benny's going in with the Redwood Rush, able to
Benny.
trade his life for it there. That was a beautiful play there from him. A 2-for-1 trade, and now KSSA might be 3 if he can't get out. But here's First One looking to try and even things up there with the drone drop. But this was a nice little play there going in from J-Team.
Yeah, Benny was the front line, and as always, he understands what he needs to do. Benny and Wins both go in there. They play tank. Neil, the fed-up backline, does the damage, and that's what you're looking for in any ideal team fight for J-Team. I set it up in the early game or pre-game. It has to be who burns down the other's backline first.
We're seeing the war right now, back and forth, 5 kills to 5. I would hesitate to say that this is the most even game that we've seen yet here in the second stage of the group stages.
It is very close. Bot lane tower will fall just as the top lane goes to Alpha Red, meaning that the tower game is still even. Gold-wise, J-Team have more major objectives, but are losing slightly to Alpha Red by a factor of about 1,000.
So not too much all in all. And I'm keeping an eye on Towns throughout this because he's actually missing a few snipes, which I'm kind of surprising to me right now. Because normally these top LSU players, they don't really miss these ever. So keep an eye on this as he ramps up because every single snipe matters. One snipe can be the difference between winning and losing a team fight.
Yeah, I don't think any of the LSU players are at a point to hit 100% snipes. We're getting there, like you said, though, to the point where it's dangerous. Oh my god.
It's also dangerous for First One, apparently, thinking he had that. You know, it's, oh, we'll make it a 2v2 situation, and J-Team's like, no. Meet the rest of my squad. Yeah.
Yuzon had to introduce him to the family.
Exactly. It's like, have you met my parents? My whole planet is dead.
Well, good wave clear again. That's what they've been really using this flash for. They've been using NT because his super speed means that he can constantly get in and clear wave before a response can get there. That's really interesting.
And Taos as well is forced to flicker, forced to use all his escape tools, but it's not nearly enough as the tower is going down. This is J-Team hitting their power spike right now in this mid-late game, heading into towards the late game now. And this is absolutely terrifying. Star in the Liliana has been doing so much damage.
Yeah, and this is what J-Team do, especially with Neil on Lindis. They get to the mid-late game, Neil comes online, and they win the game.
And they just win, oddly enough. As now, once again, KSSA is doing his job as a support, but Yuzon, we've been seeing his ability to reposition here in these fights. We're going to have to continue to watch that. That is another Nature's Realm baited out. Oh, there we go. Yuzon bringing KSSA back on in. The damage is going to be there, and that is going to be the kill. That is going to be the stagger that J-Team needs in order to keep this push alive.
Very well done. Now they're going to be able to scare Shadow a bit as well. You'll get the wave clear. Alpha Red need to just play back. They're not going to be able to hold this second-tier tower across the board. They're probably going to lose mid as well. It's all just a wait for a respawn right now, because they cannot win a 5v4.
No, they absolutely cannot. And what they can't do is try and fight that 5v4 and then lose somebody else and continue to stagger out these deaths. However, I think J-Team might look to... Oh, actually, I was going to say, maybe look back towards this Darkslayer. But no, they are going to continue this push. But look at how they're prioritizing. They're taking these towers, but also on Lindis to go back and continue to power farm. They are getting everything on the map at once.
Because Neil's not needed for this, and his time's better spent making sure that he's hyper-farmed. And that's exactly what he's doing, like you say. Neil steps back. He'll focus on completing his build. He's got Omni Arms after his Club Sancti. I love his Lindis build, by the way.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this one as well. This is kind of the standard Lindis build that we've been seeing popping out right now. We'll take another look at the builds here in just a second when they pop back up, because I'm curious to take a look at what this Elsu is building into, because obviously a new hero on the Western servers, so...
Yeah, he's got kind of a combination. Normally you do see the Mirror Master, but he's also got the Beast, I believe, to amp up his auto attacks, his base attacks. And that's something that's been a little bit controversial, because many people feel that you should just be prioritizing the snipes and building exclusively towards the snipes. And a couple people have been trying to say that you should build towards prioritizing heavy-hitting autos. And this is kind of splitting the difference, and I don't know if I quite like it, because he's not doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's got the Mirror Moss and the Fafnirs, which is a little bit interesting. We'll see how that plays out for him as these fight. Yeah, as these go in. To be fair, they're all big swords, so... And it's
swords
still
pointed
early.
the other direction.
That's true. Shadow goes in with the shock, and Yuzan is there on the flank trying to split this up, and now Shadow is in real deep with the rest of his team, but Tal's in the back showing up these snipes. Benny is going in with the Redwood Rush, the combination with the Metamorphosis, but it is Yuzan peeling in and out, but there we go. NT going in with the massive ultimate as well, but somehow J-Team is able to take him down. That is 3 kills there. J-Team, every single member alive.
That Cyclone should have been game. The fact that they staggered through it is insane. They shut down NC, and now they might have a game of their own.
Absolutely wild. That should have been it. You are absolutely correct, but the split from J-Team was massive. First one's doing a great job trying to split this out, but they're onto the core right now. The Hurricane Wall from KSSA, but it's not going to be enough. The Drake is here, and that is going to be it. That is going to be GG. Game number 1 is going to go over to J-Team.
The top teams in the region continue to win their games. We still yet to see one of those protected teams be taken out as Alpha Red continue to threaten and to look good. But I hate to say it, they're looking like, I'm checking my notes, perennial second place teams.
Ouch. Ouch.
They came in second in regional, now they play versus the second best team from the GCS, and they come second. I don't know. I'm just throwing away things. Yeah,
that's fine. That's fine. I want to say though, Alpha Red started that game so strong. I was like, are we about to see the upset right now? I was super into it to start things off. You can see the stat line first one did so much work.
Once again, J-Team is always a little bit hard to watch. Not difficult to watch, but you think they're further behind than they trick you during the early game. Because they focus so much on scaling their late game power spike that they always kind of lose like early game. And if they're hanging on early game but maybe a little bit behind, don't be fooled. Even if they're at a gold deficit, their key carries probably have a gold lead, and once they complete their build, they're going to take the game.
Yeah, so I think that's one of the things to keep in mind here as well as we watch these progress. A lot of these teams, they look like they're behind, as you said, but really it's all about identifying when their power spikes exist. And it's something we see in other games, in other MOBAs as well, identifying like what items you need to come online. And actually, there'll be a video coming out at some point in the near future where I actually sit down with iFlex and learn all about how to play side lane marksman.
Is this an ad?
It's a little bit of an ad.
Am I part of an ad right now?
No, well, it's all done by Big Papa Tencent, okay? Look, don't turn to the side. What's happening? Anyway, and he talks about what happens when he gets some of his key early game items. He's like, I don't fight until I get this item. That is truly a thing that a lot of these top pro players, they have, okay, when I can do this, and then I'm here, and then they're constantly keeping track of what they have and what their opponents have. And that often dictates when they can take these fights.
And if you'd like to watch that YouTube video, head on over to the Arena of Valor YouTube channel and use the coupon code INVIRA.
Don't do that yet, but it'll be up soon, I think, actually. So we'll keep an eye out, and maybe there'll be we'll get some other pros up there on that channel too. So keep an eye out. Unfortunately, you also have to watch my gameplay, so that's the one downside of that.
I don't know. Game number 2. I want to talk through it because we can frame it through the reference of game number 1. These replays demonstrate a lot of the weaknesses of Alpha Red. I said they were looking for a rocket ships type solution. They were going to start off with the booster engine of the Cricknack. That went pretty well. What went wrong late game? Well, Taos never came online. His build didn't get scaled quick enough. He was never doing major damage, and when the Cricknack fell off, you saw him try and dive a Superman, I believe, down by the Dragon Pen, and he just got wrecked in the 1v1, and that's when I knew they'd lost the game. Because if you can't win the 1v1 from your early game and your late game hasn't come online, you don't have a smooth transition. It's going to be GG.
Yeah, really, Elsu needs like 4 items to really just kind of, step up into that danger zone. And we weren't really seeing that here. And seeing this last fight just going in is all about the Superman able to split things up, able to keep people back, and not allow Alpha Red to have a cohesive team fight. And we talked about the split. We talked about how important that was going to be. And I really feel like J-Team did a fantastic job of it in this game here. So keep an eye on it for sure. Wow, the music got really loud for that last segment, I have to say.
That's why I was shouting over it.
Yeah, I got really close to the microphone. Because I was like, whoa, this is louder than it was before.
Welcome to ASMR with Paul.
Could you imagine? No?
You're not doing ASMR? I'm upset. I paid for this.
I'm in for the memes,
So-
but that might be a little bit...
I also want to talk about this second map in the reference of what they can change in the draft. Because we did talk about that Alsu as something that went wrong. How do you fix that? What do you bring in place of that Alsu? And I think you could run the Elsu, but the problem is they left him alone during key points. They didn't actually power farm him in a single sideline, and they rotated him between sidelines a lot. They didn't like his initial matchup versus the more mobility gank in the top lane, so they brought him down, and he missed a lot of farm during that time, and he fell pretty badly behind. And once you've fallen behind, you need to, I think, just stick to farming up. Just stick to trying to find enough gold that this individual character you're relying on succeeds in the late game. Alpha Red didn't do that. Instead, they were still trying to take even team fights because they were winning. They were making it close. So I understand why it happened, but it meant that they fell badly and further behind without noticing it.
Yeah, I think that was really the key there, is they still thought they were fairly even, but then the snipes were coming out in fights, and people, still had 3/4 of their HP, and they went, oh no, we might have goofed.
And they'll change it up. It's going to be Raz again targeting Star, which is understandable. And they're going to ban out the Elsu.
Interesting denial here. We'll see if the Richter is going to...
I want to see a team take Lindis. Because Neil is so good at Lindis. But now we'll go for the Valheim instead. Lindis will be the first cycle for J-Team. I get why you go for the Valheim. Again, I really want to see a team take Lindis from him.
Well, we do have the Lindis picked up now by Neil. Once again, no surprise there. J-Team looking incredibly strong on that hero. In the last game, the Ibeneth once again for Benny. The Ibenieth. I'm going to keep making that joke until he stops picking Ibeneth. He is now 4-4.
You're going to make that joke all tournament long. He plays a ton of Ibeneth, and he plays it really well.
He does. Those Redwood rushes were sick. And the fact that he's got the branching out is able to bring people into those key ults, like, oof, so stellar. And we're seeing almost identical drafts. Almost identical drafts here in game number 2.
No Elsu done. So the late game scale needs to come from, I guess, the Valheim. And I'm not a big fan of that. I think they need a very high damage sideliner mage. I'd be looking for something along the lines of a Natalia, and that's why that's getting banned out instantly here. Maybe a Kali would fit.
Did I hear you correctly? You say you want a sideline mage?
No, in the mid.
Okay.
I'm looking for a very high damage sideliner mage. I was looking for something along the lines of a Natalia that got banned. Maybe a Kali would fit.
Yes, the sideliner mage. Yes, sorry. I'm kidding. I just definitely 100% misheard you. Yes, I would agree. They need some more damage because Valheim, he's just scale well into the late game. But one of the things is, like, he's more about the CC. He's more about the control. Yeah, he hits fairly hard, but he's not the truck that, let's say, I don't know, a Lindis or a Fennec would be.
Well, you can, and you can get a Valheim hit very, very hard, but most of the time people are more concerned with his capacity to do stun, which is very good, but again, you need punish. So this last side lane needs to be a high damage character, and this mid lane needs to be on the higher damage side. No more flash, no more positioning characters. The mid lane needs to be able to carry the team.
I agree, but I also agree 100. I really like this Lubu pick. We've seen.
Was I right on the Kali? No. They're playing with my heart. I think they win with Kali and lose with Flash.
I definitely. It's tough. The guy, because I would love the Kali here, especially with the Annette. Oh, there's. Oh well. We're doing it again. I would say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but they didn't win, so it is broke.
It is broke, and it got worse because they didn't get the Elsu. So I don't know where their late game damage comes. Alpha Red need to win early game. If they do, first one stays ahead on the Cricknap becomes terrifying, and they can see the Valheim scale really well, then maybe. But to be blunt, we saw Shadow, we saw the Flash fall off towards the late game last game, and I don't think that's going to change.
I would agree. I'm looking at this Max hover right now, and it's blowing my mind. Sorry, got distracted because Max isn't a hero that we've seen picked up a lot in the West as well. But Scud is something that we've seen a decent amount. Or they're just going to play with my heart some more. It's fine.
We end up with a more standard double sideline HP farm for JT. They'll rely on Neil again to do the vast majority of their damage. They'll have a double engage off the back of the Arduin and Bennett, Benny and Wins respectively. Yuzon will act as the more mobile go-between between the back and the front lines. The threat from Alpha Red needs to come from the double dive, NT and first one. If that works, the rest of the team will work as well, but it's also on enabling towers to play this Valheim.
One of the things I'm actually looking towards here is the fact that J-Team's draft is so middling, if that makes sense. It's just a good all-around draft. It's going to be in and out. They don't have like a really clear backline per se, because Lindis is sort of in flanks and she moves up. They also have the front line. We obviously have the Liliana as well, but they go in and out. They just have a lot of heroes that can brawl.
Well, you can do that with this team because they have the advantage of Benny. And if you have Benny and you have him on your banner, you'll win almost every team fight position-wise. So then you're just looking for extra damage. And if you spread the damage evenly amongst your team, you almost guarantee yourself success.
I'm really liking this this draft here from them. I'm looking also for KSSA. He had some moments of brilliance in that last game, so I'm looking towards him as well. These Hurricane Walls need to be on point, because they were decent in that last game. There was never a Hurricane Wall where I was like, wow, that won them that fight.
Yeah, I would go far enough to say KSSA's win cuffs were good. His overall net play was bad.
Okay, I mean, I was trying to be nice, but...
Well, the major thing is, a good Annette, just like a good Alice, needs to be able to fit into the team composition and provide enough CC that you don't notice that team doesn't have an extra tanky front line. I noticed they didn't have an extra tanky front line because there were so many times that J-Team was able to successfully run over Shadow and then just bully their backline.
And we talked about that. You specifically pointed this out in the draft, that how Shadow was the only real tanky. I'm like, well, I mean, sometimes we see Malik escape from ridiculous situations. Well, we did not see it in that last game. And already up top, Yuzon. Is Yuzon just like the best side laner ever? Like, this guy, he never loses his lane.
Yeah. Yuzon's a really darn good side laner. I know a lot of people were calling him the best side lane in Chinese Taipei in the initial AWC. And I think that's changed a bit with the addition of AHQ there, and things shift, but he is very, very, very good.
So I was looking at it yesterday, and I'm thinking, oh man, as we do have the drone drop going in, I might hold this thought as we do have First Blood going in from Alpha Red. Once again, starting off game number 2, same way as game number 1, with a really solid opening, but they have taken quite a bit of poke damage off the back of that, so they need to back up, reset. No outright Abyssal Dragon play for any direction here.
Yeah, Wins just goes in there to poke it so he can get a reset until they have 5 men back up to fight. Really intelligent flag from him. Now if he can hold on to the bot lane, all is good. Alpha Red can punish his push for the reset, though. If they're able to get bot lane up against his tower, then he'll need to choose fighting the Abyssal or bot lane.
I love this decision from them. Let's watch the timing on this, as we do actually have another aggressive invade here, as Shadow is going in on top of Neil, but the Cyclone is there, not really going to do a whole lot, but first one is here, and Yuzon is going to be the target, and they are going to get a solid double kill. What a rotation from Shadow and first one.
that was why they rotated in to just poke the dragon, because they suddenly realized that they could catch off J-Team up top, and they do. NC, sorry, was useless in that fight, but it doesn't even matter because this core is so good and first one carries them.
KSSA actually misclicked there and auto-attacked the tower and almost cost them that kill. But first one didn't like being in second place after that first game, and he's decided that, look, my Cricknack is god tier, and I'm going to show everybody because he is starting off this game on fire. 2-0-2, 1.9k gold to his name.
And I highlighted the matchup of him versus Neil as something to watch, and I'll stay that way, because not only are they two of the best junglers, I will say, in the AIC, but also they play such different styles. Neil is absent during the early game. First one, at least on Cricknack, will really primarily exist in the early game, and if he's not careful, will fall off towards late.
That is definitely something that we do see quite often, in fact. But Wins walked into the wrong neighborhood. And
nice.
5 kills to 0. I mean, this is the opening that they need. And again, I feel like it's I feel like they needed to commit to this though. The top tower is under threat. First one will be able to secure that all on his own. And now it's Shadow up against the world once again. NT is going to try and go in and get a kill of his own, but Yuzon will just walk away.
But Shadow did get the wave clear, so the top tower holds. 1 kill in exchange for Dragon. That's acceptable.
Absolutely. I felt bad for Shadow in these games because he's off, and again, he's been that sole frontliner there. And while, again, in some of these situations, his team is doing well off the back of it, I feel like he has the most thankless job on Alpha Red.
Interestingly enough, you were talking about Yuzon earlier. He's actually currently leading the team in farm. That's a little bit worrying, again, because you put so much emphasis on Neil for this team to succeed. If Neil falls behind, if Neil's able to get shut down a little bit in this early game, I do think Alpha Red will win.
Well, I feel like that's been Alpha Red's top priority is these additional jungle invades. They didn't play hyper-aggressive in game number 1, but we've seen 2 highly successful 2-3 kill rotations into the jungle to start off this game, and that was the difference maker. That's what they did not have in game number 1. They did not fully utilize first one on this Cricknack. Cricknack's job is to make no one on the enemy team feel safe.
Yeah. And first one's done a really good job of that. Now Towers is the cycling marksman who's going to push through. This is an easy kill.
KSSA, please. That hurricane wall was absolutely perfect. Between a rock and a hard place, he had nowhere to go. That was just solid heads-up positioning. But that was also a breakdown of communication for J-Team. They should have called. There were so many missing players.
Well, they didn't really... This is the advantage of aggression. Neil couldn't check where everyone was because he didn't want to walk into a 4-man stack.
I mean, they came to him. I'm bringing the party to you.
And as a result, they're now in yet more trouble. Neil again gets cleaned out of one side of his jungle. His gold farm will again suffer. If you compare him head-to-head to the enemy jungle, well, there's about a 2,000 gold difference between them.
Ooh, that is a pretty significant difference right now as we're going into the mid-game. And also, we're going to talk about that Valheim build when we come back, because it is not our traditional Valheim build that we've seen of late. So I would like to discuss that as we get back to that point. And once again, we see First One and the rest of Alpha Red moving in towards this Abyssal Dragon, leaving it alive with 158 HP for way too long.
He'll get taken. The final burst of damage comes through, and Towers and KSSA are still operating as a duo. Very well done by Alpha Red to go ahead and, like you were saying, encourage this Cricknack to succeed with the aggression in the early game, and now they're beginning to leverage it into the late game. Because the First One's so far ahead, he will still fall off, but because he's so far ahead, it's going to give them more of a runway to get their high damage characters up in the air and succeeding.
And I think that they sort of identified that because we do have the Valheim building more of that damage. You realize he needs to be a late game carry. He needs to be that ADC that his squad needs. He can't go fully into just that CC kind of build. So I'm actually a big fan of that right now because NT will do good damage in the late game, but I don't think it'll be enough. And now First One is starting to show where he is weak, and that's the fact that he is still fairly squishy. The shock does not land in time for Shadows. Wins is there, but KSSA is on the flank. Let's watch the Hurricane Wall if they decide to go in. There's the wind cuffs. The follow-up is there. Nice call to get himself out of that situation. Wins. Beautiful positioning.
Wins staying smart, keeping J-Team in the game, trading well onto the dominating First One, making sure it's jungle for jungle in the mid lane. But Neil is the jungle that they could not afford to lose.
Yes, they cannot lose him here, but again, I have to say, going this late game, you have so much potential damage here from J-Team. And the thing I have to talk about is the lack of towers that Alpha Red has taken. 7 kills. They had 5 uncontested kills and only managed to take 1 tower.
That is a worrying sign. J-Team do a really good job of this. Like I said, lose the early game, slowly scale late. They don't have enough damage yet, but they are catching up. If you look at the level and gold difference, it is not as wide as it should be, to be frank.
Yeah, we're only looking at about a 3k gold difference right now, and as you said, that's not where it should be considering the fact that they're down 2 dragons and 5 kills. J-Team has actually been farming incredibly well, and they have not really gone into that dragon side of the map. If you look towards Alpha Red, they've been really prioritizing the Slayer side, which is still allowing Neil quite a bit of room to play.
A little bit more of a defensive turn towards this last item that the Valheim's built. Towns now has a Frost Cape as well. But, like you said, you rushed War Boots, Fafnir's Talon. That's going to be a ton of damage.
Ooh, a ton of damage right there onto Yuzon, able to get that kill. KSSA is going to be the target as Benny goes in with the branching out in the back. We already have the Essence of the Wind being burned. But nice positioning there from KSSA, using that flicker to secure himself position, and now wins. He's in position to get some good split pushing of his own.
But first one soloed the Dark Slayer in the meantime.
Oh.
That means that they're going to be able to carry through. I think the focus will be top lane.
I mean, just the fact that, you know, J-Team wasn't aware of that, as was I, and I had full vision of the map. So there you go. That just goes to show how successful the distraction that was that top lane push of Alpha Red.
They don't summon Drake. They're sitting on it. They want to wait until the late game, or as late as they can in this timer, so that they can go ahead and find an instant response with this top wave, I was thinking. But it's only Tao's here with them.
Ooh, Yuzon. We talked about how amazing this guy is in the solo lane, but that is not a solo situation. That is a 4v1 as Taos is going in on to Benny. Their nice job with the Hurricane Wall, stunning him out, pushing him back. He is CC'd literally forever. The Nature's Realm is burned through. Beautiful positioning here from KSSA and crew. I asked for better Hurricane Walls. We asked for better net play. Well, you know what? We're getting it.
This entire game rested on Shadow in the mid lane. He just held off the flank. He just held off the split push so that Alpha Red can find the rest of this game.
And now they are going in on the high ground. They are going in under the towers, getting kills left and right, forcing Neil back in onto the core. Shadow with that cleave, the broad, just the backhand across the face to put wins in the ground.
Now, Alpha Red will not slip if they can close the game in the next 5 minutes. If J-Team last longer than that, things get dicey. That's why Alpha Red are taking objectives off the map that could turn it. You can see KSSA slowing down the pace of play so that this Abyssal Dragon can be picked up. Once it's picked up, Alpha Red will turn, take a team fight as quick as they can.
They want to utilize this buff, but they do have a bit of some low health bars here, so they're going to reset this, take just an additional second to keep going in this. But I love the fact, again, I said, hey, they need to take some towers. It's like they heard me, because in an instant, they went from having taken 1 tower to taking the Dark Slayer and, I don't know, like 4 towers back to back to back.
And by this point last game, Neil had his Club Sanctity and his Omni Arms complete. He's still on Rank Breaker. This is a very slow build for Neil.
Yeah, he is, again, it's all this jungle pressure. He has not had the top side of his jungle this entire time. I'm like, yeah, he's had some room to play, but not a whole lot, as the push is going in the bottom as well as the mid. Alpha Red, you know, didn't get the most value with this buff right now, but, oh, first one. Jeez.
Watch Yuzon, though. Yuzon's got to be the lead for the team. If Yuzon's able to succeed, he can turn it around, and it is all on him. He's got the most gold on the team right up until this last exchange. He can now duel first one head-to-head because of his Conqueror life seal.
Keep an eye on that in these fights, but it's rarely been a 1v1 in this situation. Great wind cuffs onto Benny, taking half his HP away with 1 solid cleave as well, as we do have the push on to the bottom. Wins is going to be the target once again. The Arduin's HP bar not nearly enough to deal with all that damage.
Alpha Red want mid lane. If they can take this tower quickly, they're guaranteed the game win. Benny will have the Nature's Realm, though, just to say no, to decline the call. And if he can do that, and they can continue to stall out, slow down the game, this is still a possible win.
It is, and they're doing a very good job of stalling this out now. That was actually 2 masterful tower defenses there forcing back towns to the point where he needs to full reset, and all the while, Neil is just farming away in multiple lanes, trying to get as much gold to his credit as possible. He does now have his Omni Arms online, can look to build towards Sclava Sancti yet, but he's 0-3-2, 7k gold. He's not where he needs to be. He's not even the most farmed on his team.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for that, but I do think if there is a way to turn this around, it's just time. I think J-Team are the team that can succeed here if this game continues, and I'm actually more worried for Alpha Red.
Yeah, Alpha Red, they need to just get the win here. I mean, they already have the high ground tower, and to me, that's always the thing that's the indicator. They have the high ground. That's huge.
Yeah, and I know that should be game, but I don't think J-Team are out of this by a long shot right now because they are not being able to close the game. This Dark Slayer is going to be the last guaranteed opportunity for Alpha Red, and you can see Yuzon pressing very aggressive so that they can challenge for him.
Taos was able to take an uncontested dragon, though, or an uncontested tower, I should say. So that will help, as they now only have their 2 remaining high ground towers between those big boy super minions marching down the mid lane here. We'll see how Alpha Red can push off the back of the strike. The last time they had that, they took a high ground.
Yeah, if they get the Dark Slayer, that is. But see, Yuzon still playing it really aggressive. He can win this 1v1, not this 1v4, though.
And once again, we are seeing that going in, and now it is Neil against the world as he is going to be absolutely destroyed, staggering the deaths. That was an outright throw from J-Team.
Well, it was the only thing they could have done.
They could have done it
like
as a team.
Like you said, it wasn't
TJ.
enough.
They could have done it as a squad. You talked about Yuzon going in there, trying to keep this, kill this wave, and not quite able to do so. Star needs to try and go in and kill this minion, try and get some kills of his own. And first one's actually going to fall right here, but through all of it, the core is going to fall, and that is going to be GG if Tau can stay alive. Yes, it is. We're going to see a game number 3.
Very good play from Alpha Red. I said the only way this draft works is if you win the early game dominantly. You get 5 kills or so in the early game. They got 7. Once they had 7 kills in the early game, they scaled so well that it was impossible for J-Team to get back on top. We saw them starting to. Towards the hyper late game, we started to see them beginning to be able to win 1v1s, maybe scale back into it. And it was Yuzon getting shut down 1v5 that finally ended the game.
I think there were 2 key things that happened in that series. The first, as you said, was the fact that Yuzon, they identified the fact that he was winning the 1v1. So let's just stop making it a 1v1. They brought multiple bodies to the table, they brought multiple bodies to the lane, and they just shut him down. I was hoping they were going to show us the percentages here, but that's just fine. The other thing was Neil. You asked for Neil to step up, while he did in game number 1, to be that power farm carry that we witnessed. And, Alpha Red, they realized, too, where the dominance was. We actually saw 43% of the team's damage going over to Star on that Liliana. That is a monstrous number. But it's not even necessarily that his play was so exceptionally good. It was. But it was also the fact that nobody else on his team was able to step up. Arduin had more damage than Neil.
Well, it was very hard to win any of the lanes because of how well they were rotating. The reason Star was the only one to win his lane was because it was the only lane they weren't paying attention to. They didn't ever need to really push through the mid lane or put a whole bunch of emphasis on the mid lane because Alpha Red were focused on getting major objectives and shutting down jungle. That's why Yuzon suffered so much in early, because they wanted to be able to get access to the jungle to deny Neil farm. They identified it as a win condition and they punished it.
Oh yeah, you saw it. You saw it happen multiple times. Those jungle invades that not only found them taking every single monster in the jungle, but also multiple kills every single time. We saw double and triple kill the 2 early game invades that came through. That's how we got those early 5 kills. And you know what? I think they need to do exactly what you're doing right now. They need to have a sip of tea. They need to reset a little bit if you are J-Team and go, okay, we need to identify. We thought we had the answers there from game number 1, but clearly no. I said if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but it was broke, so they proved me wrong. They absolutely knew what they were doing with that draft.
Well, they fixed it in-game, really. And it was the correct knack being able to succeed, and it was a lot more team emphasis on first one. Game number 1, first one, if you watched, he was playing bodyguard to the Elsu a lot. I believe we even mentioned about it being good strategy. But the problem was it relies on the kind of power transition to the Elster. They never tried to transition power that game. They just tried to keep first one in the game as long as possible and rely on the fact that him getting 9 kills would mean everyone else on their team had opportunities to do well as well. And it worked out.
It definitely did work out. So, oh man, this game number 3 is going to be so very interesting. It's the first game number 3 that we've actually seen so far here. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that as we see some of these replays here. Walk us through what we're seeing in these fights.
Well, it was a lot of Star failing. Watch every single fight here. Star either gets a kill or leaves. Because he was the only high mobility character on the team. And that was kind of a problem. Whenever this big burst of damage came out from Alfred in an incredibly coordinated manner like here, there was no time or accurate response. Benny could Redwood Rush, but that's pretty slow. The only character with a dash on the team is Star. So every time the fight happens, he fails, the rest of the team can't, the fight's over.
And we saw, a couple amazing hurricane walls in those fights. That's what I asked for. I said, KSSA, you went so far as to call his play bad in game number 1. Do you think he redeemed himself in game number 2?
Yeah, it was good in that play. And it was a lot, I was actually noticing far fewer of his stellar win cuts. Game 1, he was landing a ton of good win cuts that collected people in groups. Game number 2, he was playing much more as a front liner. And that's kind of what I said when I identified what went wrong with his Game 1 play. He played Game 1 and wasn't able to compensate for the lack of HP that his character brings. There's a trade-off, a few extra stun tools in exchange for having a lower actual HP. In Game number 1, he wasn't able to compensate for that because he wasn't playing the front line. Game number 2, he absolutely did.
Yeah, he found that balance going into game number 2. I think they're taking a short break, allowing the players to kind of reset going into game number 3 here. So, I can't wait. So, I think we're going to see some very different drafts here in game number 3, because I think both teams have identified that, look, we know what works, we know what is going to be broken, but I think that J-Team, there's no way they are going to allow a lot of this core through. What do you think is the biggest? Is it first one's Cricknack? Is it the Valheim? Is it, where is the key component to this draft from Alpha?
If I'm not mistaken, they get to choose sides. If I'm then, I flip. They've been really enjoying being second picks so that they can get Neil Lindis, and maybe they feel that's important enough. But if they want to have an extra opportunity for denial, I'd actually say you ban out the Cricknack and force your opponents to ban the OPs. Then you go ahead and take Lindis on first pick, maybe let them get Nelson.
I actually don't mind that pickup there at all, because Elsu, again, he needs to get in that late game. But again, teams are learning how to play against him, especially in regions where they've had access to the player for longer. They know how to contend with him. So I actually don't mind that decision too much here. I think letting through more of these OPs would be better, and taking a chance to deny a few more of these very specific power picks for these players.
Well, the other thing is, you have a lot of, I feel, an opportunity for J-Team to punish the fact that there are so many target bans being enforced against them. We have never seen that Raz let through. They literally, every single team that's played J-Team has felt it more important than banning a Richter to ban Star's Raz. Exploit that. Make them choose between banning a Richter and banning Star's Raz. Because if you can make them make that choice, then that messes up their ideal draft.
That is such a statement piece too. Like, that is really just like, wow, his hero is so good that we'd rather give you Richter.
Mm-hmm.
Well, draft number 3 is about to get underway. As we get on into it here, Alpha up against a J-Team, already pulling out some amazing games here. We're seeing our first game number 3 here of the second stage, group stage. I've got to find a better way to say that.
Stage 2
of the group stages.
Of the group stage.
See, no, we need a better option.
J-Team did do what I said. They flip sides. They ban out Valheim and Cricknack. This means the owners to ban the OPs goes against them, and that means they get Ignis on first pick. That's really interesting. Alpha Red
could
I
conceivably
dare
get
you-
Richter and
I dare you, Richter Lindis. I dare you.
yes, of course,
Because
absolutely take that.
That is so obvious for Alphared. If they take the Lindis away and they get a Richter, I think they've won this exchange. But they may decide not to do that because first one was so good on that crit neck. They might want to keep him on a melee. And this is what I was talking about. Even if J Team lose the Lindis here, they have forced Alphared to draft it. So this should be Richter Lindis. Thank you.
And it is, yes.
Now J Team need to look for the dive. This needs to kind of be a little bit of a flip. Get a Malik, get a little bit more pressure into the enemy backline because they're going to be trying to set up the Lindis, and you've won this draft.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that, I mean, oh man. Ooh, Violet though.
Nope, I like it.
I like this
Range-
Violet pickup here. Yeah.
Range counter, you play him in the backline, get a Malik to play the front line, and I would put a lot of emphasis on that Malik because it's going to get banned out if you get to the second banning phase. And during the second banning phase, take away their flash because the flash is an obvious counter. And maybe take away their Cricknack as well because they could play this Lindis sideline. Oh, the Cricknack's already gone. Great. Fantastic. Good work.
No, I think this was 100% the play. Ibeneth as well for Benny. I mean, he's if it ain't broke again. Oh man, this is a good response. I mean, we know how strong this Ignis can be, and taking away one of the best pairings of it. I mean, they obviously weren't going to pick up the Inet because they already had the Ibeneth, but I actually don't know how I feel about. Obviously, KSSA's Annette has been fantastic, but with the Richter and that's going to be an interesting dynamic.
I think Annette can work with anything so long as the play is successful. There's that flash ban I was calling for. Now the Malik side lane is an obvious pick for J-Team. It can be taken away by Alpha Red, either in this next ban cycle or in the first pick cycle. I would prefer them to deal with the sideline threats in the ban phase. And I think J-Team should be prioritizing the Malik.
I would agree here. I feel like the Malik of Shadow has been solid considering he's been in rough situations.
Yeah, so it's a double threat. They take it away from Shadow, who is literally only playing Malik, and they now have the opportunity, should they pick it, to have an extra engaged tool. And they're doing a really smart thing. They're focusing out a double mage ban in response. So Alpha Red should have to first pick this Malik. But if they feel a little bit antsy, they'll go for mage first.
This is hilarious because there's the hyper focus. It's like, let's take away NT's mages. And Alpha Red's like, let's take away Yuzon side laners. Like, they've identified who some of these key players are who are still on the board, and they want to make sure that they don't have one of their top S tier picks.
Ooh. They're giving Yuzon Tulin? No, okay.
No, it's mid Tulin. Yeah, mid. They still need to. Oh wait, Ignis. What am I saying? Wait, what's going on?
They could have given Yuzon Tulin. He does play it very, very well.
I mean, he's going to get his Lubu, which is still also. I mean, obviously started the game. Wait, we also.
So this is their double sideline draft, and I like the Lubu. I would again really like a Malik on this team for the reasons I highlighted, but they still get a little bit of extra engage from the Lubu, and the Marja will give them a little bit of backline threat they perhaps feel they're missing. This should be the Malik I've been talking up all draft long because Shadow has played literally nothing else. Maybe he's shifting over to the Richter though, and they'll pick up an extra. They could go jungle here. They could shift Shadow over to the Richter, put side lane Lindis and grab a Cricknack here, and that wouldn't be crazy, but it would be unexpected.
I predicted that game number 3's drafts would be highly different from the first two, and we definitely are seeing that here. But I'm surprised at how lightweight these compositions are. We only have one pseudo tank in the entire game, and that is the Ibeneth. And
so they are doing what I said. I apologize for interrupting you. I just want to talk rampant over this.
Zill. Talk about the Zill.
So, yeah. So this is, I misspoke earlier. I should have said they pick up a melee assassin for the jungle. The Cricknack's been banned. That specifically isn't available. But they do what I was saying. They're going to put first one over on the Zill in jungle, shift NT over to the mid lane, and then bring that Richter down to Shadow, and put Taos in the side lane on the Lindis. That might seem crazy to Western viewers, but it is fairly standard. All the component parts are fairly standard for Thai and Chinese Taipei play. So the big advantage to the Zill is if he's able to get out ahead, he's actually a late game assassin, which almost never happens. There are very few late game assassins, but if the Zill can get out ahead, he does exactly that. The big downside is he's got a high investment cost before he gets there. So early game is going to be actually Alpha Red's weak point here. If they survive it, if they get to late game, and they still maintain control of their jungle, I think they'll do very well.
So I have a question now, and is that first one, does he only play melee assassins in the jungle?
No, he plays some Lindis. And I know he's a big fan of Violet. We saw him play Violet during the finals, actually.
Apparently Slims as well, based on some of his team play or some of his league play. So it's interesting to look at here, but we'll see, because you know they had the opportunity to run the Lindis in the jungle, but instead they opted to go for that Zill as well. So we'll see.
You're getting a full taste of the RPL. Welcome, Western viewers. This is how the more advanced regions play the game. Star on the Ignis is the big question. Did JT win with that pick? There are some analysts who would say yes, who would say Ignis is that OP. I think there is an opportunity for good response from Alfred, particularly with the jungle Zill. If he can win shift and tornado, he will one-shot Star almost every time. So it is all about the dive potential onto Star.
I actually love that adjustment too at the end there, identifying the look. We need to, you mentioned, it's literally a 2-ability combo. We need to kill Ignis. We need a hero that can absolutely kill this, because look at the damage already going through. The rate of fire, the fire crash, everything going through, and Star is just able to do so much. He had 43% of his team's damage in that last game. That is too much damage.
Shadow on the Richter is also a key component of this gameplay. If he's able to succeed on the Richter, Yuzon loses in lane, that might very well be game. Because again, it's all about enabling first one. If you win the side lanes, your jungle will not be threatened, and that first one will be exceptionally strong come late game.
We have to talk about the late game here, because we do have the Violet from Neil. Neil, who was the star in game number 1 and who got shut down in game number 2. We have to talk about how much potential this Violet has to utterly dominate that late game. We've seen what happens when you get a Violet 6 stack. They can just have health you with every single tactical fire.
Yeah, and he's in an interesting match because late game Lindis from the side lane is the peak. Side lane Lindis peaks late game, but Lindis peaks mid game. So there is definitely a disadvantage to running the Lindis in the side lane. If they can punish that, if they can bully Towers in lane, that's going to be a strong asset for the team.
Well, so far they're doing exactly that. The Tornado's going in the Ghost Walk to dodge out a lot of that from Wins, who is doing so much initial damage to Taos, who was forced back early in that fight and allowed the First Blood and the Abyssal Dragon to go over towards J-Team. Again, a situation where, you know, maybe they should... both teams had the potential for these early game fights, and we saw it they're just executed better for J-Team.
First one dying right there is actually astonishingly bad for Alpha Red. That may very well have just cost them the game. If he falls behind, that is GG. If he is ever a lower level than the enemy team, that is the game.
Well, right now, he's on par with everybody except for Neil, who has been farming exceptionally well through all this. The difference in this game number 3 is the pressure. By this time, in game number 1, we'd already had 3 kills from Alpha Red after 2 successful or 1.5 successful jungle invades, and so far they have not been able to make that happen because they identified we need to focus on our farming instead. And it seems to be in this series, the team that is forced to play more passive is the team that loses.
More importantly, this is a shift in the draft from Alpha Red. Because they now have a pretty weak early game, they needed to shift how they were playing, and I think they have appropriately. I don't think them having a somewhat weak early game should be cause for anxiety. I think this becomes a problem if J-Team are able to repeatedly punish their jungle.
Oh, Star.
That was so smart. Star. Reset his speed boost off of that Seagull so that he could get away from the Riki shot. That is incredibly smart.
that allows him to stay in lane and supplement this push, because it wouldn't have killed him, but it would have, almost would have, and done enough damage to force him back to base, which he's doing anyway for mana. But still,
First one was flanking. That might have killed him. Because first one would have gone on if the Riki shot had landed.
What absolutely masterful play, and now Yuzon is here in a 1v2 situation. He does have the Conqueror, and he actually thinks maybe he can make this happen. No, flickers over the wall, baits that perfectly. Yuzon is a god.
Yuzon's very, very good. Baits out the play, flickers over the wall, and JT now know where two players are. They'll send Benny up to bully first one off of that Spirit Sentinel. He's a bit late, but first one's very low.
Put him into the wall, the tornado with the iframe, but it's not nearly enough. Benny just goes in, happy to trade his life for this. As Shadow was able to get out.
If he dies, it literally doesn't matter. But
and he's not even going to die.
Yeah,
he literally
he's able to
can't even
rush over the wall. And first one is in trouble. Like you said, he's still behind the enemy jungle, which is a big bad sign. But he's also now, for the first time, going to be caught up with by JT.
Oh no, and now we are seeing the solid invade. The J team is realizing, look, we have the power advantage. We know that we can take these fights. And I love the fact that they instantly identify that and then convert it into jungle pressure and an objective and likely towers to the back of the stew. They need to not misplay this though, and leash the dragon? That was awkward. The dragon should not have done that. It was very strange.
I don't know. Dragon's got a mind of its own sometimes.
It does.
J-Team will adapt to this knowledge. Find some pressure in the bot lane, find some pressure on mid, take the dragon inside. That's what they're doing, and Star on the Ignis is proving why this character's been an insta-ban almost every game so far.
I think this is the second Ignis that we've seen so far in the last 2 days. Either way.
In the last 2 days.
In the last 2 days, I should specify. See, my world, as much as I watched all the first stage of the group stage, my world only exists yesterday. So, I was born and I am an Arena of Valor caster yesterday. Welcome.
Hey.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm watching Arena of Valor. I'm great.
Well, the Ignis is OP because of the stuns and the damage and the AoE nature of the damage. No other character can do that much burst onto literally your entire team. So, Alpha Reds during these late game team fights are going to have to play kind of spread out and still try and coordinate through that, which is really difficult.
I need to watch and see how Benny continues to play here as well, because his ability to force Alpha Red out of position is huge, especially as you mentioned, when you can do that damage from Ignis onto an entire squad. If you can force them back and into precarious situations, it allows Star to do even more damage. As we now see the 4-man collapse up here into the top.
Goodness.
Oh no, the Holy Embers are there as well. The Hurricane Wall to split the fight. NT is actually going in, taking them anyway, but Yuzon has split this, and they do secure the kill, if not the tower.
NT did brilliantly there. Dived in, clears wave. He might be in trouble in the long run, though, because JT cut the wave and pressure bot lane.
That was a really nice pick up there, the 2v1 situation, picking up the kill onto Wins. A small little reprieve here from Alpha Red as they're going to be able to get this tower of their own. That was the trade they needed to start to get back into this game.
Benny, though, doing a lot of damage, will scare them back. J-Team get the trade. Like he said, Alpha Red staying in it matters because they're playing to the late game. They've kind of flip-flopped roles with J-Team. J-Team now have a stronger mid-game, and it will be Alpha Red in the late game that excel. They need to get first one there, though. There have been multiple times where I've worried he'll fall behind. Right now, he's on par with the most, with the strongest of J-Team's members, noticeably 2 levels behind Neil. That's not really good enough, but it's also not over.
It is not over, absolutely. I mean, we've seen both of these teams trade blows. We know the strength of these squads. 2 of the best in the world going head-to-head right now as the next Abyssal Dragon spawns. It's not that enraged Abyssal Dragon yet, but it is still going to be a point of contention here, and J-Team knows it as they are already pushing in here onto this Dragon side. Look at the instant shift in focus, and in the mid, Shadow is just gone. What were you thinking?
He was trying to clear a wave, and there were 4 players there. This tower will fall.
I love it. Opening up the map, rotating down, simultaneously taking 2 towers here as Wins is on the flank. KSSA is in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to burn the Hurricane. Oh, the Steed stun!
He doesn't get the opportunity. Shut down, and now Towers. I don't think you can hold this wave. He'll try. He spends the entrapments, but Wins specifically clears them. He still gets wave. Oh no, it's not enough. 1 minion, and Neil, 2 shots, the towers.
Yeah, Neil is starting to reach his mid-game critical mass right here. We talk about the late-game potential of Violet, but when we're heading into that late game now, past this 10-minute mark, Neil is going to hit like a truck. So keep an eye on that already, and I love this build too. He's just going standard, tried and true, nothing too fancy.
The Ignis actually building Frosties here for the extra slow, kind of going more on the utility side of things for the advantage it will grant his team. They're still thinking of Neil as the key damage source, and I agree.
And Benny, though, maybe overstaying a little bit right there, wanting to get fancy, doing a whole 1v4 situation. Pull the Embers from Star, almost just completely turning that fight around. That was literally just Benny feeling way too cocky, walking solo into the enemy jungle and almost getting away with it. If it wasn't for those meddling
But then
kids.
Star walked up into a 1v4, and they all ran away.
I mean, to be fair, it's because he almost killed all of them, TJ.
It's terrifying. Ignis, man. They need to have punish for him. That's why it's so important that first one comes online. Because if first one comes online, then they have dive punish, and that's why they need this missile track.
I have to say, though, that Benny actually, I kind of want to say throwing there, had huge repercussions because this is going to allow Alpha Red to get this Enraged Abyssal Dragon basically on cooldown as it spawns. That was huge. Not having the full members and Yuzon giving up his life for him on the back of this, that had massive repercussions because now J-Team cannot continue to keep up this pressure, which they need, and allows Alpha Red to scale a little bit easier into this late game.
Yeah, Gold Game is kind of closed up a bit. Alpha Red, like you said, coming back into this late game. And as I said, the late game is where they have the potential to upset this series. You can look at the build coming through now for first one. He's got his Loki's Curse probably full stacked at this point. He's got the Dark Blessing, and he's got the Apocalypse, which will mean basically he has the burst damage necessary to play this as ill. If he can find Star isolated, he'll probably get the kill.
We'll keep an eye on that. Zill, his whole mission in life is to kill the man with the beard.
I don't think it's because he has a beard.
I'm pretty sure that's the only reason. Let's be honest.
Sure.
I mean, look, he's on clean shaven, not the target. Look, transitive properties, man.
If he can kill the Violet, that's pretty important as well. I'm not going to comment on the state of Violet's facial hair, but if you can shut down the Violet, if the Zill gets those two key backliners, the fight will always go to Alpha Red, and we've now hit the point in the game where Alpha Red can afford to do that, which is interesting, because frankly, J-Team should have won before this point.
They probably should have, but getting that key Enraged Abyssal Dragon has meant the J-Team could do nothing. They've played entirely passive, but Alpha Red also didn't push their advantage. They let the Zill farm. All this Enraged Abyssal Dragon buff did was give them space, gave them the ability to take a breath, reset a little bit here, and again, farm and scale up those late game monsters.
Benny might push forward here. Facing against Cass's A and C. He's made this mistake once before. Freya's Blessing in the meantime, finishing the build here for first one. Like I said, he's getting to the point where he will do... Well, you just saw that minion. He will do a ton of damage should he get onto the key backliners. I don't want to harp on it, but the fights right now devolve down to do J-Team manage to keep those backlines alive to win it out the fight, or do Alpha Red have the pressure and the dive necessary to shut them down?
Speaking of dive, I was watching the mini-map there, and I watched Yuzon go in. I'm like, okay, Yuzon's going to trade his life for this Darkslayer. That's great. But no, he killed Tao's, and his team gets the Darkslayer for his life. That trade was 200% worth it.
Yuzon makes silly sacrificial plays be an extra benefit to the team. And this might be J-Team's last hurrah when they're entirely in control of the game. If they can find more than just a tower here, if they can maybe break the high ground, the game's theirs. If Alpha Red managed to stop out this Drake push, then I think, in turn, the game is theirs.
So I'm going to keep an eye on for sure. As we, again, you talked about this, DJ, you called it, and we're literally just seeing everything change after that one failed jungle engage from J-Team. They have been on the back step ever since Benny decided he wanted to walk in 1v4.
I don't want to say I'm right, but I am. So... I would say that. Yes. But you can see, because we're playing a late game, Paul, it is J-Team have options, right? As much as we're talking about first one's late game burst damage, he is one of the few assassins that scales well late game, but the Zill still won't do well against the tanks. Benny can shut him down. Wins a little bit more of a tanky build, but he can still win a fight. So if they can get the right engages, first one's not that scary.
Well, he's going to have to be... Well, I mean, I feel like he's still going to be fairly scary here, especially because Star is putting himself so far forward, but Shadow's actually on the flank. We haven't talked about this Richter. We've been quiet on him all game long, and Neil... He missed. He just straight up missed. Neil happened to tactical fire at exactly the right moment, and now Shadow is in full retreat. He's actually going to be able to get out of there. I think that was literally an entire coincidence, as Yuzon is once again going in onto Tao's. Able to get this. This is literally like 1v3 right now. Yuzon is an absolute beast.
That's what a OP Lubu can do. This is going to be a high ground falling, at least in one lane.
KSA as well is going to be under threat here, forced to burn the Hurricane Wall just for space as the Drake is pushing in, buffing the minion wave. They're going to be here. That is going to be a second high ground tower, and they're looking towards a third.
That should be J-Team's game to lose now, provided they don't lose a massive, devastating team fight and a major objective. There's very little way, because they did such a good job in the early game. Alpha Reds basically need to win 2 or 3 team fights in order to fight this back.
This is going to be a tall order for them. I mean, Alpha Red, they were looking in such good position. Now they're behind by 7k gold. Such a weird situation here. I mean, they never were able, they were pulling this lead back. They were looking for it. But first one, he's just not able to get these key kills. Finding Yuzon and not Star, the way they're positioning, protecting Star through all of this, they've identified him as their absolute key damage dealer, and they have kept him safe all game long.
And Benny again, so good at setting up for Star. Watch that Holy Embers.
Goes in, takes half the team's HP to boot, and now all of Alpha Red is in full retreat. And Violet's not even there. She's taking the Abyssal Dragon during all of this.
That is incredibly smart, because Nail and Yuzon pick up the Abyssal. The obvious turning point for Alpha Red is off the board.
That was the comeback mechanic they absolutely needed. They're looking towards the 10k gold deficit. They only have 1 remaining high ground tower to their credit. Level 15, looking towards 6 stacks. Violet is already there, 2-0 and 2, has the full build online. But wow, once again, Benny is deciding that he just wants to live in the enemy jungle. He is a tree after all.
Tao's like stopped attacking him because he wasn't doing any damage, and he figured it just wasn't worth the time.
It's like, well, I could just try and just lifesteal. I don't know, it's fine. It's fine. As they now push in onto this last remaining bastion of hope for Alpha Red. One more auto, and that tower's going down. The Marja is hitting like a freight train, but the Tornado is going in, trying to find Star in the back. But a beautiful job from Benny. There's always one tanky player, whether it be Yuzon or Benny, standing next to Star at all times.
He's brought in the wave. Yuzon's just brought in the wave this whole time. He's got a super minion wave in mid. This could be game.
This could be it, as the first kill is going in now onto Shadow here. That is exactly what they needed. Neil is still alive. The core is under threat, pushing in here, and that is going to be J-Team doing it. That is going to be the ace, and as well, GG. They take the series 2-1.
Nicely done. A clean game from J-Team to re-establish their dominance. Alpha Red get a game, and that may matter because the other team in this group is ALG. Because of that game being taken, Alpha Red now need to do incredibly, or ALG now need to do, I believe, a 2-0 in order to keep their hopes alive.
That's going to be difficult, not going to lie. But you know what, I believe that maybe ALG can find it within to pull this out right now. But all in all, what a fantastic series. The closest one we have seen here in Stage 2. And both of these squads should be proud of that performance. There was, again, a few moments. There was one turning point in that entire game. It had to be that stagger death in gate. I was like, oh man, things are going to turn around here. But they were able to bring it back. And I want to say, just really solid play there from J-Team.
Yeah, J-Team stepping up. And it time and time again is from Neil and Star. That's the duo. However, we saw a re-emergence of a player I haven't gotten to talk about since the AWC. That was Yuzon, back on the field this entire set. He played his trademark Lubu and excelled at it. That's something I've been looking for a while, because he's a really good Lubu player, and he's a really good side laner. And it's just been a while since that's really stood out.
Yeah, I mean, I was instantly watching his play in that first set there, and really just able to dominate that. And Star, 27.7% of his team's damage, 29% actually picked up by wins on that Marja, though. So
that was kind of interesting, because it did come back to the draft. I felt like because we didn't see any dive picked up for Alpha Red in that last game, there was almost nothing they could do to get to the Ignis. Because sure, you have a Zill, but Benny's just so good. The positioning's so good. You need a flash to counter that comp.
Yeah, no, I was interesting there, and the Liliana felt fine, I guess, but just wasn't ever exceptional in any direction. So the Flash, though, those tornadoes were the breath of life in a lot of those team fights. There was interesting adaptation as we got into that last draft too. Both teams attempted to mind game, and in the end, J Team just mind gamed a little bit better.
They mind game, Paul.
They did. No, they actually did, because they countered the like they literally played it out, and like because all the eggs went into that Zill basket.
I'd like to say that I called that mind game pre-game.
You did.
So I mind game the mind game of the mind game.
Well, like they clearly need you drafting for them, because you predicted all of this.
Alpha Reds do go down in a 2-1 set, our first of the AIC, actually, interestingly enough. Or our first of AIC Stage 2. We did have one during AIC Stage 1 as well. So that's the one we get. Everything's going to be 2-0 from here on. That's how that works.
What?
We
You don't believe in Flash Wolves?
Today. Actually, yeah, the rest of these sets will be high.
Dude,
I won't predict anything yet.
Yeah, okay. We're gonna listen to we're gonna watch these replays back, and then we're gonna have some chats. Because seriously.
Hey, Yuzon. He did pretty well.
Yeah.
I'm going to highlight that here as we look at the replays. Wins was a major point for J-Team. We didn't really touch on it all. But oh my god, that flicker play just there. How did I see that live? That was sick.
Because because it wasn't on camera, to be fair. But still, this was the play, though. This is the play I was like, J-Team's literally going to throw the game off of this. And they were able to recover. They were able to recover. Everybody overcommits to try and keep Benny alive, and then they stagger deaths, and then Alpha Red takes Dragon, but it just wasn't enough because Star's a beast.
Mm-hmm. And Yuzon winning this 1v1 against Towers so many times in a row. Sure, he gets shut down in that specific play, but remember, that was all supposed to just be bait. He didn't actually need to get the kill. He just needed to threaten the tower so that the Dark Slayer could be taken. But the fact that Yuzon's getting kills in 1v2, 1v3 situations like that is always absurd.
The timing on that tactical fire from Neil, I'm still not convinced he's not a Jedi, because that was literally like precognition. That was wild.
I see through the ways of JT.
Oh wow, it's just incredible play there from them. What a series, back and forth. But guys, we're not done yet. How wild is that?
We're not.
Dude,
AHQ Flash Wolves OMG Overclockers, both
Oh my.
incredible sets, Paul.
I'm so very excited. We have two more amazing games. AHQ versus Flash Wolves is coming up next. And after that, it is, oh my god, the Chinese Phenoms going up against Overclockers. That's actually, I think, going to be a very interesting game because OMG have been a question mark on many people's minds. So we're definitely going to keep an eye on that match. So let's, I guess, briefly talk about this next one, though, which is AHQ versus Flash Wolves. This next game is going to be interesting. So we'll set it up a little bit before we head to our break.
Yeah, AHQ, of course, are the Korean champions. They're the team you'd expect to win this entire tournament. Flash Wolves are going to be their first, I think, real wake-up call, their first real challenge, if that makes sense. Because Flash Wolves did come out of the group stage 1 on top. They beat out Swing Phantom. They looked really good in that group. So if AHQ are going to be threatened in this group stage, it will be versus Flash Wolves.
Yeah, Flash Wolves, of course, such a solid roster in their own right. I mean, again, well, but here's the thing, though, too, is that this isn't quite the same roster that we saw before here. So I believe there are some newer members that have been added onto this. So this is going to be interesting. I'm actually super pumped to see how this plays out. And I'm going to see how long we're going to have for this break before we head into it. So we can give some little bit of context here, as they are looping the same graphic over and over again on the main stream. And it keeps freezing at the same point, so I'm a little bit confused, but we're going to make it work right
broke,
now.
so I think we should just throw to a break.
I was going to try and play it off, but we'll just
All right, I was just going to tell you, because I'm looking at a loading screen.
Yeah, so am I. So we're just gonna head over to a break, and we'll be right back. Take it easy.
บ้าที่สุด เจ้าบ้าแอคนี่ มาหาว่าฉันใช้ไม่ได้ เดี๋ยวฉันจะหาทางออกจากป่านี้ด้วยตัวเองให้ดู แปลกจัง เหมือนเพิ่งเดินผ่านตรงนี้ไปเองนี่นาต้นไม้ต้นนี้ดูคุ้นจังเลย บ้าที่สุด หลงทางอีกแล้ว ตั้งแต่ได้อ่านจดหมายการผจญภัยของพ่อกับแม่ ฉันก็ได้แต่อิจฉาพวกท่านมาตลอด แล้วก็ได้แต่หวังว่าเมื่อไหร่ฉันจะเป็นสุดยอดนักผจญภัย แถมยังหาเจ้าชายในฝันไม่เจอเลย หรือว่าฉันจะไม่เหมาะกับการเป็นนักผจญภัยกันนะ
เจอตัวสักทีร็อกซี่เธอนี่ขี้งอนชะมัดฉันแค่ว่าเธอได้นิดหน่อยๆถึงกับต้องเดินหนีไปเลยหรือไงรู้บ้างไหมว่าฉันเป็นห่วงแค่ไหนฉันต้อง เธอคำบ้าอะไรฉันกำลังว่าเธออยู่นะอยู่ๆก็หัวเราะออกมาบ้าเปล่า
แค่คิดว่าถึงฉันจะหลงทาง แต่นายก็ตามหาฉันเจอตลอด
เชอะก็คนมันเท่ก็คงเป็นเพราะว่า เราเป็นคู่หูกันสินะ
The spirits of my ancestors guide me. You have no idea.
ยามคมดาบลิ้มรสเลือดจากขุมนรก ดังความมืดที่คลุมคลั่งมุ่งฟาดฟันมิกสัญญี พวกเขาคือ วีรบุรุษแห่งกลียุคตำนานของเหล่านักล่าปีศาจผู้รับพรจากนรกและคำสาปแช่งจากสวรรค์ เลือดเนื้อที่เสียสละเพื่อคำสรรเสริญที่ไร้ราคาคือช่วงเวลาที่ดีที่สุดของพวกเรากระทั่งกองทัพฟอร์เรนได้ปรากฏผู้คนกลับเคลือบแคลงในเกียรติของพวกเรา แม้ท้ายที่สุดจะพิสูจน์ด้วยชัยชนะในสนามรบแต่กลับต้องแลกด้วยชีวิตของเพื่อนพ้อง ผู้ที่ยังรอดต้องอยู่อย่างซ่อนเร้นแม้มีอาจคงไว้ซึ่งฉายาเรียกขานนามแต่ข้าจะไม่ยอมละทิ้งเกียรติของนักล่าปีศาจแม้มันจะเป็นเส้นทางแห่งการดับสูญแต่ข้าจะขอตามล่าเหล่าปีศาจตราบจนวันสุดท้ายของชีวิต
No sense in running from me.
เอเบิลเป็นเผ่าที่คอยปกป้องพิทักษ์ผืนป่าที่ซึ่งอิฟเน็ตได้ถือกำเนิดตลอดชีวิตของอิฟเน็ตได้ฟังเรื่องราวมหัศจรรย์มากมายเกี่ยวกับโลกภายนอกผ่านการบอกเล่าของเหล่าสัตว์น้อยใหญ่เพื่อเติมเต็มความฝันอิฟเน็ตตัดสินใจออกเดินทางแม้จะมีเสียงทัดทานมากมายจากคนในเผ่าระหว่างการเดินทางอิฟเน็ตได้พบกับเผ่า Shadow Forest ซึ่งกำลังถูกรุกรานจากเหล่าอสูรกายแม้จะรักสงบแต่เขาก็ไม่อาจละทิ้งผืนป่าและพวกพ้องอิฟเน็ตตัดสินใจหยุดการเดินทางชั่วคราว
ผืนดินและพงไพรจะปกป้องผู้บริสุทธิ์และฝังกลบสิ่งชั่วร้าย Life is all about growing.
Hanzo, Sanjo. This is my turn.
Who will rise to my challenge?
Goddess nor ghost. Guess. What am I?
แย่แล้วพายุกำลังมุ่งหน้ามาทางหมู่บ้าน ฉันต้องหาทางยับยั้ง
โอ๊ยไม่นะ แล้วฉันจะไล่มันยังไงล่ะทีนี้
ไม่ได้ ฉันจะต้องไม่ยอมแพ้ ฉันจะต้องหยุดยั้งภัยพิบัตินี้ให้ได้
I defend this world.
You are dead, my dear.
Welcome back to the English language broadcast of the AIC. My name is Inverum, joined here, once again, by TJ, as we are about to witness our third match of the day. Oh, buddy, we are in for a treat.
We are. It will be AHQ, the Korean World Champions, facing off against Flash Wolves from the GCS. They actually Flash Wolves didn't play, according to the notes I was given by Arena, they didn't play in the regular season of the GCS, but they had to beat many of the established GCS teams in a last chance qualifier in order to get into the AIC. So they're an upstart team, and they're an upsetting team, because they're upsettingly good.
Oh, they are an incredibly solid roster there. I think this one's going to be really interesting too, because we have to talk about like the dominance that AHQ has shown and the history behind this squad. But Flash Wolves as well. This is a team of some individually amazing players. So this is talking about like the old dogs of AHQ and how they've advanced in the legacy there, going up against a team of rookies. So I'm super pumped.
Well, it is super exciting because it means that we have an opportunity for AHQ, who won the GCS, to play a team from Chinese Taipei they haven't played in a competitive format before, which is really interesting. Here are the groups and the standings. I'd like to highlight ALG and their current predicament. They need to win a 2-0 versus Alpha Red in order to have a shot at continuing at the AIC.
That is going to be a challenge, to say the absolute least. We'll see if they're going to be able to make it happen.
We also, of course, lost Nova Esports earlier today. They're now done, meaning that ALG is the last Western hope.
The last Western hope, yes. I mean, Nova, unfortunately, we missed game one. I apologize for that, but it was, from your description, a suboptimal game from them.
It was a reminder of how far we still have to go. I'm just checking the schedule right now, and that Alpha Red ALG game will be the very last game of the Stage 2 groups. That'll be the very last game tomorrow. I can't wait that long.
Keeping the Western audiences engaged for the entire time. Whoever did that scheduling was very intelligent, and I am definitely a fan of that.
But, you know what could tide me over until then? Some great AOV. And these games are not without stakes either. AHQ versus Flash Wolves. Should Flash Wolves be able to take even a map off of AHQ, it basically guarantees that they will continue in the AIC.
Are they going to be able to make it happen here? That's going to be, I think, the question on everybody's minds. And I think most people are going to have AHQ as favorites going into this. What, Zennial?
Ooh,
sorry, I had a moment.
Yeah, you're right. Flash Wolves do get rid of the Zennial as their first ban. It will be the Ignis Elsu as their follow-up. AHQ going standard. Flash Wolves, I think, just being aware of one of the characters' son plays incredibly well, making sure to get rid of that potential challenger.
And that's really interesting because it's leaving up some of these quintessential OPs. We've seen Raz and Valheim start to make appearances here in throughout.
It should be Valheim.
These first, it should be Valheim. The Wisp, I feel like, has been that comical hover this whole time.
Wisp is good.
Wisp is fine.
Oh, there's the... You're right, it is a beam. Flash Wolves hover Wisp as well.
They know.
We should
some part
see
of them knows.
It shouldn't be locked in unless they know something I don't, because there are just better options. The Lindis or the Raz will be the go-to here. If they go Raz, then I expect Rush to pick up Lindis in the next cycle.
I would not be... Okay, stop hovering. There's the Raz. Raz and Ibeneth coming in once again, most likely here. And the Lindis, we'll see where that prioritization fall. Every time. I know that's not for me, but I feel like that's directly targeted at us. I know it's not, but...
There's a Malik coming through, presumably as an opening pick. And they're prioritizing mid lane, actually, over that Lindis. This means that you're probably going to see Lindis Violet either picked up in the next cycle or banned out. However, into Flash Wolves, particularly with GG, who's an incredibly good mid laner, I actually agree. Because if they lock in, if Hawk locks in this Lindis, then they can go ahead and ban out all the mid lane mages. So Flash Wolves now need to choose, do they get a mage or do they get Lindis? Either way, AHQ survive.
I'm a big fan of this here. They have the Malik, they have this Liliana. They're going to have solid damage, a decent frontliner, good wave clear, good tower push potential, a decent control in CC, a ton of CC actually between these first 3 characters.
Well, yeah, the Omen Hover was something I hadn't really considered, but you could run it in the sideline. I think it's actually pretty weak into both these sideline matchups it'll be presented into, so I'm not a big fan of it, because I think Omen loses to both Malik. He wins into Malik occasionally. That's a skill matchup, and Valheim, unless he can get up close, he'll lose every time. So I like the theory, but I don't think it's a good dodge. The theory, of course, is you can dodge the mage or the jungle ban out during the draft if you leave both options up. That's what they'll do. So now, either both teams are trying to ban out one thing. They don't have a jungle on either side. AHQ and Flash Wolves should both be considering banning out Lindis Violet. For AHQ, though, they have extra options because they have a sideline marksman. They can go ahead and run any melee under the sun as well. And they're obviously going to be prioritizing banning out mages as well. That's what AHQ want to do right now so that GG isn't on a comfortable character.
That's going to be absolutely huge. And I like this target prioritization of the jungle as well. The Cricknack going away here for Flash Wolves. Wanting to deny that, but there's still so many good options on the board. I cannot believe, given the last series, how far Lindis has made it so far in this draft, and denying the Zill here as well, because neither team has secured that jungle yet, and they're playing the game of chicken at this stage, and I love it.
This has to be the Lindis ban.
It has to.
Because they banned out Violet. If they let Lindis through this ban phase, then Flash Wolves get Lindis into no answer.
If there's any team who's going to do it, who's going to go a little bit crazy, it's probably going to be HQ. Because I think you summed it up so perfectly when you said that they do things that nobody should be allowed to do. However, even they are not that crazy. They respect Flash Wolves enough that they are certainly not...
They don't! Last second melee jungle ban. The Zephyr's removed from the pool as well. That's interesting. I either expect this to be a weird melee jungle like a Mirat, or it's going to be Fennec. And I was originally thinking that they'd ban out the Lindis and then get the Fennec, but if they ban out the Lindis, there's the possibility the Fennec gets picked up here for jungle by Flash Wolves. So maybe they just rather ensure that they can get Fennec, and by banning out the most popular melee jungles, they ensure there won't be an easy counter.
Actually, I'm a big fan of this right there, because once you get past that absolute S tier ranged marksman in the Violet and the Lindis, that's... Oh, man, I don't know. I'm still not 100% sold on this. I feel like it definitely could have gone either way. It really comes down...
Because there is the absolute S tier. That's interesting. They do go for the Wisp. Wisp is good. Wisp is not that good. So this should be an obvious Lindis pickup, to be frank, from AHQ.
You are also a few seconds ahead of us here, so... Give me 2 seconds before you throw out those spicy picks.
I see the future!
Are you sure you're not the Jedi? I feel like that's what's happening here.
The AHQ draft, they have to think about this though, because Lindis actually doesn't do too well into this Wisp pick especially, and they don't have a whole bunch of dive that they should be looking for.
I mean, they do have the potential. So what's great about this draft right now from HQ is that they can flex into way more of a dive heavy combo, or they can draft a much tankier frontline composition and go from there. They do have the option because they could potentially send themselves back, because Valheim and Liliana are this, so they tread the middle of frontline and backline, but they are. I wonder if it's gonna be Batman. But the Alice with the Batman, they have so much pick potential with this draft.
So Malik Alice gives them defense for their Valheim and a home base for the Batman to retreat to. The Batman's a relatively self-sufficient dive character who can play isolated in the early game, bully the Wisp, and gain control. There is no jungle still secure or enforced, because you can play Wisp side lane if you'd like. I'd be surprised, but Flash Wolves could do something freaky here in response.
You talk about the idea of, we saw in that last series, mind gaming the mind game. Knowing, I think, that there is...
This actually might be a sideline Wisp. So, yeah, it is going to be a sideline Wisp.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards that as well.
And if they do that, they'll run a melee jungle and be able to instantly dive into the Valheim and maybe shut down the Alice. So then you have like an exact mirror comp for both teams.
Super interesting drafts. These are so different than a lot of the stuff we saw in that last series. This is, I love it. I love the fact that, you know, we still are yet to, oftentimes you see tournament metas developing, and we're still yet to see, you know, a true...
There's no meta on me.
We're still yet to see that developing here, as teams are still fairly fluid. Their regional styles are taking dominance. Their personal preferences are still showing, you know, the preferred route in this stage. But we are on match number 3. Oof.
These two teams have played each other before. These two teams are both coming from GCS-inspired comps. They should be kind of on the same page. And I think that's why they're drafting a pretty similar draft overall. But it's different from every game that's come prior, I think is what you're getting at.
Yes. From what we've seen today, it's certainly a breath of fresh air as we're going to be getting into this game number 1 here between AHQ and Flash Wolves, Korea up against Chinese Taipei.
This is also only the second Nacroth we've seen here at the AIC. One, of course, was played by Vex in his ill-fated game earlier this week.
Ooh. I had erased that from my memory.
Really? I actually forgot about it, so that I remembered it.
Well, yeah, exact. Yes.
I erased it from my memory, and as a result, I forgot that I wasn't remembering it.
Oh, right. Yeah, absolutely. That actually makes so much sense. TJ.
Icebag
Absolute
will
mad
the bot lane on this Wisp to play versus Sun. I really don't... Okay. Full disclosure, this may just be my Western bias. I really don't like the Wisp. The Wisp is decent in side lane. We've seen it quite a lot throughout the GCS season. And people really like it as a counter to the Valheim sideline. But I just feel like it's not... It doesn't scale quickly enough, and the Valheim sideline offers way more in the way of utility.
Yeah, there's a lot more in terms of the slows, the stuns. We've already seen it pulled out here. The Abeneth has already had to rotate down because Icefang had not an optimal opening against the Valheim to start that off. And already, yeah, who in the world said Wisp is a counter to Valheim?
Wisp is not a direct counter to Valheim. Wisp in the side lane will allow your team to run a melee jungle and to the sideline marksman.
Yeah, but
there's
Yorn exists, Talanis exists. I understand there's some potential synergy with the shotgun on here. But
late game especially Wisp just is so terrifying. Late game Wisp does a lot of stun and damage in a way that very few characters do.
See, I love it because you're not on the Wisp train, but I'm even less on the Wisp train, so I've forced you, of the two of us, to be more on the Wisp train. Choo choo.
I think a howl here. The Flash Wolves. Breaking the meta a bit. And the Nacroth will be something to watch as well. If he can play it well, it's a key damage source. If he gets called out early, it's devastating.
Chaser is going in and trying to chase down Wayan right now, who is marked and, well, marked for the slaughter, I should say, as he is going to be taken down there in the jungle. A really nice rotation, a solid invade there from AHQ. Perfect timing right after this dragon has spawned, which is going to allow them to go in on that. It's going to be a few seconds before Flash Wolves is going to be able to respond.
I had a player, I won't spoil their name, because I don't want to do that to them. I had a player telling me, Wisp is just good Valheim, dude, because she has all the stuns and she has mobility.
Was this Rocker? Was he trying to sell you on the snake oil?
Rocker doesn't play side lane, so
that's true.
He builds Wisp more for damage. But the main problem with Wisp is, sure, she has stuns and a little bit of a hop as well, but I dare say the mobility is actually less than Valheim because she doesn't have any way of gaining speed with sustained damage. She needs to stop in order to attack, so it's almost like a self-stun. And her actual stuns take far longer to cast. So I feel like she is a poor man's Valheim at times, until the late game where her AoE damage is much higher than any other sideline marksman.
That is absolutely correct. She is able to do so much. The fact that she's able to crit in terrible situations just makes her hurt so very hard. But she needs to get stacked to get there. So we're going to see if that's going to be the case. Already Flash Wolves is down 1.5k gold. They get to lose a tower, which is good for them. However, this is just AHQ. You called their playstyle the chokehold, I believe, was the terminology you used yesterday, and we're already starting to see that come online.
I mean, I don't think so, but that's a good word for it. Yeah, it is all about just slowly strangling out your opponents, because AHQ are able to just limit how much farm you get, pressure entirely across the map, figure out where you are. The thing is, Flash Wolves so far have done a relatively good job of hanging on to their own jungle, and they're challenging for major objectives like that Spirit Sentinel.
I like this here from them as we're seeing the Batman coming in once again from Rush. Actually going to miss the Batarang. That's huge. The shock is going in, not going to connect, but Ran is in a terrible situation right now. However, he does have the Nature's Realm to get him out of that rough spot right there, and out is Chaser sitting toe-to-toe with every member of Flash Wolves. Neither team is going to lose a member, and most health bars are actually still in pretty good shape.
Hey, that Whizbolt just significantly slowed down that fight, completely denying an area of attack to AHQ and possibly saving the lives of several Flash Wolves members. So, it's already working out. However, the bot lane tower does fall, and this should give over the second dragon of the game to AHQ.
So let's keep an eye on how this progresses. You talked about that shock and awe. You talked about the ult going in there. Combining that with the Nature's Realm, which is what I believe we saw in that last fight. That's actually a terrifying combination.
Oh, absolutely. But only if you can execute it. And it is quite difficult because there is enough dive, especially with Rush. You can see that's constantly scaring Ice Fang back. If he doesn't feel comfortable, if Flash Wolves are bullied out of their own jungle, it's going to be very, very difficult, or bullied at the start of the fight in terms of positioning. It's going to be very difficult for that combo or any other involving the Wisp to land.
I also want to talk about, we mentioned this yesterday with this game with AHQ, the idea of choreography, the idea that they plan out all of their strategies at a time. That was an identical jungle invade off the Spirit Sentinel that we saw in that first time that was so successful, going down into the dragon, which was spawning in 10 seconds. Oh.
That's very good.
They go in, they find Sun up there in the top with the Death's Embrace. Rush is there as well, and that is going to be a double kill for Flash Wolves. That's exactly what they needed.
I realized I'm a little bit ahead of you.
I was going to say, you definitely are, yes.
That was really good. The initiation coming through, using that Death's Embrace in order to pin out an isolated player, and then always having the follow-up, that's just like feeding Nacroft kills. That's insanely good, and Flash Wolves know how to play off of it. They rotate all their players down to the bot lane, manage to pick up this Abyssal Dragon that'll be waiting there to protect, and they still have enough of a presence up top that they can ensure there won't be a rotate to intervene with them.
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, having that Nacroft who can just sustain through all of this, solo out this dragon, they're getting value across the map as well. And at this point, AHQ, whatever gold lead they had developed is now slowly being whittled away. However, you look towards the late game, you look towards that Valheim, that Liliana, going to be solid, but I don't think their late game stacks nearly hard enough to deal with what Flash Wolves is doing. And the fact that Flash Wolves, again, is only yet to lose one tower, I think this is actually really good for them.
Yes, I think Flash Wolves are doing very well, but this is kind of the same thing JT would do. I always hesitate to say AHQ are out of the game, because AHQ are really, really good late game players. I think in this specific match, they stand to lose out if they can't farm Sun enough, because the Wisp of Ice Fang will gain so much.
I think it's the difference here of AHQ individually are so talented. However, compositionally, Flash Wolves might have an advantage. So I feel like that just means late game, they're pretty much dead even.
Yeah, it should have been a really good early game from AHQ. And actually, the fact that the Batman didn't stand up cost them a lot. This was a pretty poor early game Batman from Rush.
You pick Batman to win the early game, and up in the top lane, Chaser is going 2v1 in a rough situation. All those seeds, the Shock and Awe is there as well. Speaking of Shock, he's forced to use it just to escape, and that is never an ideal situation. But the push from the rest of HQ is going on now on the Dragon side of the map. Rush is in really deep, perfect Redwood Rush to bring him right back in underneath the tower, and Hack might have gone too far as well. And that is going, oh no, what a beautiful play there. Sun is a, I don't understand.
They're all insane, Paul! Sun does so much over the course of that fight, yes, and Hawk leading off the fight, cutting behind the enemy tower and staying mobile enough to keep the entire team alive.
Wow, that was insane. I thought he was going to go down to the tower shot. I thought there was no way that he survives through all of this, but somehow he does, and now Wyatt and Sun are going toe-to-toe right now in the jungle, but I love how Sun's realizing that he's starting to reach his point where he can just hit hard. And I also love this adaptation. We're not seeing Blitzblade here being picked up on these Asian metas, this build.
No, they have been drifting away from the Blitzblade because they like the second item Fafnir's Talon for a little bit extra damage. Normally you'd see a build pretty early into Blitzblade as a second or third item in the Western meta, but instead they go Fafnir's Talon into Frostkick, which we've seen a couple times now. And I like, because it gives the Valheim a little bit more bite and still the slows that we like from Frostkick.
I agree. I actually prefer this. Blitzblade is good, and it helps him a little bit in the wave clear as well, pushing, but I actually just prefer the all-out chunk that the Fafnir's Talon offers. In terms of a side lane marksman, this is actually my go-to build, so I'm a big fan of this, seeing this adaptation here in the East. But now we're looking towards the stat line. We're looking at a dragon apiece. We're looking at a fight potentially breaking out here in the top as well. And I believe, again, you are a little bit ahead here. Yeah, okay.
No, my is different. It comes from Icefang completing his club Sanctity. That might be major. He's got Rank Breaker Club Sanctity now, and that means Icefang's crits are going to be deadly. If they can bring him to bear in these next few fights, this is still Flash Wolf's game.
This is a solid position for them. The Bulletstorm from Sun doing so much work in this mid-brawl, but not able to secure any kills. You talked about how the Batman, we always talk about how the Batman needs to get ahead early. Only 4 kills to 3, and only not even a 1k gold lead right now for AHQ. They are not nearly as far ahead as they should be, and Icefang is continuing to farm.
The major thing is they need to use Icefang kind of differently to how you use a lot of backline marksmen. Icefang and Wisp are going to be very, very good at dealing with the more tanky characters because she's such a good sustained character. She doesn't actually have incredible burst into backlines in quite the same way, but if you can make a long, drawn-out fight happen in front of her, good things happen.
And once again, Chaser going toe-to-toe up against Icefang that we mentioned and Ran in the top lane, but Chaser has so much HP to work with at this point, and Icefang just does not hit hard enough yet.
But they're beginning to. And I want to see Wayne and GG work well in the burst department as well. They do have the potential to do so, especially if they have good sustain from elsewhere.
Oh, and GG's going in so hard in the mid with the return damage from Hack and J-Jack. That was disgusting, but I mean, the 1v2 situation. Rush? Rush? Uh-oh, Observer. Just give me a heart attack there.
Rush runs away, challenges quick mid. It could have got really dangerous, but he suddenly feels he needs to abort because of the pressure the Flash Wolves offered in the top lane. Good team macro play, perhaps saving their mid laner there.
Nicely done, as we're looking at 30k to 29.7k respectively. Oh my, this is such a close game here. We were so looking forward to all the matches today, and the teams, they are absolutely delivering.
Look at how grouped the gold is over on the Flash Wolf side. Slight lead towards the Wisp. Wayne also slightly ahead. But overall, they're all around 6.4k. No strong focus on farming up, power farming individual members. That's kind of interesting. Normally, you'd expect to see the Wisp and the Nacroft noticeably ahead.
All the members of this team, though, can make big plays. The Omen as well is there. Even the Raz, all heroes that you want to have gold at their disposal. We just saw the Medallion of Troy getting picked up for heroes a little while ago, and that's going to allow him to sustain a little bit longer in these fights and deal with a lot of the magic damage that's coming his way. And his tankiness is continuing to elevate, which means he's going to be doing such a good job of harassing the backline of AHQ.
Rush will be pushing forth towards the bottom side of the map. If AHQ can leverage that bot side gain over and over again, as they have done, it will be impossible for Flash Wolves to challenge for an Abyssal Dragon. That's why they want another tower there as well, because if they get a tier 2 there, it's impossible to hold mid lane.
I love this. They're utilizing the advantage they're getting from this ult, and in the back, Rush is going in onto Icefang, not able to find it though, and Rain is going to be here on the flank, bring them all together with the branching out, but this could be a bad situation. The Nature's Realm's put in the fight. Sun is trapped in a corner in the back. We do have Wayne going in, nicely done, getting the knockup, but instantly going to take out Rushes there, and Chaser coming in on the flank as well. Watch for this. Watch for the shock. There it is, coming in, connecting to all 3 members and heroes. It's going to be the target. The tower falls simultaneously. Rain is going to be the final member here to fall, as 2 are going back onto the high ground, but their health bars are not to be found. There is a minion here. Chaser doing a great job of chasing for this. This could be GG.
This should be the high ground falling at the very least. Chaser tanks the tower so that they can escort that minion wave through. Now if they get another kill here, this is absolutely game because they have yet more waves still to come.
The wave is coming in there. Nice job from Ice Fang to try and take it down. The shock is there to push him back, and those are minions on the core, and that is going to be GG. Nicely done. As HQ take game number 1.
That team fight in the bottom lane was one of the sickest and the most AHQ of team fights I've ever seen. Because that turned against them. It definitely was not going their way. They backed off. They waited for an opportunity. Wayne dives in, does about half HP onto most of the team, and they find a response. Rush on the Batman, lands his ultimate mid-fight, obliterating Wayne, and then from there, it's an easy fight. Chaser arrives, lands the shock in the middle of the fight. Hawk has the follow-through. 2 kills to him. A relatively quiet game and a relatively quick game by AHQ standards. They come out on top.
That was a really nice game from them, despite the fact that they didn't get the Batman advantage early, like we were kind of expecting and looking for there from them. They were able to just execute some super clean team fights, identifying when they had the advantage off the back of that Enraged Abyssal Dragon buff, and woof, nice.
I'd like to say, I could be wrong about this. I don't know I wasn't paying enough attention. Sue me, but I think the only towers, I think they only pushed that bot lane. I don't think they gained ground anywhere else on the map.
Nope.
So,
nope.
That's some AHQ gameplay. They always do, like, it feels the bare minimum to win.
That's called
and it's not because they
efficiency.
Can't do more. Yeah, it's maximum efficiency, and it's really fascinating.
Why use 5 moves when 3 will do? Come on. There you go.
And it was a flexible performance from Rush as well. We've only ever seen him play these ranged characters, lots of backline carries for him. That game, he switches over to the Batman and steps up.
Yeah, Batman play was solid. It was never like, wow, this is taking the game in his hands, but it was always quite solid. Really pleased with the job that he did there. So all in all, a really good performance from HQ, but you can't deny that across the board, there was some solid play in return. I mean, Flash Wolves definitely had some moments where I thought they could have pushed their advantage a little bit harder, but I think it was really just sitting back and waiting for Ice Fang to get farmed. And that's part of the issue with going for that Wisp, is the fact that you're basically saying we can't really fight until X time. Until he gets a certain amount of farm, we're limited.
They put him in lane versus the Valheim. That didn't work, as I could have told you. So they swapped lane. And then he's in top lane, and they ended up basically duo laning to keep him up. And so he just wasn't farming quickly at all, and that's why at the mid-game point, everyone's gold was even.
Yeah, we saw just the Malik play, just sitting up there and surviving and sustaining it, and never really allowing them to get comfortable or push. There was 0 push that occurred, and we're going to see from the replays in this game here sort of how that all played out, as we're going to get... get ready for game number 2 here in this series. But game number 1, and again, just look at the way the backlines, I mean, particularly Hack in this fight, but Sun as well, left totally... Look at his positioning, his movement through all of this.
It was really, really cool. And this was the fight in particular where Sun was nuts. He pushes all the way through, this gets separated, flickers over the wall just in time to stay alive. Because if he falls back, if he retreats with the rest of the team, blows the flicker early, that dive from Wayne finds him. So the fact that he flickers diagonally over the wall after Wayne's already dove in is calculated, because he knows that means there's no other backline dive that can kill him. Really smart.
He waited for the Nacroft committal before he decided where he was going to plant his feet in the ground and make his tactical turnaround. Definitely a solid play there from him. Overall, it's just really good jobs there from AHQ, but Flash Wolves showing some potential. I think if there's a chance for a Game 3 again, we might be seeing it after this next one.
I'm gonna go different from you. I'm gonna say I think that was AHQ. Little bit of a rough start. They got shut down almost instantly. They lost Rush. Rush, the Batman, the early game character who should be at its peak then, really struggled. And right when Rush goes down and doesn't find any kills in the early game, that should have been the game. And the fact that it wasn't is an absolutely stellar example of how good AHQ are. So I'm going to go the opposite way. I think that was AHQ reaffirming their dominance. And I'm going to be able to take the second game no trouble at all.
Look, I still think AHQ is going to take the game, but if there was another series today, That's kind of just what I... TJ, I'm
have
trying
firm
to build
beliefs.
dramatic tension, TJ. Let me do this.
That I understand. And Flash Wolves couldn't make it happen. Key parts for them to make it happen, I think, well, maybe I think not stuck on a underfarmed Wisp would be nice. I'd also like GG. I'd like him to step up, because he should be a key part of this team. He is a key part of this team, and last game he was noticeably quiet.
Yeah, that was... I mean, he had that one moment in the mid, but we never talked about the Raz. The mid has been interesting so far today, because I feel like the mage players themselves have been doing exceptionally well in the team fights, generally. But the actual laning phase for them has been so quiet. The rotations haven't been resulting in a huge amount of kills. We haven't really been seeing it like we do traditionally in other regions. And I just feel like it's been such a quiet front in the early game stages for these mages. I need to see G step up, especially on someone like a Raz who can go in and not only get such huge amounts of poke, which we never saw, but also dictate team fights.
Richter is the obvious ban here. Sorry, that was a very enunciated Richter, and I didn't have a follow-up, so I was super quiet.
Richter! I'm like, am I behind again? I refreshed the stream.
But the problem with letting through the Richter the problem with banning the Richter would have been that it let Ignis through. So, Flash Wolves will be able, or will shift the ban, they get rid of Ignis, they allow Richter through. AHQ should be able to pick it up.
I mean, they would be wild not to grab the Richter here.
Or they could pick up a Wisp.
Look,
I don't know, just spitballing here. It should be the Richter, yes.
It will certainly be the Richter.
And once they've got the Richter, Flash Wolves now need to look at their own jungle. Things got a little bit spicy. Wayne prefers the melees, but he plays Lindis. He should pick up Lindis. And this should be his Lindis here. And once he's got a Lindis on the first rotation, AHQ will look for a Violet. If you can get to the second ban phase without that happening, stop grinning! I know you're just hovering Arthur as a meme. If you get to the second ban phase without that Violet being picked for AHQ, they then can ban it out, which would be pretty major.
I like how we're already seeing how this advancement is continuing here. Raz Ibeneth has been a classic. Raz Lindis or Lindis Ibeneth are all... it's going to be that Raz Ibeneth here. So Lindis is going through. So they have their pick here between Lindis and Violet, should they so desire.
And I do think in this specific, I think the GCS meta perhaps is what we're seeing here. I think I value jungles a little bit more than the GCS meta does. They're putting a lot of emphasis instead on the mid lane and the side lane, which is interesting because that's not how I think about the game, but it is valuable information. Now, of course, because that got drafted, because the Raz has picked up, AHQ has to get the Liliana for fear of their mid getting shut down in the second ban phase. I'll have to consider, I would again be encouraging them to draft Rush onto a Lindis here, but they have options.
Yeah, I think it's...
I like this.
I like this too, actually. Oh, I love this. They have the additional utility of that. They have the tankiness. Going to be able to help out Richter with those angelic splendors, which means they can't commit to the dive, or also just having a strong backline presence too. Yeah, I'm definitely working with this. I can vibe on this Zenial.
Yeah, the Zenial is very good on Sun in particular. They also occasionally on this team have run it in the support role. So I like AHQ picking up that Zenial, and it continues the sideline emphasis from the GCS meta. Flash Wolves will look to draft this Lu Bu in response, and we'll get into the second ban phase where jungle should be a priority for both sides.
We'll see where the Lindis falls in all this. We'll see where the... I think one of the interesting things is not only are they prioritizing the side lanes, they're playing this ephemeral game of chicken, where it's like if there's a potential counter that can come out to that ranged marksman per se, or then they'll go for the assassins, flex into the side lane marksman. That's really what this comes down to. I don't even think it's less of a prioritization of the side lanes. It's less not wanting to have your jungle countered. We would see, oftentimes a lot of these ranged marksmen picked up, and then there's the potential of going into these assassins, which you leave no counterplay. I mean, yeah, maybe you flex that marksman to the side lane, but why pigeonhole yourself off the start?
The Omen pickup here was directly as a counter to this Richter. We've seen that a couple times. I actually like the Lu Bu into Richter a little bit more than Omen into Richter. but I value their opinion. The draft will continue with the Alice getting taken off of the AHQ roster. They can't do that really good home base setup they like. The Zill will be removed, so there can't be a dive, giving AHQ a little bit more options in terms of playing a lightweight jungle such as a Lindis. This will be an Annette ban. Interesting. I don't really agree with that from Flash Wolves.
Well, we're seeing two different schools of thought. We're seeing the support bans, and we're seeing the jungle bans probably coming out again here from AHQ, deciding what they don't want to play against. This also suggests to me banning out this so that they are going to be going into more of a ranged backline here as well. Not wanting, yes, definitely going into that, and probably a ranged marksman here for that jungle position.
Yep. I'd expect the Lindis that I've been hyping up for so long. If they want to counter that, they can draft it, but AHQ have the Violet, they have the Fennec they can play as well. So Rush will be happy no matter what.
And now we look towards this jungle pick that we've been hyping up all game long. What is Flash Wolves going to do here? Lindis, I cannot believe she's made it this far through the pick ban phase. I almost feel like both teams are baiting the other one into picking it up here. I feel like we're, again, it's literally a game of chicken.
In this case, they need to. In this case, they need to see, because Flash Wolves love the melees so much. They need to see Flash Wolves commit away from the melee before they feel comfortable going with lower mobility character.
And it seems like AHQ has done their research on that, given these bans, those high mobility heroes in that Zill and the Cricknack being taken out.
The notes we were given by Garena said that Flash Wolves didn't play in the GCS regular season. Now, I kind of had a question mark because I watch a lot of the GCS, and I feel like I remembered that, but I was like, okay, I'll copy that over to my notes. Having seen these drafts, I feel like they're 100% incorrect there, because AHQ versus Flash Wolves, absolutely, this draft pattern's happened before.
Yeah, this is very clearly something. I'm not going to make hard statements in any direction, because invariably I'll be wrong. And I'm sure there's a knowledgeable person out there who can correct me. Yeah. Never
Is
make...
that what Inverum? Is that what Inverum stands for? Invariably wrong?
Oh, wow. Ouch. I guess I deserve that today. I guess I deserve that today.
J-Jack hovering the Pura. He'll be considering the options. I don't really... The Pura is good if you can ensure that there won't be a melee jungle, but it feels like you should run a melee jungle into this. I don't know what they have left. Nakaroth, I guess, is the obvious choice. Nakaroth doesn't really have enough burn, so maybe the Pura does succeed here.
I actually like the Pura, because you have the poke from the Marja and the poke from the Raz. And if Omen goes in, and we know how good that Nature's Rally can be against the heavy dive, which is what we're kind of seeing here with the Zephyrus. I'm still favoring the draft of HQ, though.
I think the Zephyrs, if he lands his Death from Above, has enough damage to burn down the Pura, but not quite enough range. So it's now a shout game of relying on the Zenial to keep the Pura safe. If that happens, and J-Jack's positioning is on point, AHQ win. If Flash Wolves can land the damage onto J-Jack, then the reverse happens.
I think it's going to come down to... two things. I think it's going to come down to how J-Jack plays around the balance between keeping the front line alive with the Richter and also the Violet. Because Richter obviously is pretty self-sustainable, so I feel like if J-Jack can prioritize just keeping Rush into this game, and depends how Sun flexes between those two roles as well, they're going to be in a great position. But as you said, if the Raz can get into the backline, if the Omen and the Zephyrs can get into the backline, it's going to be a very, very tough game for HQ.
Main thing is they've shifted their draft to enable this Pura. I don't like, for instance, that Violet coming through. The reason I picked Violet over Lindis is because the extra range of the Violet enables the Violet to succeed while playing grouped with the Pura. That's really fun. So there are a whole bunch of little adjustments being made by IHQ to go ahead and enable that more grouped style, and they've guaranteed there isn't a whole lot of AoE damage opposing them. Sole exceptions maybe being the Zephyrs.
One of the things I have to appreciate here is the draft diversity that we have seen from these squads. Particularly AHQ, they have been able to pull out so many variable heroes here. Like, good luck trying to typograph. Good luck, you know what I mean. Good luck trying to put a singular emphasis on the drafts of AHQ. And again, it's still the group stages. You guarantee they still have strats in their back pockets that they're holding on to here because they know that they have the skill to advance onwards here. And I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
There are common threads. AHQ will rarely run more than one tank. Here is no exception. They have Sun and no more. Because they feel like if they have a couple stuns, then they only really need one tank to win these fights because they can do so well, just off of their stuns and coordination. Flash Wolves seem to really, really like melee jungle on Wayne. I know they did play him on Lindis during some of the GCS games I watched, but I would prefer to see him continue these melees because it is something he's really good at.
I agree. I mean, I feel like, you know, the last game, we saw some of the potential there from him, but it wasn't anything truly exceptional. But I feel like that was also just kind of given what he was playing into. He did the best with what he had. Saw some good moments. His rotations were solid, but we're going to see the mechanics come in. Already a scrap is breaking out here towards this Dragon Pit, and Rain is in a rough spot. The support play, keeping everyone alive as First Blood goes on through. The double kill for AHQ. Off the back of the chain, CC, between that Nature's Century to the Blinding Light, everything there as well. AHQ, what a dominant start. Oh no, and Chaser there on the flank.
Chaser living up to his name, running around the side of the map, using the high mobility of the Richter, especially through the river, to find a whole bunch of value. One of the things you saw there, instead of chasing underneath the tower, he ran back into the bush. If he was trying there for a really fun mechanical play where he uses the knock-up reset for the bush to find extra damage and guarantee the kill. Really cool.
Really cool stuff. Yeah, utilizing Richter's passive. Such a high skill cap here. How he plays around the river, how he plays around these bushes, and getting that up. And now we're seeing the solid invade going in. The Nature's Rally under Rain with the great branching out, bringing the damage towards an Ice Fang. But look at the follow-up is there. Not enough HP yet on Rand to survive through the sheer weight of the push from HQ.
A rare choice was forced for Flash Wolves, Richter or Ignis. I actually would have preferred they I would have preferred that they let both through, and then at least they'd have an Ignis into this.
I agree. Leave up an OP. Leave up an OP.
Yeah.
Make the enemy choose pick their poison. I guess they just figured maybe we can beat a Richter. We definitely can't beat an Ignis.
And that's fair enough, but they haven't really managed to bring that Omen to bear on the Richter yet. They're instead leaving him in lane against the Zenial, which is good play, but the Marja just needs to disengage against the Richter. They won't win a one-on-one.
I feel like I never really talked about Heroes at all in game number 1. He was super, super quiet. I need him to be loud here in game number 2. I need him to step up. I need these Death's Embraces in the back line to be absolutely flawless. He needs to lock down Rush. He needs to lock down Hawk. If he doesn't do that, this is gonna be a tough time for Flash Wolves here. They're already down about a 1k gold and 3 kills.
AHQ just lane swapped. They just brought Marja, Zenial, Omen, Richter. That's really fun.
Oh, again, the levels of my games here, and both teams identified it at the oh, this is just wild to watch. I love seeing this kind of stuff coming in from these top tier. Like, we are truly seeing the best AoV in the world right now.
J-Jack opening up with a good Nature's Rally stun here. Wayne just needs to flee.
He's goods over the wall. The stun follows up, though, from Hawk once again, and rushes there with that tactical fire. Just the parting gift as he walks away. But the damage has been done, and this is where I love the pure, the sustainability. The poke doesn't matter, because we have that healing light from J-Jack, able to get his team, or so I should say, keep his team in a solid position. Watch how they group around this, and all back basically to full health.
Rush, some want to get this Abyssal Dragon, and because of the zone from J-Jack, they might be able to.
J-Jack, though, getting caught out, pushed up against the wall. The Nature's Realm in there. The Dragon not being able to pick up there for AHQ. Great initial pick from Flash Wolves. I actually think, oh, wait, no, they totally misread this. They thought they were going to... Oh no, a massive misplay there from Flash Wolves. The damage was done onto GG, and I think they thought that AHQ was just going to let that go, but instead AHQ realized they'd done enough, and they're able to pick up that Abyssal Dragon.
Yeah, you see a little bit of the example of the mind games there. They found enough spread damage on Flash Wolves, they were going to retreat, and Flash Wolves assumed the same was true for AHQ. AHQ had full HP except on the player that died. They still felt comfortable that they could disengage should anyone come close. And another advantage of the AHQ team comps is they all have really high mobility. So they can hang around something like an Abyssal Dragon, and if things go wrong, Abyssal Dragon's not for them, they can all leave.
J-Jack is definitely the least mobile on the squad right now, but even still, they feel super comfortable thinking, hey, look, we can make this happen. Overall, I love these additional invades going in here as well. Heroes needs to be oh so careful. Sun is chasing him down right now, and Rush and crew are there. This is exactly the same strategy we saw in game number 1.
Oh, good pressure, but the Nature's Realm, J-Jack just wants to deny it.
And Wayne is on the flank. Nice death from above there as well. The Nature's Realm to split this up, and Sun is in really deep, trying to take down GG into the tower, but that's not going to be enough as J-Jack's crew are there. But the kill was being picked up for Flash Wolves. That's exactly what they needed, trading out 1-0.
But it's the spread damage. So much of Flash Wolves needs to retreat. I think AHQ will still get a tower.
They are able to get that tower, finding one not in the dragon side of the map. What's going on, TJ? This is new to me.
Hey, yeah. He didn't take any towers except for the dragon side last map. Here they've got one there, but they've rotated up, and because of the pressure they found down bottom, they get an easy pick mid. Now they reset. They're down a player for a moment. They've got the respawns, and the next focus should be this Abyssal. If Flash Wolves get it, they're probably back in the gold game.
They need to look towards this instantly. They need to get... Oh, but the death from above misses from Wayne.
Wayne, that was
please.
what we call awkward.
Yeah, he was like right next to him. He just did the sort of hop. He went straight up and down. It was like, ah, ooh, ahoy! Little just... Never mind.
I don't think Zephyrs has ever said anything nearly that cheerful.
Really seems like a fun guy.
I think Zephyrs, like, wears all black and shops at Hot Topic. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, that's certainly an image there. But you know what we didn't see from Flash Wolves, other than a Zephyrus at Hot Topic, was we didn't see a concise push over towards that dragon, which I think is kind of smart here. They're going to wait for AHQ to commit on this and then capitalize on that committal. That's how they won they got those minor advantages in those fights we've seen already, which is from AHQ slightly overextending, feeling a little bit more confident than they are. But now we're looking towards this Dark Slayer here. 13 seconds on that, another major map objective to play around. As the invade is happening here up at top, that is the Ghost Walk for Ice Fang. Ooh, nice dodge there onto the Tactical Fire as well. Mistiming that oh so slightly was Rush.
And Q, play it safe, play it smart, because things are coming their way, and they're not going to fully commit without wave. Instead, it's should be about making sure they have eyes on both these major objectives. Chaser's responsible for monitoring Abyssal, and if a rotate comes through Flash Wolves, they can bully him off of it. So, he's going to need to play this very carefully.
Chaser is going in, getting some poke on the way, and there's the knockup, and Chaser he actually steals this. Chaser on that Richter, literal god.
Stealing the Abyssal Dragon, Chaser is now in complete control of the game. I'm sorry, Flash Wolves, with devastating results like that, you better just ram.
They're like, there's no way the Richter can take it. There's 3 of us here. And Chaser's like, here, hold my blade.
Yeah, that's super rough. The high mobility of Chaser earns him a tower. Now there will be ground gains up top as AHQ managed to take another tower for them.
I actually feel like that was the... Sorry, Flash Wolves... Yes, no, I'm sure you're making a very excellent point that I so rudely interrupted. But I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that was the moment that Flash Wolves just lost this game. I'm pretty sure that, from a morale standpoint, was absolutely the moment.
Well,
feeling they had control, not only from morale, but also just an overall, they needed that objective.
Yeah, that Abyssal Dragon would have undone the gold deficit they're at. Now, unfortunately, because Flash Wolves are continuing to gold deficit, they can't take a team fight for another few minutes.
Well, they are going to try and team fight regardless as J-Jack and crew are going in. The Angelic Splendor is there, but J-Jack's getting picked up immediately. But Chaser is surviving through all this Ice Fang in the back, but Rain is doing a great job of splitting the fight with the Nature's Realm, slowing them down beautifully. Down Chaser is actually running for dear life, and GG on the flank here. Going to look to try and pick that up, but oh no, Chaser is there. Oh no,
This was
Chaser.
all so early. Oh, and Sun, he's going to get a pick as well. That's very good play by him. The early fight goes dominantly in favor of Flash Wolves, but the 2 players they leave alive, Chaser and Sun, are both at full HP, and both of them can just sweep up the remains, and they do.
What stellar play from AHQ. That all started off with exactly what Flash Wolves need to do. They picked off J-Jack. They went in. They found the backline, Rush and Hawk. They were all grouped together. They thought they could sustain through it, but no. We saw the ramp damage that we were expecting from Flash Wolves. We saw it. It's now reached this mid to late game point where they can start to just one-shot people when they're grouped together. They thought that J-Jack was going to have enough to keep them alive, but no. Not even with the Angelic Splendor could they make it happen, but it was the individual mechanical play once the fight had split that kept AHQ in this.
And poor GG in the middle of that fight. I don't know what happened. I don't know if he just did different target prioritization than I did, but I really liked his timing. I watched him go in, and then he like drifted out bottom seconds later, having done very little damage and on 1 HP. I don't know what happened in the midst of it, but I really do feel he missed a major opportunity.
Everybody sort of grouped and came in together, and they sort of body slammed. It was this weird moment. Ran branching it was really, really solid when Wayne went in as well. Everybody threw out every single ability, and in the end, Shishi walked out battered, bruised, and broken. But it was Chaser who kept composed, was able to help clean that up. Obviously, with Sun there as well. Great individual play from him, utilizing that Frost Cape to perfection.
Ran, Heroes, Wayne, all here for this tower defense. Wayne clear is an obvious focus, but with the Drake here as well, that won't guarantee the tower stays up.
I love these mage positioning here on the side as well as Gigi is battling it out with Hawk on the side there, stopping the flank there, just making sure that the push of AHQ can go on uncontested. These buffed up minions are pushing in, taking one tower, and the high ground is exposed. But I don't think AHQ is going to overcommit. That's just not their style.
Well, they don't need to overcommit to do it. They will be careful of the mid lane presence from the Omen, but they can just find half HP, poke on this high ground, and that is still major value gained.
Hawk is hitting every single ability, except for that one, as I caster curse him. But between Rush and HQ, they just Rush and Hawk, they just have such amazing backline poke. It's wild, and Ice Fang thought maybe was going to try and go in there. They don't have their key Zephyrus. That would be a 4v4.
Keep an eye especially on how much damage Rush is doing. At this point in late game, I believe he's completed most of his build. And with that Mirror Master, he's just going to absolutely two-shot towers and people. It's going to be gross.
Yeah, that armor penetration is going to be tough to work around. The 40% pierce is no fun. Doesn't matter how tanky you get, he is still going to be shredding right on through. And the speed with which he takes these towers is absolutely terrifying.
Heroes and Wayne are on the right track. They were doing this during that last tower push towards the bot lane. They're doing it again now towards the top lane. The only way Flash Wolves are back in this game is if split pressure comes through. The split push answer, though, is from Sun, and he is the god.
Sun is going in, clearing out the minion wave, forcing them to take so much additional damage to take that tower. They do so, but this is allowing AHQ to push now on the other side. Oh, that Sentry just chain stunning Ice Fang through all of that, forced to use the Ghost Walk way preemptively there. And GG, he's just not hitting hard enough yet. The Nature's Realm is being committed by Rand, but look at how much damage goes on through. Yes, he kills the minion wave, keeps the tower alive, but this is not stopping AHQ, especially as the fight is breaking out in the mid. Chaser going up against Heroes. Chaser might not have this. There's the Angelic Splendor for the save, and Heroes is gone.
Sun is so smart. He plays that entire game back. AHQ plays safe. They don't overcommit onto a tower so that they can guarantee they shut down the interlopers. Now that they have control of their own jungle, they can begin to push forward. They can begin to regain that push they were looking for. And right on cue, they've got wave in mid. They will have wave in bot. And this tower is as good as theirs.
I like how they baited him in too. They literally had him commit thinking the Angelic Splendor wasn't going to come through, and Sun held it to the exact last possible second so that they were guaranteeing that Heroes was going to stick around thinking he could get that kill.
Beautifully done. They have not managed to convert that mid-wave, though. Rush doing good damage with Hawk, though.
Ice Fang popping that Ghost Walk at the exact last possible second. Rush not really prioritizing the tower too much, getting the poke onto Ran instead. I think that's actually a bit of a mistake. I feel like with these minions they gotten in, Rush could have basically taken down this tower all by his lonesome at this point, but they need to be taking it down as we're not even doing that much damage still. Zenial is split pushing through all of this, but I need to see the focus on these towers.
Yeah, this is a rare poor focus from AHQ. Because if they feel like they're not able to get tower pressure, as I think the answer is, I don't think Rush could have really dove in and taken those towers, then the obvious answer is, okay, go take Abyssal. And they do finally start that now, but it may be too late.
J-Jack is going in there with the Nature's Rally, and Wayne is in a rough position. The stuns are there. Chaser's trying to find him in the backline, the mobility, but Ran is committed now in the midst of it, and Ice Fang not even able to get off his ult to survive through that.
And so, this Abyssal Dragon will be untaken. AHQ have to play back for a moment. They do get the kill on Ice Fang, but that is all. Now they'll return. This enraged Abyssal Dragon should be theirs, and when it is, they'll try and get the game. Flash Wolves have the appropriate response. The Dark Slayer is the only way they stay in this.
They're starting it. Oh, they're baiting it. Sun's walking in 1v4, but he's literally so tanky.
Right.
He can do this all by himself. Heroes is now way overcommitted. Hawk is in the back as well. Going on the flank is Chaser. Nice knock up there onto Ran. Oh, actually not even finding it. Sorry. Didn't have the bush passive lined up, but Rush is now rushing down the mid. They're going to do it. They're going to go right through. J-Jack is there with the ults. They secure the high ground tower. I mean, we saw an attempt from Heroes all the while to take down those minion waves so that they could not convert this objective into a kill. But with the team fight buff, there is no way HQ loses this.
Yeah, AHQ managed to push forward in an instant rush, rushes down the mid lane, because the focus for Flash Wolves have shifted. They had 4 players playing further forward, couldn't defend the high ground, and they lose it because of it. Now Wave's about to crash down bottom. I wouldn't be surprised if they managed to pull the same trick. Here's Rush going for the tower.
I have to give all the props in the world for Heroes, though, for going in, keeping the minion wave cut down, and able to get out alive. He only got killed 1 time through all this, but this player who I need to see more of is Gigi. We are seeing Ran trying to defend this, will be able to do so, but Gigi, look at that. He hits, but it doesn't even do that much damage, and J-Jack, 1 spell, the Healing Light, just brings everyone right back to full.
And that
it's a love tap.
Was just burned through. Did you see that Nature's Realm completely ignored? It gave no significant lifesteal, and Hawk and Rush could burn through anything.
2 abilities, and Ran is already back to half HP. There's the Nature's Rally onto Ice Fang. They're forced to use the Ghost Walk. The high ground tower will fall. Rush finally lining that up with the minion there. That's what I was looking for to happen much earlier, as Sun and Heroes are duking it out. Heroes is there, but Sun is actually just pulling him right back into the midst of all his foes, as Heroes once again overcommitting, going to get picked apart. Look at the collapse.
And AHQ wait for the respawn. They know Blade of Eternity is available. They'll take him out for the second time as well. Now the Spirit Sentinel will go to them as well. And if I were AHQ, I would be looking towards this Dark Slayer. They don't need it to take game, but it is the only way, the only conceivable way Flash Wolves get back in it.
It's maybe also the only conceivable way they lose, is if they throw on top of a Dark Slayer at this stage in the game. That's the only way that the Flash Wolves rather could potentially come back into this. So I think they're actually just playing this very smartly right now, waiting for everyone to go back, regen this HP, and someone who's not regenning HP, as you mentioned, it's Rand. That Nature's Realm is not doing enough.
That Nature's Realm doesn't work in the face of the burst that Rush can offer. He's built Scorching Wind, this Violet build we've seen a lot more of in recent days. Also Bow of Slaughter for extra lifesteal. That's a really interestingly different build than we used to see from the Violets.
Traditionally, Blade of Eternity is going to come out in that last pick there. We've also seen experiments with Clava Sanctity, all this other good stuff, but the Bow of Slaughter, that additional lifesteal, it's going to be very hard. Rush is like, I'd rather just not die in the first place.
His attack speed is interestingly higher than you normally see from Violets. He's doing less damage on every individual base attack than the Violets of old, but I don't think that's possible anymore, thankfully.
Yes, yeah. I mean, they changed the way her kit functions, more priority going into the rest of her kit rather than just the tactical fire. So she'll be a lot more sustained focused in these fights, which are about to break out now as Chaser is going in up in the top lane. Ran is being absolutely chunked. Good night, sweet prince.
He just charged into that Ricky shot. I'm going down, it's by my own choice.
Staring death in the face. Eyes
now
wide
the Dark
open.
Slayer will be picked up. AHQ, if they get this, can simply walk a wave into the core, and the pressure is against them.
Wayne is going in, trying to find the kill on Rush, not able to do so, and look at the Nature's Rally going on in, and that is going to be a dominant little fight there from AHQ. Or maybe I spoke too soon, because Heroes is still alive. They do the Blade of Eternity, but J-Jack is in full retreat right now, trying to survive, shouldn't sustain through this. He just had the Healing Light, and now Heroes is the last man standing. Only one member of HQ actually fell through all of that, and the high ground is exposed as AHQ was pushing in. They had the minion wave.
They don't need the Dark Slayer, they just need to stabilize the fight. And they do. Heroes in trouble.
It looked like such a good fight for Flash Wolves, but it all fell apart so quickly as AHQ was able to rally. The Blade of Eternity matters not because the core is exposed. That is going to be a GG AHQ to game number 2.
2-0 for the Korean powerhouse as they look to stand on top of the world once again. And it will be them doing exactly that for now. Their group is not over, but they've certainly secured their path through it. It is impossible for AHQ not to advance to the next stage of play. Now, we do have one more game tonight. That will be OMG versus Overclockers, but I'd like to talk about that a little bit later on, instead focusing on what we saw over the last few moments. For Flash Wolves, I think that was an important test. Can they hang with AHQ? The answer is yes and no. No, they can't take games off of AHQ, but yes, they were making intelligent mid-game adaptations. Heroes was the unsung hero who did the vast majority of that. Mid-game, he was pushing in, cutting away, finding so much ground. He is the only reason AHQ couldn't take that game quicker.
My issue with all this, though, and 20% of the team's damage, him and Ice Fang did work. My issue with this is that Flash Wolves was playing to not lose. They weren't playing to win. They were always just, trying to stem the bleeding. They were just trying to bring it back and say, look, we're going to hold on. We're going to hold on. But they never had that moment where they're like, we're going to take this dominant fight. We're going to set up this flank, set up this bush gank. It just never happened. They were always just like, okay, send heroes out and cut waves, and we'll just turtle. But there needed to be a point where the shell bursts open and, we're inside the gates of Troy. Like, that needed to happen at some point.
I'd also like to point out that the major thing that was missing, if you compare that Flash Wolves games to the previous Flash Wolves games, was their mid laner GG. They need to figure out what went wrong there, how he got so thoroughly shut down in those games, and how they can fix it. Because normally you see them play around him, enable him to find early game picks, and he does. That game and that series, we saw the almost exact opposite. He was left alone to his own devices, and he got picked many times in the early game.
Yeah, it was just really not optimal there. GG, I mean, we know this guy has some, like, the mechanical prowess to make this happen, but he was quiet. And I don't think I said Hero's name the entire first game. There were moments where individual players stepped up on Flash Wolves, but they didn't do it as a squad. They didn't do it as 5.
Flash Wolves could never find a full team fight because they were always so far behind in gold or in positioning. It was never ideal for them to take a full-on team fight, and the times where they did, it felt a little bit desperate. The best opportunities, the best moments did come from synergy from Heroes and Wayne. I'm going to shout them out as the stars. Game number 1, we saw so much from Wayne being able to find value on that Nacroth. Game number 2, not as much, but he did still manage to keep himself a presence, while Heroes became more of that mobile scout on the Omen.
Yes, I mean, you talk about the team fights not being optimal and being desperate. While, yes, they might have absolutely been that, those were also the times, I think, when Flash Wolves looked the best, baiting them back under tower, finding those moments. We're going to see some of these in some of the replays here, but still, this was just AHQ showing their dominance, the team synergy. There's a reason, this team is the best in the world.
And there's a reason you don't let Chaser get Richter. Because, hey, he's broken, Richter's broken, the combination is terrifying.
What happens if you put together two things that are broken?
You fix it.
You fix it. Hey. I love it.
Stop. Also showed up. I kind of wondered why that Zenial was such a focus in the van phase. This game we learned why.
Yeah.
Sun absolutely stands up and exploits the unique benefits of the Zenial multiple times to Angelic Splendor in the key team fights and find cross-map mobility.
That was wild. They baited him in so hard on this. And J-Jack as well. His pure play was phenomenal. The way he was able to keep his team in these fights, the Nature's rallies were spot on. And overall, really good. This is a fight that I thought was actually going to go the way of Flash Wolves here. It looked like a potential good start from them there. There was a really nice death from above. But GG, he just would go into these fights and then just instantly get deleted.
The pressure onto him was immense. He never built up enough of a gold game that GG was able to find control. And, well, AHQ punished that with Hawk standing up and taking the game.
Really nice play there from AHQ. They have secured their spot moving forward in the competition. But guys, we are not done yet. OMG versus Overclockers. Our next game will be coming to you shortly. The English coverage of the AIC. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
บุรุษที่ชั่วร้ายผู้เปี่ยมด้วยอำนาจเขาปกครองประชาชนด้วยความหวาดกลัวภายนอกที่ดูดีกลับแฝงไปด้วยความบ้าคลั่งอยู่ภายในจงอย่าเผชิญหน้ากับเขาเพียงลำพังเพราะชั่วพริบตาคุณจะกลับกลายเป็นเหยื่อของคมดาบมัจจุราชพุ่งฟาดฟันจากข้างหลังวันแห่งการพิพากษาเคลื่อนเข้ามาพร้อมตุลาการนามคิวเลนจงระวังตัวไว้เพราะเขาอาจอยู่ใกล้คุณกว่าที่คิด บุรุษที่ชั่วร้ายผู้เปี่ยมด้วยอำนาจเขาปกครองประชาชนด้วยความหวาดกลัวภายนอกที่ดูดีกลับแฝงไปด้วยความบ้าคลั่งอยู่ภายในจงอย่าเผชิญหน้ากับเขาเพียงลำพังเพราะชั่วพริบตาคุณจะกลับกลายเป็นเหยื่อของคมดาบมัจจุราชพุ่งฟาดฟันจากข้างหลังวันแห่งการพิพากษาเคลื่อนเข้ามาพร้อมตุลาการนามคิวเลนจงระวังตัวไว้เพราะเขาอาจอยู่ใกล้คุณกว่าที่คิด
Meet your maker.
ในค่ำคืนแห่งการเฉลิมฉลองขององค์กร Shadow of Hand เอมิลี่ตัดสินใจทำในสิ่งที่ไม่มีใครคาดคิดการทรยศเพื่อปลดเปลื้องพันธะจากองค์กรแม้จะอันตรายอาจต้องแลกด้วยชีวิตแม้ว่าสิ่งที่ตามมาจะเป็นคมดาบนับพันแม้ต้องผ่านเส้นทางแห่งความอันตรายแต่เพื่อนำน้องสาวกลับมาต่อให้ต้องสังหารคนทั้งโลกเธอก็ยอม
Of all against me, I'm ready to go, burning it down. They ain't noticed till the temperature rose. Bless the energy, then we erupt in a blaze. Mama save us, I swear the baby's lately crazy these days. People dancing like they warriors. Use the passion. I got my head in the clouds, intergalactic. I'm on a venomous prowl, ready to snatch it. Are you prepared for it? Then let it happen.
บ้าที่สุด เจ้าบ้าแอคนี่มาหาว่าฉันใช้ไม่ได้ เดี๋ยวฉันจะหาทางออกจากป่านี้ด้วยตัวเองให้ดู แปลกจัง เหมือนเพิ่งเดินผ่านตรงนี้ไปเองนี่นาต้นไม้ต้นนี้ดูคุ้นจังเลย บ้าที่สุด หลงทางอีกแล้ว ตั้งแต่ได้อ่านจดหมายการผจญภัยของพ่อกับแม่ ฉันก็ได้แต่อิจฉาพวกท่านมาตลอด แล้วก็ได้แต่หวังว่าเมื่อไหร่ฉันจะเป็นสุดยอดนักผจญภัย แถมยัง หาเจ้าชายในฝันไม่เจอเลย หรือว่าฉันจะไม่เหมาะกับการเป็นนักผจญภัยกันนะ
เจอตัวสักทีร็อกซี่เธอนี่ขี้งอนชะมัดฉันแค่ว่าเธอได้นิดหน่อยๆถึงกับต้องเดินหนีไปเลยหรือไงรู้บ้างไหมว่าฉันเป็นห่วงแค่ไหนฉันต้อง เธอคำบ้าอะไรฉันกำลังว่าเธออยู่นะอยู่ๆก็หัวเราะออกมาบ้าเปล่า
แค่คิดว่าถึงฉันจะหลงทาง แต่นายก็ตามหาฉันเจอตลอด
เชอะก็คนมันเท่ก็คงเป็นเพราะว่า เราเป็นคู่หูกันสินะ
The spirits of my ancestors guide me. You have no idea.
ยามคมดาบลิ้มรสเลือดจากขุมนรก ดังความมืดที่คลุ้มคลั่งมุ่งฟาดฟันมิกสัญญี พวกเขาคือ วีรบุรุษแห่งกลียุคตำนานของเหล่านักล่าปีศาจผู้รับพรจากนรกและคำสาปแช่งจากสวรรค์ เลือดเนื้อที่เสียสละเพื่อคำสรรเสริญที่ไร้ราคาคือช่วงเวลาที่ดีที่สุดของพวกเรา กระทั่งกองทัพฟอร์เรนได้ปรากฏ ผู้คนกลับเคลือบแคลงในเกียรติของพวกเรา แม้ท้ายที่สุดจะพิสูจน์ด้วยชัยชนะในสนามรบ แต่กลับต้องแลกด้วยชีวิตของเพื่อนพ้อง ผู้ที่ยังรอดต้องอยู่อย่างซ่อนเร้น แม้มีอาจคงไว้ซึ่งฉายาเรียกขานนาม แต่ข้าจะไม่ยอมละทิ้งเกียรติของนักล่าปีศาจแม้มันจะเป็นเส้นทางแห่งการดับสูญแต่ข้าจะขอตามล่าเหล่าปีศาจตราบจนวันสุดท้ายของชีวิต
No sense in running from me.
เอเบิลเป็นเผ่าที่คอยปกป้องพิทักษ์ผืนป่าที่ซึ่งอิฟเน็ตได้ถือกำเนิด ตลอดชีวิตของอิฟเน็ตได้ฟังเรื่องราวมหัศจรรย์มากมายเกี่ยวกับโลกภายนอก ผ่านการบอกเล่าของเหล่าสัตว์น้อยใหญ่ เพื่อเติมเต็มความฝันอิฟเน็ตตัดสินใจออกเดินทาง แม้จะมีเสียงทัดทานมากมายจากคนในเผ่า ระหว่างการเดินทางอิฟเน็ตได้พบกับเผ่า Shadow Forest ซึ่งกำลังถูกรุกรานจากเหล่าอสุรกาย แม้จะรักสงบแต่เขาก็ไม่อาจละทิ้งผืนป่าและพวกพ้องอิฟเน็ตตัดสินใจหยุดการเดินทางชั่วคราว
ผืนดินและพงไพรจะปกป้องผู้บริสุทธิ์และฝังกลบสิ่งชั่วร้าย Life is all about growing.
「
Ghost. Guess. What am I?
แย่แล้วพายุกำลังมุ่งหน้ามาทางหมู่บ้าน ฉันต้องหาทางยับยั้ง โอ๊ย ไม่นะ แล้วฉันจะไล่มันยังไงล่ะทีนี้ ไม่ได้ ฉันจะต้องไม่ยอมแพ้ ฉันจะต้องหยุดยั้งภัยพิบัตินี้ให้ได้
I defend this world.
You are dead, my dear.
บุรุษที่ชั่วร้าย ผู้เปี่ยมด้วยอำนาจ เขาปกครองประชาชนด้วยความหวาดกลัว ภายนอกที่ดูดีกลับแฝงไปด้วยความบ้าคลั่งอยู่ภายใน จงอย่าเผชิญหน้ากับเขาเพียงลำพัง เพราะชั่วพริบตา คุณจะกลับกลายเป็นเหยื่อของคมดาบมัจจุราชพุ่งฟาดฟันจากข้างหลัง วันแห่งการพิพากษาเคลื่อนเข้ามา พร้อมตุลาการนามคิวเลนจงระวังตัวไว้ เพราะเขาอาจอยู่ใกล้คุณกว่าที่คิด
Meet your maker.
ในค่ำคืนแห่งการเฉลิมฉลองขององค์กร Shadow of Hand เอมิลี่ตัดสินใจทำในสิ่งที่ไม่มีใครคาดคิด การทรยศเพื่อปลดเปลื้องพันธะจากองค์กร แม้จะอันตราย อาจต้องแลกด้วยชีวิต แม้ว่าสิ่งที่ตามมาจะเป็นคมดาบนับพัน แม้ต้องผ่านเส้นทางแห่งความทุกข์ลาภแต่เพื่อนำน้องสาวกลับมา ต่อให้ต้องสังหารคนทั้งโลก เธอก็ยอม
Hello and welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championship 2018. My name is Inverum, joined by the one and only Thomas TJ Bardishvili for our fourth match
Sorry,
of the
I,
day. Sorry, what?
I can't look up because my dog is standing on my headphone wire. And she's realized that she's standing on my headphone wire, but she doesn't have the brain capacity to work out, so she's just sat down because it's not working. Give me a sec. All right, we're good. How are you doing, Inverum?
I made coffee on the break. I have almonds. I'm doing excellent, frankly. I'm doing very good.
Well, so is my dog, because she's no longer tangled in my headphone wire. And so are our viewers, because they're about to see quite possibly the best and closest game of the day. It's a rematch. OMG, the Chinese Titans coming in against Overclockers.
Oof, I am so very excited. Overclockers from Vietnam going up against the Chinese powerhouse of OMG. They are, of course, the I wouldn't say traditional AOV players in the sense that they come from, of course, the Chinese version of the game. And they are now stepping up here on our version. And let's just say the mechanical prowess certainly does transfer.
Yeah, they qualify through a KPL tournament, which is the
King Pro
the kind of sister game of Arena of Valor, King of Glory. So they are similar. The mechanics definitely translate. Some of the characters translate, but a lot of the characters and the maps are slightly different. So while they certainly look really good at team play and look really sick when it comes to how they're playing across the map and in team fights, OMG have definitely struggled when it comes to draft phases. So I'm looking for overclockers to kind of take advantage of that. We did see overclockers take them close during their game in groups, but they did lose to OMG at the end. If they've learned something from that experience, and if they've maybe got a better plan to exploit OMG's map pool and character pool, rather, it might be very powerful here.
Yeah, I remember we originally sat down to do our prep for this event. And OMG was the question mark. That they could come in, they could defy all our expectations, or they could get bodied. We weren't really sure. But for overclockers, they're a squad who, they came in third place from their region, I believe, and the third seed, and it showed a little bit in some of their games.
Yeah, they're definitely one of the weaker Vietnamese teams that are here. Statistically, the weakest.
Statistically, the weakest,
yeah. Definitely they have potential. And I really, really like them because they do weird, cool, new things. And I know you've only seen them playing against quite possibly the best team in the world of Bizarre Gaming. But don't worry, that was not their peak performance. This is peak performance.
You may not like it, but this is what peak performance
are here. And they're here to play. The draft phase has begun. Elsu, Yabeneth, Richter. The opening bans, leaving Ignis still on the cards. The question is, do overclockers feel they can let it through against OMG? And they decide, better safe than sorry.
Take him off the board. Valheim hovered here for LZ to start this off. No real surprise there. He's been making quite a few appearances in that first pick slot. The Yabeneth is really the big question mark ban here for me. Clearly a direct counter over to what overclockers is pulling in there.
They played Dua on a decent Yabeneth, but it definitely didn't merit a first ban. So I think it's more likely it's just something OMG have decided they don't want to play against.
Also interesting to note here that Isno is playing. He did not play in their match yesterday, but he will be making an appearance here. He is their sub. Yep. He is a brand new pickup, and apparently the team says that he is a star player.
I was listening to the interviews that Garena did with the teams, and like all of them, they're like, yeah, no, our sub is he's going to be the best player at the AIC. And I'm a little bit wary of that claim, but they certainly believe in him. He'll play the Slayer lane. The first draft comes through. It will be Lindis, Raz over the Overclockers. Certainly very good pickups, particularly for Chihiro over on that Raz.
Oh, yes.
Turtle over on that Lindis.
I love these prioritization here. Very different than what we saw in our last series here, where that jungle was left all the way right up until the end. But we are going to see pretty standard responses now coming out with what we're starting to see. The Malik, wouldn't be surprised to see. I was going to say look towards the Violet potentially here. We're actually seeing the Mina being hovered to support prioritization here from OMG.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick up quite a lot, actually. I think OMG are showing kind of the limits of their character pool, though, because they're prioritizing good characters, but not characters I should think they would be focusing on right now. They haven't looked towards their jungle yet. They haven't looked towards their mid lane yet. And we've seen both those pools be threatened in the past by this exact team, actually. Overclockers, if they lock in a mid here, they can just ban out or they already have a mid. They can just ban out during the second phase a whole bunch of mid characters, and I think they're sitting very good indeed.
It's funny, if you actually put all 5 of these characters together, you'd have a really solid team.
Yeah, you're right.
We have an entire squad put together.
It's very different. And deciding both sidelines at the same time, as well as your support, is kind of interesting because it leaves you with very little. Leeway. They basically have to have a. They can have a sustained damage mage because they have a solid front line, because they've invested so heavily in their front line. They need to have a backline damage jungle. They can't really do a melee ADC. So I expect to see probably something in the realm of Liliana, if they can get her for their mid lane, and probably something in the realm of Violet, if they can get her for their jungle.
That's definitely what I'm looking towards here. Fennec being prioritized as well, though, from Overclockers. Interesting decision here. I'm looking towards the notes that we have here for OMG. Murad, Violet, Lindis for S686. They're sort of the top picks that they were mentioning there on him. But interesting decision, which suggests to me that maybe they're going to look towards, Overclockers might look towards more of a tanky double frontliner here for this composition if they want to deny that Fennec.
Well, they're getting rid of the Fennec, yeah, because it's good against sustained fights with tanks, but also because it's always a Chinese power pick. There's a very similar character to Fennec in King of Glory. So they're getting rid of the two picks, Violet and Fennec, that Chinese teams most often like to run in jungle, and they've already got the third, Lindis. That means these jungle pickings are slim. I expect a slim to come through, but they could go the other way and just pull out, like we were talking about, a Murad or something melee. That would be weird, but not actually an awful pick into this, particularly because Overclockers will probably commit to a bit of a beefy frontline here.
I would expect to see that starting to come out now. We've seen some great Zenio play so far today. Not necessarily something I would hate to see in that position. We also need to see what the support pickup is going to be here. We do have Annette still on the board. Obviously, and Benneth is not going to make an appearance. But if the heavy CC competition is here, Chognar is definitely an option into that Mina, into that Malik, and even into the Valheim. Would not hate a Chognar pickup here for Overclockers.
No, Chognar would be decent. They could also go for some picks we haven't seen yet. I think actually, while I love Arum, Grak, all those wonderful tanky beefy boys that haven't been picked up yet, I think we're actually more likely to see either a Chognar or an Alice for the backline, and we do get a Chognar. That's good, because if they'd gone Alice, there would have been obvious punish from a Kriknak or a Murad. Because they go Chognar, you do get the Kriknak Murad because it's better than a Slims in this situation and into this matchup. But Kriknak will not have a field day here.
Yeah, he's going to have a bit of a tougher time. Raz, highly mobile. Linda's fairly mobile. Turtle obviously has the Ghost Walk, and then we have all of the CC reduction from the Chognar, going to give his team the ability to dodge those crucial drone drops. I love the draft from OMG. I think it's just a good across the board. I feel like XH... yeah.
I think into this specific matchup, I don't really like it. Because I don't think they have enough to deal with what Overclockers can do if they get ahead. If Turtle in the jungle gets ahead on the Lindis, he will outscale the frontline threat to offer. If they try and dive in to shut him down, the Kriknak's going to be going in alone and can be quite easily shut down. The front line in the Chognar, the front line in the Marja can both completely ignore the stun chain coming through from the Valheim, the Mina, and the Malik. That means that it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to find purchase, and I think their relatively squishy backline is a pretty easy punish for Chihiro if he's able to get out ahead.
That is definitely a good series of points. I want some more HP. I want some more beef here on the side of Overclockers. I think Zenial or an Arduin would be great pickups here for them. I need to see a little bit more sustainability, especially trying to deal with the Malik and these long drawn fights. Wonder Woman as well would be a great pickup here. I actually really like the Wonder Woman pick. The shield and the additional CC from the Space of Submission are going to be crucial in shutting down whatever dive the Kriknak and Malik are looking to put together.
That will be the Wonder Woman coming through, as you say. And just like that, Chognar and Wonder Woman will have to be the front line for Overclockers. I'm not a big Wonder Woman fan, to be honest, but several of the Asian regions run it very, very well. I think OMG walked ahead slightly behind in the draft, but the draft will work very well for this team, which is mechanically and team play superior.
So for the record, I love that guy's suit shirt combo. Just to mention.
Really nice.
It was really good. Yeah. Like I'm a fan of that.
I was actually having that thought right as we were.
Yeah.
You were like mentioning it, and I was like, "Wow, that guy's like dressed really nicely."
I know. I like the call. We don't do that as often in the West. I'm actually a big fan of it. Anyway, I'm also a fan of both of these drafts. I think we're in for a great series of games. I would not be surprised to see this go all 3 games. Yeah, I think this is. I'm a big fan of OMG. I love their play style. Watched their first game back in the group stage, and they instantly made a fan out of me. The Overclockers as well cannot be a team to deny here. They obviously have a ton of skill. The big question, obviously, for them has to be Isno.
We'll find out. OMG. The answer to perhaps inferior map or character knowledge, is it pure team play? Can Isno on the Wonder Woman drag Overclockers to victory over the top of that scary frontline that OMG have?
They do have a very tough frontline indeed. Mina and Malik. Not the easiest things to get through in the world. We'll see if they can get those picks. They're off the death sides, the Dark Dominions. Dwa has his work cut out for him in this series. His Chaos protections will need to be picture perfect.
I'd also be looking for KA and Turtle to function well as a duo, but XH already getting bullied in mid. Chihiro, if he can get out on top early, things would go well, but it's not gone well at all.
And now we are starting to see the invade for OMG coming in. Chihiro doesn't have a lot of HP to work with here. And on the flank, nicely done. Dwa already getting chunked. The red buff stolen. This is the start that OMG wanted.
Oh my goodness. OMG have started well. That is exactly what you want, is a picture-perfect start to an AOV game.
Yeah, like I said, I loved this draft. I feel like they had a lot of options early. They have a lot of CC to work with. That's one thing that they have in spades. And before that Chaos Protection comes into play, they are going to have an objective advantage here. Because Dwa, as good as the Chognar is, doesn't offer a whole lot before level 4.
Yeah, the Chognar does best towards the late game when he can get really absurdly tanky, but I do think that Overclockers have a decent early game if they can leverage the Lindis, if they can leverage the Wonder Woman. Their early mid-game peak, especially in the mid-game, will be very strong, but they're going to have to fight back the fact that OMG have just cleared out both their own and their opponent's jungle.
Look, I'm not going to comment on the lasso miss on the stationary minion, but I'm also going to comment on it. Maybe Isno doesn't have the LAN experience the rest of his teammates might have, and that might play a factor in this game. LAN jitters are 100% a thing.
We had a team at the Valor Series finals, one of the South American teams, I won't name them, but one of their players reported afterwards that his hands were actually shaking with pressure so much that he was missing major abilities. Yeah, and it's a real thing, playing up here on the biggest stage in the world, and we're seeing them executing it right now on the backs. XH can be the target. Great flank from Chihiro, though. Oh, beautiful play there going in with that uppercut, but Turtle is going to be the target. The brace of mission absolutely whiffing, but it is still Overclockers coming out ahead in this fight. I said Chihiro could be devastating. I don't think you quite believed me.
Oh, I believed you.
That man scooping an entire team. He's not having one scoop of ice cream, Paul. He's having two.
Yeah, he's going in for a double dunk. That was absolute.
It's an ice cream sundae.
It is. It's got cherries on top.
That was intense. The fact that Chihiro was able to just half HP an entire team like that is so rare, and it may have just given Overclockers not just that team fight, not just that Abyssal Dragon, but an overall lead in the early game after such a devastating start.
Yeah, again, Isno not hitting the braces submission there. I think kind of being surprised by his own Raz knocking the entire team out of position. Worked out really well there for Overclockers. It's the counter synergy. It's fine. Chihiro just went off. There's no other way to put it right there. KA lined up all the damage. Everybody was grouped together, and it was really, really easy for them to just clean that up. I feel like OMG need to be a little more cognizant of this in the future and not stack quite so hard for the devastating flank potential of this Raz.
I mean, to be fair, you could have had a flight control computer and still not predicted that. That was insanity.
I mean, because that's the Raz play that we were trying to see in that last series, at that AHQ. That's what Flash Wolves was trying to do for 2 games.
Yeah, well, I mean, ideally a Raz does more damage than that, so we'll have to see if he can scale well after such a good start, and indeed, he's starting well again.
LZ is going to be the target this time around, instantly getting picked up there, and now XH is going to be in the danger zone. The shock, not enough to keep him alive, and Overclockers rallying off that dominant team fight, coming back in perfectly timed. This is just the hallmark of these Asian teams. The second they know the objective is going to spawn, they go for kills. They look to stagger at least one, which is going to give them an objective advantage going into this major objective.
That's quite a gold lead built up, Paul. Now Overclockers have a significant starting bonus. They can work that forward to ensuring a regular salary of their opponent's jungle. And once they've got just a few extra minions taken from the opponent's jungle, it becomes twice as hard for OMG to catch up.
Now they can check their stock towards that inventory there, make sure they're creating the positive dividends. The ROI is going to be in place.
It's a scam. The stock options are a scam. Everyone knows that.
Look, it's not. We're not MLM. Look, let's be honest, dude. At least they're not trying to sell us crypto.
Sure, absolutely. KA will be investigating some cryptocurrency markets, but why is here to scare them off while the rest of Overclockers are trying to press forward and gain control around the Abyssal again? They feel this bottom side of the map is essential to the early game. They're not wrong.
Look, Y knows that the crypto market has crashed 80% in the last 6 months, okay? He knows what's going on, but so does KA with a fantastic flicker to dodge the shock, and that was
They're
beautiful.
overcommitting. They put so much up there in the top lane just to stop one man, one Marja. Now there's no way LZ stays alive down here.
LZ is in a terrible position, and so is his tower, as it seems like OMG is kind of falling apart.
Yeah, crypto markets. They get you every time. He overinvested. OMG puts 3 players up towards the top lane with their mid lane, X8 drifting up as well. And Overclockers for the last 5 minutes or so, well, 3 minutes or so, had 4 players down in the bot lane just waiting for an opportunity. The second KA sees that overcommit, he calls it they commit, and now, just as the Abyssal Dragon comes up, bot lane's taken, Spirit Sentinels taken, jungle's cleared out, Overclockers are sailing quite pretty.
Yeah, they've ramped up to like 5 gigahertz at least right now. They are looking in a solid position. 7 kills to 1, 4K gold lead even. They are in a fantastic position as this next major objective is spawning.
OMG will be contesting the Abyssal, just kiting it back ideally, I think. I don't think they really want to go for it, although the fact that they see so many up top while it's only KA down bottom may mean they can make something happen.
I love this decision making there from them, using Moon to force him back while OMG picks that up. SH, or X8, I'm going to try and say his name at some point here, but in the top lane, the tower is actually being saved, so that's massive, nicely done. And S686 was able to secure that basically solo, but he needs to not get picked off there in the mid lane. And look at this hold going in from the Malik.
Ooh, look at this hold from the Marja. KA, brilliant timing on the Ghost Walk to dodge the drone drop. Now Overclockers have a 3-man rotate and a free bug.
Ooh, that is going to be the squash right there. Great little dodges, but not nearly enough.
They call that bug fixing.
It must be patch day, but we also see the return. Oh, Dwa, no, you didn't.
How on earth did he get out of that?
He just had enough health. He just had enough health.
He sits on the Chaos Protection until the Malik Shock comes through, spends it specifically to dodge the Malik Shock, and then everything else is free.
Oh, XH getting caught on the very edge of that stun from the Wonder Woman, who after his initial little jizzers, I think Isno has been stepping up his game in a big way. I love the way he's setting things up for the rest of his team. He's not necessarily the all-star player, but he's facilitating his team doing work.
I mean, I dare
he's
say
3-0-6.
Really
never mind. I'm totally wrong.
He's 3-0-6. He might be the all-star of this team because he's absolutely anchored the run.
He's just been so involved. He's been going and he's been that front line. I feel like, the backliners have been doing all the damage, but still, he is there consistently. And I may have spoke too soon. I said he was the X factor for this team. He was there, the big question mark. And right now he's saying, he's putting an exclamation point on our question mark.
I think there's a word for that.
Yeah, there is, I think. I think they do.
Interrobang?
That's gotta be his new handle right there. If he ever watches this English broadcast.
I think that's already someone's handle. I forget whose, but yes. The pressure from Overclockers will continue. They managed to find a lot more wave clear down bottom. You might be like, why are they going for wave clear right now without pushing towers? So they can get an Abyssal. It's free. It's free real estate. Turtle would like it.
They want to invest in the market because it is about to double in the next 30 seconds. So they want to double down on this investment. This is basically Park Place of the Antares battlefield.
And because of that, Was that a Monopoly joke?
Yes,
I was
it's
just gonna
really.
steamroll past that, but
Yeah,
okay.
no, take a second, man.
All right.
Savor that one.
Fine. No, Monopoly. Ew.
Really?
Wow. Speaking of Monopoly, this is a monopoly on the OMG jungle. Overclockers just are not letting them. That was a bit of a stretch. Get any.
No, that was a sick segue. You believe it, man. As Isno is going in the flicker over the wall, has the braces as mission, and there's going to be the shock connecting onto him at the end, but he has the shield, the HP to stay alive. I cannot believe he just made that happen, and now this is potentially a setup there as Turtle is going in off the back of a nice poke from the Raz, and on the flank, Jahiro makes it work, going in there onto X. Oh my god, he absolutely deletes him, and that is going to be the Ghost Walk onto the high ground as well as KA is there, and that is going to be the triple kill for Overclockers.
I know who my hero is! Chihiro, for the second fight this game, flies in on a flank and absolutely obliterates the entire Chinese side.
Absolute mastery there as Y goes in to clear the wave and gives his life for it. My Chihiro Academia in the mid lane right now. The only thing anyone can talk about on Twitter.
You're off the team. X8 will get burst down as he presses forward. This is the second high ground to fall, and Overclockers will be firmly in command.
Overclockers in such a good position right now. Again, the question mark, OMG, would they be able to perform when the chips were down back against the wall? And right now, it looks like the answer is nah.
Well, OMG, it felt like we're just outdrafted here, and I was kind of calling it. They have a solid draft for what they can do, but I really don't like it into the specific Overclockers draft. And then they just got blown up in the early game.
Yeah, the Cricknack needed to accomplish a little bit more. We saw it off the start, but then it just didn't quite excel. And Dua, again, I said he needs to be the reason, or one of the reasons that OCS is dominating right now. And he absolutely is. These chaos protections have been flawless. LZ on the Mina has been a non-factor.
A non-factor. And Turtle is able to grab this Dark Slayer as well. That's why I, in the days of Grak, really liked the supports that could do well even when they were poorly scaled. Because if a Mina falls behind, your Dark Dominions don't matter because you melt every time you land one.
That's actually a very good point. The whole idea is his support is a hero that can function without farm. And yeah, Mina, her whole thing is it's come here and hit me. And if they're like, okay, you just die though. Not a great situation.
That's why I really like. That's why I'm a big Grak fan, because you can be 3-4 levels behind, and if you land a Devil's Chain, it's still an enforced kill.
I do understand the appreciation for the Grak. Maybe we'll see it being pulled out here. As we do see the high ground push now going in for Overclockers. OMG is going to be the target. There's the shock in the back, but OMG is absolutely deleted. And Isno is going in. He is absolutely destroying this entire team with the margin to follow up with the damage. That's what I'm saying. He's leading the charge for his squad while the rest of the team is there to secure those kills. And that is going to be it. That is going to be all she wrote. Game number 1 is going over to Overclockers. Amazing play from them as they go up 1-0 in the series.
I just watched a Wonder Woman dive a core and get a triple kill. Okay.
Okay.
Isno, welcome to competitive play.
We saw those first fight jitters, and then it all was gone, just like the hopes and dreams of OMG.
Well, they're not quite done yet. They're still in game 2. But before we get into it, let's take a look at the stats for game 1. Isno, the standout player, is up shouting his name. Yeah. 4-0 and 13. Turtle, of course, the main source of backline damage through it all with the highest kill total on the team. On the other side, let's talk about the one kill that did come through from Y, and maybe the lack of damage that came through from XH with only 26% of his team's damage. That is dismal.
Being involved in 94.4% of his team's damage. Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
That was really, I mean, he only did 17, yeah, I mean, he only did kills, actually. He only did 17% of the team's damage, but he was the tip of the spear. He was going in, he was the front line, taking the brunt of the damage, setting up the kills, and then Marja and Lindis were just behind, dishing all that damage, and then Wonder Woman would just bop him on the face with a shield.
And then occasionally, Chihiro would pick up the fight and hold it very close to his heart because it was his now, and he wanted to love it very tightly.
Yes.
Is that analogy not working for you?
Okay. It got really sad.
I was thinking of like a stuffed animal.
Yeah, see, no, but see, but I went to like the scene with the dog in I Am Legend when it got really sad because that's basically what your hero did to the enemy team. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about how that cannot happen for game number 2. And I think the major thing that needs to be improved, like I said, the draft wasn't ideal, but it was workable. The major thing that needs to be improved is when OMG started losing those fights, they needed to stop full committing to them, and I wanted them to stay aggressive in split pressure.
Yeah, we do have the replays from that last game.
Oh my goodness!
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, just shove him again. Just shove him. That was absolutely...
That is one of the sickest Razes I've seen in competitive. Here's the other clip. What's Chihiro on the flank here? He just arrives. Welcome!
Boom. Just the straight right. Just the straight right. Oh, no. And then watch this. Watch the Wonder Woman. Watch Isno go in here. He finds LZ, and he just keeps on going. He just does not stop. But all behind him, the Ghost Walk from Marja. Everything going in there. Deathway. Everything just absolutely... Again, breaking down the hopes and dreams of OMG. But as you said, they're not out of this yet. They do have an opportunity to come back in this set. And let's see if they can do it right here.
Some revenge was earned, perhaps, for their group stage 1 game where they dropped overclockers in front of the home crowd. But it is not over yet, like you said. And I don't think it's safe to say that overclockers are out of the woods, because OMG quite soundly outperformed them off the back of some really good aggression during Group Stage 1. We didn't see that Game 1. If their coach yells at them, be aggressive, and it works, then OMG may be in trouble, because an entirely different team Game 2 that's playing aggressive even from behind, that's still challenging jungle, won't let overclockers do that. Won't let Chihiro get so farmed he can 1v5.
I mean, look at that coach for overclockers. Again, if he's that well dressed, I mean... That's just the mentality that's going into these drafts, and part of the reason I feel like they're doing so well.
I think that's a stretch, but I appreciate the analysis, Paul.
I'm contributing.
Because, like, Sui was really well dressed the entire time he was coaching for Immortals, but they never won a game.
Ouch. Ouch! That was unnecessarily mean. Wow!
Yeah, just saying.
That's true. That's true. He has like he has an entire closet of suits. I've seen it. It's real.
And he's really sharply dressed.
That's true. But you know what? Let's talk about OMG in game number 2 and what you think they need to do differently starting in this draft phase in order to turn this around. Again, they had a generally good draft, but specifically, you talk about overcommittal and fights. What do they need to change in the draft phase? What was it about it? Was there one pick that you're like, I just don't like this? Because you were very opinionated going out of this and saying they lost this draft.
I know, and I understand why you were a bit, I think, confused by the strength of my opinions, because it was a decent overall draft. It was just into what they were specifically facing, they did not have an answer. And I could see that from moment 1, particularly then overemphasis on a tanky front line, and there were a lot of really, really good answers to that tanky front line from overclockers. OMG need to look for a little bit less static of a front line. Give me some mobility. Show off the mechanical skill of your players.
I absolutely agree, because I feel like the best we saw from OMG was when they're picking heroes like this Lindis, who were able to just dominate in a lot of these mechanical situations. And we didn't see that quite as much in this last game. And I feel like having things like the Malik just, it felt a little bit underwhelming. The shocks were dodged. So much mobility on the side of overclockers in that last game. The Valheim was also just a non-factor. The Liliana was played super well, but it just wasn't enough.
Elsu ban will be hovered here by OMG. The Ignis was first banned from overclockers. Ooh. They're going to stall out. Ignis has already been banned, so it's Elsu or Richter. One gets through, then overclockers gets Lindis in response. I'm interested.
I love this decision from OMG. Just leave the OPs up. Pick your poison. Give us the Richter. See, I don't actually want them to ban Elsu.
I don't know. I've kind of gone back and forth there. I feel like a good Richter can be terrifying, but a good Elsu can also be world-changing, and the Elsu-like character has been out in the Chinese edition of the game for months, so I feel they'd be very likely to be insane at that. And Overclockers do get a double strong pick here if they go Valheim Lindis or Raz Lindis, which would have been what I preferred.
Valheim Lindis was my first initial thought, but you're right. The Raz Lindis could also be a viable option. I actually think they're going to go with this because I think they're not sure if OMG plays Raz.
I believe XH played Raz during the group stage. I think during stage 1 he played Raz. He should play Raz.
Yes, he plays. He does play Raz. Yes, he does. Yeah, he does. He does play Raz.
So you'll lock that in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And you'll get Violet in response. And this is actually a much better draft for OMG. I do feel they've done quite well here because they made off with that Raz. Violet is a decent answer to the Lindis if they can go ahead and get themselves... You see how alarmed their coach is? The Raz is a decent answer. And the main thing is they need to keep their Violet at range against the Lindis. If they get within melee range, things will get dicey. So OMG to complete their draft, get a couple tankier characters to eat up all the stuns from the Valheim, get a couple tankier characters to find pressure, maybe a little bit of an engage tool. I'd look for a Creshed if anything, and you're good.
I absolutely love this Creshed idea. I'm all aboard the Creshed train, the wave. I'm riding the wave. I'm riding the wave of the Creshed type. I feel like that would be a solid pickup here for them. Given the initiation they were so severely lacking in that last game.
Tubular, dude.
Totally tubular.
Will Hover. What could they do to break the opponent's strategy? Toro certainly would. But I'd be more inclined to see them pull something. Oh my goodness.
I've never seen I've never seen a Toro before.
I've seen a Toro run once, and you should have too, because it was during Valor Series Season 1. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was pre-Valor Series Season 1.
I've never...
It was pre-Valor Series Season 1. Vex ran it as a troll pick against Vitality and lost.
Right.
So, that's the extent of Toro in competitive play.
Well, we're in for a treat right now. As you're about to witness a Toro. They are that confident? Okay, that their coach looked so unimpressed. So... I mean, to be fair, into the heavy CC. I mean, having Toro's passive, he is immune to CC when he's using abilities, so that's something. And he also has the damage reduction.
They just must know something about Toro that I don't. This must just be a, oh yeah, the Asian team's been looking at Toro for months now. But I certainly don't know what it is that they're planning, so I'm very excited to find out. You will have the Creshed ban come through, the Mina ban come through, because once again, OMG need a tanky frontline to complete this composition.
So smart.
And it will be, I should hope, more of a... I don't know.
Ban the Omen
Overclockers could go two ways. They could go pretty heavy on a dive, but they don't have a whole bunch of dive left to follow through. So I'd say they should commit to a poke composition as well. The main reason I can't fully predict what they're looking for is because I don't know how Toro fits into this comp.
I was going to ask, do we know where we lane Toro?
Maybe I'd say supporter top.
Supporter top, yeah, okay.
I'd say supporter top lane.
All right. Yeah. TJ, I'm going to put you on the spot with this one because I know a lot about Toro, Kappa. And yes, he's literally not available to play on the North American servers, and thus I have never played him. So
I played him because I used to play on the EU servers before it was out in NA. Oh, a Roxy as well. So it might be
support Toro.
So
it has to be.
Roxy Toro is the double lane, or Toro is support. I don't know.
Well, guys, you know what? We're in for a treat. We just got a lock-in of Toro on the main stage at the Arena of Valor International Championship 2018, and we have him in AR.
I'm amazed they had that AR file.
Literally, I was thinking the exact same thing. I just had that exact same thought. That's why I pointed out. I'm like, I'm actually blown away that somebody bothered to make that. That's wild.
Because the meme for a long time was that Toro, because, you know, we in NA, we usually get characters a little bit later than EU, but, you know, within the same few weeks, and that they just forgotten to release Toro because he was so awful. And, like, that there's actually kind of been a point to that for a while, where I bet if you looked at the character use stats on the EU server, Toro just isn't something that sees play even casually. He has stuns, he has slows, he has a lunge.
Yep.
It's like it.
Yeah. He's
a
kind of like a
mild
worse.
CC
He's like a
frontline.
worse Baldum. Kind of.
Sure, I'd say a worse Oromar. That's always how I kind of considered him.
Oh, that's fair.
But of course, back in the time where Oromar was meta, and Toro.
Yeah,
might
I mean,
have
Toro has a
taken
stomp.
flight.
That's the only reason I said that, because he also has a stomp. So.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Show me.
Show me the way.
Overclockers.
To the Elster as well.
Okay,
I'm so confused.
so we've kind of lost the thread here because we've been so
Sorry.
busy trying to figure out what this Toro is. Lumber Superman comes through as the front line that we're looking for from OMG. The Superman in particular will do well because there's an equivalent to Superman on the Chinese server that they're going to be very comfortable with. So expect to see some good results there. You will have a response to the Superman in the Alistair. The somewhat static mid laner won't be threatened because there isn't a whole lot of dive. And he's got good stuns alongside the Valheim to stop the Superman from getting up to speed.
Getting up to speed. Nice. Well, I need to get up to speed on this support Toro pick being pulled out by Dwa. This is going to be very, very interesting. I'm super excited to see what they can do with this, because we literally never seen this. So, in the...
Here's my theory.
Okay.
You might be like, TJ, what did you do? You can see me staring at my tablet, I assume. What I've been doing is I've been pulling up my notes from a year and a half ago when I did my first Arena of Valor event at the non-pro tournament, actually simultaneous to the AIC 2017. And I found my notes on Toro from then, and what people were hypothesizing Toro might be used as is an initiator. You can use his ultimate Cracked Earth to dive into the enemy backlines and kind of start off a fight with a good stun slow thing. And if you could do that, if you can use him kind of as an extra initiation frontliner, it's kind of like having a big Malleus from the Xennial, and that might be valuable.
Well, we'll see if
That's all I got, Chief.
That's all we
Over
got.
to you.
Over to us now as we get into our game for the AIC. Game number 2, OMG up against Overclockers. OMG need to win this in order to take us to game number 3. And, yeah, this is their game to win at this point, because let's be honest, even his animation's weird. Okay, his walk animation's also rather awkward.
He's just a big boy. Leave him alone.
Wow.
The other
Can't
thing,
just say that, TJ.
Yeah, I can. He's got big bones.
Gotcha.
The major thing that Dua on this Toro will have is just HP. So maybe you just build him like a Xennial, you use his ultimate. He's so beefy.
Oh my
You
god.
use his ultimate.
He's literally beefy, dude. He's a cow.
That's politically incorrect. Wow.
Wow.
You use his ultimate as an initiation tool and you rely on it.
I like how we just totally glossed over this lumber pick, too. We're just like, fine. This is fine. You
I
good?
don't know, man.
You good?
No.
Okay. All right. I'll have to be the serious one then for this game. Gotta get settled into it. As already we are seeing OMG going dead even with their foes, and nobody really having any advantage. Dwa is mostly just sitting as the support here, and kind of basically this dual lane setup. But I also want to talk a little bit about the Superman Roxy, because Roxy obviously is one of the most dominant side laners in the game. Her Wildfire just shreds minions like it's no one's business.
They're running Toro, Paul.
Okay. Okay. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. It's going to be. Everything is going to be okay. Everything is going to be
I believe you.
okay.
Spirit Sentinel up for grabs, and OMG will be picking it up. In the meantime, the focus for Overclockers is back down towards this Abyssal Dragon. They need a pick before they should feel comfortable really going for it.
Oh, Moon is taking a lot of this damage. And LZ as well. The poke coming in between the Lindis and the Valheim, the 1-2 for Overclockers, really doing work here so far. And they will leash that Abyssal Dragon, so no huge advantage. All the while, though, Roxy has found herself in a situation, and I really hope...
Yeah, KA just kind of went into the enemy jungle, felt cut off, and then has been there ever since. So he, didn't have a way out, but it worked out because OMG over-rotated to deal with him. And as a result, he got a decent amount of the enemy jungle, and the Abyssal Dragon goes to Overclockers, so they've worked out an early game gold lead if they're able to convert their own.
Inadvertent jazz hands by overclockers, which worked out fairly well for them there, as they were able to secure that. But still, a small gold lead actually going over the way of OMG. Jazz hands? Or inadvertent jazz hands?
Yep.
Yep. Oh, is no. There is no chance he loses that 1v1. There you go.
Nicely done. This is
Winning-
no. We'll
Winning
pick
2
up
games to
one.
use that.
Yeah, I could tell. The pressure from the mid lane is the key for me, because this Alistair is so low mobility that he really... Oh my god! The Alistair is the reason for the Toro! Because the Alistair has no mobility, so you need someone who can bathe in damage and has AoE stuns.
Oh.
Alistair plus Toro.
Oh.
I figured it out, boss!
Yeah, because the Alistair
Watch
is
this
the...
combo right here.
The Lumber is going in, finds the Earth Shatter going in. Earth Splitter? There we go.
You see that combo right there?
I did.
I figured it out. I'm so happy. Toro is there to enable the low mobility Alistair to find the value.
And now we're seeing the value extending right now for overclockers going into the jungle of OMG, who are trying to get some response of their own, pushing down here onto the tower of overclockers themselves. And I have to say, S8 or S68's God, his name is gonna just S6. We're just gonna call him S6 for all intents and purposes. They have LH and S6. Oh man, this is they like to make it easy for us. And he's doing work on this Violet, and the lighter the scales, he's gonna be terrifying to deal with.
Look at how little he cares about anyone rotating near him. Because he's just so tanky. Like, even brand new early game Toro is almost untouchable.
Brand spanking new Toro here in the meta and in our hearts. And now we see the dive going in on there. Chihiro is trying to dodge it out, not able to do so. And Dwa isn't able to keep him alive. That is the full 5-man committal. Nicely done there from OMG, but they might have done or extended too far, because what else are they losing on the map right now?
A little bit of pressure up top, but that was really strange from Chihiro. He just, like, wandered in to the wrong neighborhood. Hey, guys, what's up? Oh, this is good. KA misses the Agnes grasp. Turtle can't get the tower because of it. They had the right positioning. If KA lands that Agnes grasp, Y can't go there. I think he actually landed the grasp, and Y used cleanse exactly at the right time to ignore it.
That was really solid. That level of play is the reason that they are up here on stage at the AIC. But I'm still waiting for this Toro pick, man. I'm so excited to see what he can do so far. And again, it's all about protecting Sailstar, and that combo is just going to be disgusting. KA, though, is bathing Y in the fire.
There's pressure from Isno onto Moon. They do a value, but Moon could do nothing to Dua.
He just walks in. He cares. Behold the fields. He just does not... Yeah. Greetings, fellow kids. Oh no, but Y is actually going in amidst all of this, and Chihiro is still the target. Dwad eventually does get picked off there. Turtle cannot do enough damage to take him down. He's going to use the tread softly to try and go through, but he can't get the kill onto LZ.
I'm not really sure about Chihiro's positioning so far this game. I think the theory is indeed that Dua will be able to protect him through it, but as we see now, as they're both dead, it's not working.
Yeah, and we are now seeing OMG just pulling out ahead right now. A little bit in terms of gold, a little bit in terms of kills. It is this that one Abyssal Dragon that's keeping overclockers still in this game. But I'm really watching for XH. He's been relatively quiet so far in this game. But if he can play anything like the Raz we saw last game, they're in good shape.
The Turtle is farming up really, really well. If Turtle can continue on this pace, then it might not matter that Chihiro is being bullied, because he's level 10 already, he's taken a few towers. This is going really well for overclockers if you ignore the fact that their support is a Toro and that their mid is getting shut down.
You ignore a lot of it, then it's good. Dwa tried his best there, but everybody had already left. Using that battle cry. Good stuff.
I mean, the big problem with battle cries, it just takes so long to summon that you just stand there and then everyone's left.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really like Toro, by the way.
Toro's he's going great. Okay, anyway, right now I'm really looking for Turtle. You talk about Turtle, he's level 11. He's up there with S6. He's in great shape right now. And he's setting himself up for another Abyssal Dragon. However, OMG are well aware of this, and they're collapsing. So this will be a 4v4 situation, and Dwa already being targeted. There is the Earth Splitter, and the charge as well, getting him out of that situation. KA looking for the Agni's Grasp. Can he find it? Y is coming in now on the flank, and KA is getting pushed back. Nicely done, as LZ is all the way in. Alistair's trying to split the fight, but it is not nearly enough. Turtle, though, is raining so much damage through, and Dwa finally getting taken down, but Turtle is still alive. Trying to make this happen, and Moon is going to be the kill. Nicely done, but Y is going in underneath the tower, bringing him back in range of S6, who secures the kill.
Nicely done. Dua does a great job keeping Chihiro alive, but it's not enough for that fight. And Isno, as in Isno used to his team during that fight, was on the other side of the map just jungle farming, which may have cost them a lot.
It did, because you saw Superman come in, rotate, help secure that kill, but really, that was, ooh, LZ really wanting to secure this tower right there. But it was just the Alistair Toro combo. It's not being effective. They just bypass the Toro, because by the time he casts any abilities, Alistair's, yeah.
The problem is that the Alistair's so far behind. I think the Alistair Toro combo is working actually much better than I would have anticipated, because it's almost impossible to get past the Toro. But the Alistair that he's protecting just isn't doing enough damage to justify the focus.
I'm actually really liking this pickup, though. You know, using the lumber in this situation, because these Earth Splitters have been setting up these fights so beautifully. And, you know,
this is Western CC Valheim build coming through from Isno.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, he's going the Blitzblade Frostcape combo. Interesting here. Actually opting for, was it the first pickup on the Frostcape there? Very interesting build coming in from him.
Mm-hmm. That's what we see. We'll probably see a Hyogia's Edge later on, and just full CC, full HP, a little bit tankier of a Valheim, a little bit less damage. That might not have been the best call, given that Chihiro's so under-farmed right now.
Yeah, I'm a little bit less of a fan of that. I feel like we need more damage coming out from Isno. Again, he was the tip of the spear in that last game. He played fantastic. I believe he went 4-0 and 13 or something equally insane. And his team is going to need all that right now as Dwa is going in. He has the war cry, but he's taking so much damage. He's trying to go in the cracked earth, but it's not nearly enough to secure the kill there. But at least he's still alive. On the flank, though, I'm looking for Moon.
The cast times take longer than you getting up in the morning.
Ouch. Ouch.
And you missed the entire first map tonight. Overclockers are having so much trouble using Dua in the middle of these team fights because, like I was saying...
Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, no.
Bye. Oh, that was sick! It didn't work, but that was sick! He used the Magic Prism to interrupt Y, pushing him back out from underneath the tower and almost pinned him underneath the tower. Then he cancelled the Magic Prism, knowing that he knocked Y out of flight mode and tried to rush past him.
That was sick.
It didn't work.
It didn't work, but it was sick. Yeah. The thought process was excellent. It was just, you know, it was like putting a beanbag to plug up a dam. I don't know. I was trying to think of a better example that involved plugging up dams.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Sure.
Yep.
The major problem again. Okay. Look, this Toro is not actually as bad as I thought it would.
No, it's actually really not. I'm kind of not understanding why everyone's hating on it so much.
Just run a Thane.
Yeah.
Actually, this was a Thane. If you want repositioning, AoE stun, just run a Thane. It would have worked so much better. And the cast time taking so long means that Dua is only useful in like a quarter of these fights.
To be fair, though, he is immune to CC when he is casting that. So if he can, but the issue is they got the memo. They totally OMG is 100% aware of what is going on right now, and they're just not letting him do his job. They're just bypassing him because he doesn't have enough mobility to actually be the threat to keep them off the back line. They're learning how to bypass it now.
Dua's positioning is quite good, though. He's managing to buy a lot of time, but you see if they're able to flank this Dua's squishies.
XH just pushed everybody back into the Earth Splitter, and they were chain CC'd until they died. Absolute mastery coming in from OMG on that combo. That was wild.
Overclockers still in tower control of this game, I feel the need to remind you. And that might change because OMG should be able to get a Dark Slayer off of that, and it's going to be still 15 seconds until any respawns are here from OC.
And I'm liking the build that S6 is putting together right now. He's got that Clavis Sancti, Omni Arms, Rank Breaker combo. The bread and butter is going to be ripping through these minions with ease.
Here's this Valheim build We do get the Hyogi as Edjo is asking for. Now we've got a Fafnir's Talon. He'll do a little bit of damage later on, but he's mainly focused on stuns.
What do you think he's going to build into there for that last item?
I would think he'd be looking for a little bit more damage, given how badly Chihiro's doing in the mid lane, and that may adjust his preset build.
Yeah, I'm leaning more towards the Muramasa, given the amount of tankiness we're seeing here on the side of OMG, who are now continuing to push down the towers here as the music is getting more and more intense. Zexus is on the flank, Dwa is there, and Y is going to look to start to get a pickup. But Ailster is doing a great job of zoning the team back, getting the CC.
Dwa has so much HP. It's still hysterically funny to me exactly how tanky the Toro is. Finally, they should know! They still can't take him down!
That CC immunity, he timed that perfectly. I just don't think that OMG really knows how to... I mean, maybe they... I'm just... Wow.
Were you about to say, I don't think OMG really knows how to play against a Toro? Because I don't think anyone does, but I also hold that nobody really needs to.
Because, like, you know, I don't want to assume, like, oh, they don't know how to play against it, lol, the memes it's never played, but also it's China, so they've definitely done their homework, and they definitely know how the hero functions and how to play against it. But, like, I just love that, like, it was even a sick prediction on that Earth Splitter, it just wasn't nearly enough. I mean, it's still enough for them to get multiple towers, but you know what I mean.
Overclockers have now lost the tower lead they had, thanks to that Dark Slayer being picked up. The Slayer buff has ended, as has the wonderfully intense music.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was really intense.
Yeah, it auto-triggers whenever a Dark Slayer is pushing against a core. The more you know.
The more you know.
So OMG are looking to convert that. With the Enraged Abyssal buff, they would still have the lead.
And they would still have a hero named Toro, but instead, they have a sick magic prison though, and KA is in the back, splitting the team perfectly. Now Y is going in, so it's actually a 2-for-2 trade right now, but it is Isno doing so much damage as this Valheim able to actually secure and stay alive through all this fight. Y is going to be there. Isno. Oh, but no. XH goes in as well. Absolute insanity of the back and forth trades in that fight.
The play during that fight by KA is the only reason Overclockers are still in this game. That is probably a net loss to OMG. Overclockers may not have won the individual trading game, but because they managed to scare OMG off of that Abyssal Dragon, and they don't lose any significant map ground, that counts as a net victory.
I would agree. This stage trading, at least evenly, even when you're behind at this stage, is always better. As we are going to see builds beginning to be completed for both sides.
I want to elaborate on why I was so excited about KA's play there. He starts that fight with a flank, single-handedly picks off S686. Wow, God, that's a long name.
Yep.
And he does so by landing the Agni's Grasp, spawning Wildfire, and dragging him on top of the Matrix of Woe from Chihiro. Brilliant team play. Then he continues to find pressure and enables the tear from Isno. Then he scares back the flank damage.
Speaking of flanks, Y was going in for one and getting instantly killed by the Magic Prison. KA is going to drop as well, trading 1-for-1, but LC is taking a lot of damage to shut this off. And now Turtle is just chasing down Moon, chunking through Moon. Oh no! That was the hesitation they did not need, but now it's XH on the flank, trying to take down Chihiro, and he's going to be able to do so with ease, but Turtle is still there, and Dwa is chasing him down, securing the kills, trading once again, but it is Isno chasing down LZ on the back, and S6 is just farming.
Have you ever seen someone play Whack-A-Mole, but they're like really bad at it?
Yeah.
That's like Dua during these fights. He just moves so slowly. He's trying really hard to get somewhere, and he's never quite able to get there in time. I think he needs to play a little bit more aggressive on the positioning from the Toro, otherwise he's just not relevant.
Yeah, and Isno is taking a lot of... But just Dua is just doing his job. He's this amazing frontliner right now. Look how much damage he's taking. He just doesn't care. I mean, he cares a little, but like not nearly. Oh, LZ goes in. The Dark Blessing is activated, but they are going to get the kill. No! They just do respawn, though. Oh, my God. Isno actually does this. And Y potentially coming back, so they have the Belt of Eternity. Okay, Blade of Eternity coming back in. And Dwa is still in this, but Y is chasing down Isno. This needs to be the outplay of his life.
And it is. The stuns scare Y off. He will get back into flight mode, but it's probably not worth the chase, given that there could be many things still waiting in the bush. Okay, first off, oh my God.
Oh my God.
That was a great Tora play. Dua, very well played. S686 on the respawn definitely showed that Overclockers perhaps hung around a little bit too long during that exchange, and that may have cost them a lot more, because now OMG can convert that team fight directly into a Dark Slayer. This interrupt from KA needs to be perfect.
KA goes in, looks in for the Agony's Grasp right now. He's committing onto the entire enemy team, but he's in the thick of it. He's done a lot of damage, but Moon is there, chunking through the Wildfire, is ripping them apart, and there's the stun onto S6 as well. Great pushback from Y, but he sacrifices himself for the team, splitting up his hero right now. But Y is there, but S6 is surviving through this. He actually trades into Isno. Beautifully done, Dwa. Not nearly enough to keep the team in this. There's the Ear Splitter as Moon's coming in on the flank. He's going to try and secure this off the back. Can he get the stun to lift up the prison, though, from Chihiro, and they're trading as Turtle arrives back into the fight. I cannot believe they are making this happen.
I can't either, and it's exclusively off of the front line of Dua, off of the front line of Atoro, enabling the two backline Chihiro and Turtle to absolutely decimate the defenses of OMG.
If Overclockers win with a Toro, how much better are they than OMG?
I don't know if that's a fair question, because I don't think anyone's prepped for the Toro.
It's actually doing work. LZ is trying to kill the minion wave, but the tower still falls. He's living for so long in the midst of all of these foes. He's going to try and escape with the shoulder charge, but it's not enough.
Dua will find a free tower in mid because he's just able to tank these cores. It's actually unfair. Magic Prison, that's a sick combo. There's no Superman left. Paul, this could be game.
That is very likely going to be it, unless XH can go in there and make it happen. There's the kill onto the core, the last minion standing. Turtle is going to get the kill.
Congeal from the Arctic Orb to keep himself alive.
Oh no, the minions are dead. KA is going to tank this, and I think they're going to have enough damage unless X6 can do this. Did you hear the Magic Prison? They get the kill! Oh no, that's GG.
I don't have anything to say here. I don't know if you're waiting for me to speak.
No, I don't either. I cut back to our 2 cams just to see both of our reactions because, yeah, but no. Wow.
Is that displaying? That's Toro.
It's being chroma keyed out. Tilt it slightly.
Darn. It says okay in big letters because that's where I'm at. Toro. Who knew?
Overclockers. Overclockers knew.
Apparently.
Wow.
That's what I want to see at the AIC.
That was our last game of the day.
What's the damage taken? Give me damage taken from Dua. So first of all, 11 assists, the highest in the game, save for LZ. But give me the damage taken, because I bet it is absurd.
Oh yeah.
Also, I have that Turo to just sit under towers.
Also, I have to say, I feel like Isno was the call. 32%, 128,000 damage. Wow. That's something. That's certainly something. Huh.
So, the duo is calling. Chihiro plus Dua using Alistair into Toro. Worked brilliantly, because every time a high mobility target, someone that could really get past the Toro, because the Toro's slow cast time came in, the Magic Prison would land, and the Toro would have all the time in the world to think about what he was going to do next and then carefully execute that plan, because his brain doesn't move so quick because he's a giant bull man. And his cast times are all like 8 years. But that didn't matter because he was partnered with an Alistair. And I should note, this combo only worked past like 10 minutes. Past 10 minutes, that combo came online and it worked. Pre-10 minutes, anything speedy just ran past the Toro and he didn't even notice. And then anything slow was just there for so long that the Alistair couldn't really focus it because it was so tanky.
So Alistair would drop the wall, the matrix, you just put up in front. And if they got past that, then the Toro was there. And then he would Magic Prison whoever was charging him. And then between those abilities and the Toro, they could just kill whoever dove the Alistair, and then they won.
You're not wrong. And that is upsetting.
That's the way the cookie crumbles. Wow.
That's the way my sanity crumbles. Hey, Overclockers. Congratulations with that takedown of Oh My God. They are the first team out of Group B. That ensures they will advance to out of the group stage of the AIC. That means they beat Bizarre Gaming to confirm their slot.
So let's actually take a look at our schedule now that we have finished up our last game of the day as OMG takes down Overclockers. Tomorrow, starting at 11:15 p.m. PST, I say that as much for myself as everyone else, we're going to have some fantastic games. Flash Wolves going up against Swing Phantom, of course. And wow, we have a lot of good games tomorrow. And of course, ending in ALG going up against, it's going to be good.
ALG needed 2-0 in order to succeed at, or in order to advance at the AIC. Alpha Red currently 1 and 2 in their own standings. That is going to be very close for them, but not impossible.
Not impossible, indeed. But you know what? This has been quite a day for us, TJ. What do you think? What are your last thoughts on some of these games, good sir?
That's it.
That's it.
That's what I got.
That's all
That's what I got. That's my official analysis of the day when Toro became meta.
Where were you? Where were we ask ourselves these questions, the great questions of our time. Where were you the day Toro became meta? I was here.
Right here, Paul.
Right here with you, buddy.
Right
No
here,
place
son.
I'd rather be.
Ryan.
Yep. No place I'd rather be watching this mastery occur. And Dwa was the man to make it happen. All the props in the world to Overclockers. Guys, that has been the English coverage of the AIC. We will be back tomorrow at the same time. And we will see you then. Thank you all so much for joining us. Have a great rest of your day, because if you're in North America, it's just starting. So go have some fun, get some sleep, and we will see you tomorrow.